This is the voice in the wilderness of the people coming to you in the great wind. This is a day that EZER has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I pray that EZER has kept you in good health, in great strength, and you have continued to call out to him by his name and sing his praise and give him thanks for everything. And as EZER has commanded us, so will I do. So I say, may EZER bless you and keep you. May EZER make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May EZER lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace, and that you will put EZER's name upon yourself and upon your children and upon all the other children of EZER, and EZER will bless us all. Praise EZER, praise EZER, praise EZER Almighty, praise EZER. My brothers and sisters, I would like to bring you the book of Ezekiah, the one that is known as Ezekiel. Before I bring you the book, before I read this book to you, I must read from Ezekiah chapter 53. The prophet Ezekiah was speaking about Ezekiel. The book of Ezekiah chapter 53 was speaking about Ezekiel. I know most of the preachers and pastors and even Israelites that teach this word. Some say this is about JC. Some say it's about Yeshua. Some say it is the whole house of Israel that they call Israel. I will show you that this book is speaking about Ezekiel. His correct name is Ezekiah. I will begin to read to you from Ezekiah chapter 53. Ezekiah was the prophet whom EZER spoke to concerning the coming of Ezekiel. So I will read from Ezekiah chapter 53. It begins, who has believed our report? This is a question is asked. Who has believed our report? And to whom is the arm of EZER revealed? Here EZER is saying that there is a report that is given, and his arm is revealed to someone or some people or some place. It is revealed, and EZER is asking, who is it revealed to? So we need to know who this report was given to, and who is this arm that was revealed. So we go to verse 2, and it states, for he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of a dry ground. From a people with no knowledge, he has no form, no comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we shall desire him. Here EZER is speaking to Ezekiah and telling Ezekiah about that particular person that will come, that will grow up. He is not attractive. He is not handsome. There is no beauty in him that the children of Israel will desire. In verse 3, he's speaking to him still. He says, he is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrow and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Here again, Isaiah is saying to Isaiah that the children of Isaiah will not esteem that man. They will hide themselves from that man. They will reject that man because he's a man of sorrow. He is not a man that coming as a king. He is not a man that is coming and showing off. He's not a man that's coming to show off himself. He's not a man that's coming to find followers, to show off himself and make a name for himself. It's a man that's coming on a mission. He has a mission. So verse 4, it says, surely he has borne our grief and carried our sorrows, yet we did not esteem him stricken, smitten of ire, and afflicted. Here, Isaiah is telling us this man, he carried our sorrows. We did not esteem him. He was stricken and he was smitten by ire and was afflicted by ire. It was no man putting this man to crucifying this man. It was no man beating this man. Whatever afflicted this man, whatever smitten this man, whatever stricken this man, it would have been ire is doing it to him. Now we go to verse 5. But he was wounded for our transgression. He was bruised for our iniquity. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. Here, Isaiah is saying to us that this man will be wounded for our transgression. He will be bruised for our iniquity. And he says, the chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. My brothers and sisters, I know that they have taught you that JC was going to be beaten and crucified and all of that nonsense. Here, Isaiah is telling us the affliction that Isaiah will put on this man. Isaiah will stricken him, Isaiah will smitten him. Isaiah will take him and do what he wants with him. That's what he is saying here to us. And the reason why Isaiah will be doing this to him, if we as Israelites realize what has been done to this man and listen to this man and take his instruction, take that report that he will bring to us. If we take that report seriously and realize what he went through to bring that report to us, we will be healed. We will change our ways. We will be healed. We will listen, we will take the instruction, and we will change our ways. That's the healing, that we will be healed by his stripes, because of the condition that Isaiah will put him through, so that he will bring this message, that report to us. Verse 6, all we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and Isaiah has laid on him the iniquity of us all. All of us has gone astray. The whole house of Isaiah has gone astray. And Isaiah is telling us what Isaiah said to him. So because of all of us has gone astray, There was no one to correct us or direct us. Now, we were in Babylon in the land of captivity. And Isaiah is sending this message, this report to us, so that we may change our ways. So he says here, Isaiah laid on him the iniquity of us all. That does not, if Isaiah laid the iniquity on him, of us, all our iniquities on him, that does not mean this man had to die or this man is dead. What this is telling us is that Isaiah has related to this man everything that is wrong that we were doing, all the iniquities that we was doing, all the evil, all the wrong things we was doing. Isaiah will put it to this man. This man will know it, so he will carry it because he knows it. It's like someone knowing your secrets, and they are carrying your secrets. If they speak, you will be in trouble. But if they keep your secret, you will be safe. This is what Isaiah is describing here to us. Verse 7. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. Here we see some of the condition that this man will have to go through. This man will be oppressed, he will be afflicted, yet he will not open his mouth. He will be brought as a lamb to the slaughter. He is going to a special place. He is going to a special people. He will not refuse it. He will not reject that assignment that is given to him by Isaiah. He will not reject it. He will not open his mouth and find fault with it. He will keep his mouth. He will do exactly what Isaiah says. He's an obedient man. He is like a sheep going to the slaughter. If that's what Isaiah sent him to do, that's what he's going to do. He's have no objection. And that's what he's saying here to us. He also tells us in this verse that he will be dumb. He will be like a lamb going to the shearers to remove his wool. He will be dumb. He will not open his mouth. Now let us go to verse 8. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people was he stricken. Here we see Isaiah for the first time saying that it is for his people. This man will have to go through all what he's going through because of Isaiah's people. Isaiah will be putting him through what he will be going through because of Isaiah's people. Here Isaiah tells us he will be doing this for his generation, his people. And Isaiah also let us know here, Isaiah, that he will be cut off out of the land. He will be removed from his land. He will be removed from the living. So he would not be among his people as they go along their daily chores. He wouldn't be among them. Isaiah is going to remove him from them. And here, Isaiah is going to strengthen him. Isaiah is the one that will strengthen him for his people. Now, let us go to verse 9. And he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he has done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Now he has to go and live among the wicked. Who was the wicked? The heathen, and also the children of EZER-IAH that was in the captivity in Babylon. And he will have to go and live among them. And EZER-IAH here, Isaiah is telling you, EZER-IAH says, in his death. That does not mean he had to die there. In his death, because he has done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth, yet, that's verse 10, yet it pleased EZER-IAH to bruise him. EZER-IAH is the one bruising him. It's not the Romans beating him up and stripping him and putting on some pole and talking about he died for us. That's not what EZER-IAH is saying here. EZER-IAH is doing this to this man for us. As I said to you, I'm reading this first, and then I will go and show you what EZER-IAH is saying to us about the report and who is bringing the report to us. Who is the arm that EZER-IAH is revealing to us? He says here, it pleased EZER-IAH to bruise him. He has put him to grief. EZER-IAH is the one putting him to grief. When EZER-IAH shall make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. Now, EZER-IAH is saying to you that this man will offer his body, his soul. The body is the soul, and he is going to use his body to get us out of sin. Here, EZER-IAH is telling you he shall see his seed. He shall see his seed. He is not dying. What EZER-IAH is telling us here, Isaiah is saying, is that this man will go where EZER-IAH sent him as an offering, because he is going, EZER-IAH is revealing him unto the children of EZER-IAH that they may change their ways. So he is going as an offering for sin, because EZER-IAH chose him to send him to the children of EZER-IAH. And EZER-IAH is also making you know that this man is not to die, because he tell you in the same verse, he said, he shall see his seed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of EZER-IAH shall prosper in his hand. So this man was going to prosper, this man is going to see his seed, and this man is going to live long life. Verse 11, he shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied. He's going to see what he is going through, but he will be satisfied. Remember, I had told you he'll be like a lamb going to the slaughter. He wouldn't accuse EZER-IAH of anything. He wouldn't rebel against anything. He will be satisfied with his condition. And then he explains to you, he says, by his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquity. This man is a righteous servant to EZER-IAH. And by his knowledge, because he was knowledgeable of EZER-IAH, he is the one EZER-IAH will use to justify many, to bring many to EZER-IAH, to bring many of the Israelites back to EZER-IAH. For he shall bear their iniquities. That doesn't mean He gonna die for their sin. He gonna bear their iniquities. He gonna know all the wrong, wicked things they was doing. He gonna know all the things that they are doing. And when he go there, he is going to tell them what they are doing. He not going and ask anybody anything. He have the knowledge already. Verse 12. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he has poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. He is the one whom I will send with his report among Aiah's people, and he will turn them from their sinful ways and cause them to know Aiah. This is what this chapter is telling us. It is not saying to us that some man will come and have to die for us. Nowhere in this verse chapter it is saying that somebody will die for us. No, this man will be used by Aiah to cause the children of EZER-IAH to turn from their sins. Aiah was going to show him all what the children of EZER-IAH was doing, all the sins they was committing, the wicked lives they was living, the idols they was worshiping. And this is what it meant by him bearing their iniquities. He knew all their secrets. And Aiah was preparing him to go and expose them, expose their wickedness to them. Aiah was sending him to tell them that he see what they are doing, and he know what they are doing, and he was to tell them what they were supposed to do and what they're supposed to change, my brothers and sisters. Now, I will take you to the book of Ezekiel. Remember what you have read here. Keep it that you could return to it and see when I expose certain parts for you in the book of Ezekiel. The first part of the book of Ezekiel is explaining to us a vision that Ezekiel had. Now, as I told you, Ezekiel was that servant, that man who Aiah was sending to his people. Aiah appeared unto him. Here in chapter 1, Ezekiel is going to tell us what he saw, what he heard, and what happened to him. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 13th year, in the 4th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I was among the captives by the river of Sheba, that the heavens were opened, and I saw vision of Aiah. In the 5th day of the month, that was the 5th year of the king Jehoiachin captivity, the word of Aiah came expressly unto Ezekiel, the priest. Ezekiah is correct name, the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the river Sheba, and the hand of Aiah was upon him. And I looked, And behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness that was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings, on their 4 sides, and their 4 had the faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went. They went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, their 4 had the face of a man, the face of a lion, and on the right side, and their 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. That's their faces. And their wings were stretched upward. Towards 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward. Where the Spirit was to go, they went. And they turned not when they went. As for the likeness of the living creature, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. It went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning, and the living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. Now, as I beheld the living creature, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creature with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheel and their work was like unto the color of a barley, and therefore had one likeness. And their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides, and they turned not when they went. As for their wings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Wheresoever the Spirit was to go, they went. There was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. When those went, these went. And when those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up against them. And the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels, and the likeness of the firmament upon the head of the living creature was as the color of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over the heads above, and under the firmament were the wings straight, the one towards the other. Every one had two, which covered on this side, and every one had two that covered on that side of their bodies. And when they went, I heard the noise of the wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings, and there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads, when they stood and had let down their wings. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fine fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward. I saw, as it were, the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about, as the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud in the day of rain. So was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of EZEKIah. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice of one that speak. Now, my brothers and sisters, this is chapter 1. And Ezekiel is explaining to us what he saw. Ezekiel saw a machine, what we will call the chariot of EZEKIah. He was describing a machine, what our people today call UFO, or unidentified objects. EZEKIah was in his chariot. He was describing the machine that moved. He was describing the ornaments that was on the machine. In Ezekiel days, they had no spacecraft. They didn't know anything about spacecraft. They didn't know anything about spacecraft and vehicles having lights. So he called the lights eyes. The stand that the vehicle stood upon, he called it feet. The wheels, he says, they move, and wherever they go, he called the machine the spirit. Like what we will see, like someone who never see a car before, they will think it's a spirit, how it could move. That's what Ezekiel was describing. So he called the movement of it, he said it is a spirit. The light, he called it eyes. The stand that the craft sit on, he called it feet. And this is what he was describing. And he described another part that go up like wings. He described another part like a throne. He described another part looking like a crystal. And that was the chariot of EZEKIah that he was describing. Here, this man, Ezekiah, is describing to us what he saw. He's telling us where he was. He was in the captivity. He was in Babylon. And he's telling us the area where he was. and what he saw. Now we will go in chapter 2. And in chapter 2, it is very important that you listen very clearly or read it and see what he is saying to us here. Because this is the report he is bringing to us. From here to the end of Ezekiah is the report. He is telling us, the children of EZER-IAH, what I have in preparation for us. He is also telling us what we must know, things that we must know. He's also telling us things we will have to do. And he's also telling us what will happen to our enemies, the different nations on the earth. And he's also telling us when he do what he has to do with these nations, how he will gather us, how he will bring us back into his land. And then he also give us the description of how we have to build his temple, how we have to set the courtyard, how we have to get the priests, the measurements, everything, until he comes down and set up his sanctuary among us in his land. He also tells us what he is going to do to the land and the people that is in it now. He tells us how they will die. He's told us. He's tells us that what will happen to their flesh, how some will be buried and some will be eaten by the birds of the air and the wild beasts of the field. He's telling us, he even told us how much time it will take to bury them. My dear people, I had given us the whole operation of how he is going to do this for us. And now is the time, because he told him this is for the latter days. The latter days to them, it is our days right now. And this is very important. We must know that report. That's why he asked, who will believe the report? And to whom his arm was revealed. It was revealed to EZER-IAH. The report was sent to EZER-IAH. And that's the answer to those two questions. He revealed his plan to us by the prophet Ezekiah. That's the one he used to reveal this to us. So we will go in chapter 2. And it reads, and he said unto me, Son of man, stand upon your feet, and I will speak unto you. And the Spirit entered into me when he spake unto me, and set me upon my feet, that I heard him that speak unto me. Here, the one who is sitting on the throne in that machine that he just described is speaking to him. And he tells you that somehow a spirit, that being that was speaking to him, have caused a spirit to enter into him. And he said unto me, Son of man, I send you to the children of EZER-IAH. Hear what he's saying. And he said unto me, Son of man, I send you to the children of EZER-IAH, to a rebellious nation that has rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed against me, even unto this very day. Here I is telling him, I'm sending you to the children of EZER-IAH. They are a rebellious people. They have rebelled against him. Even they and their fathers have rebelled against him until this very day. For they are impudent children and stiff-hearted. I do send you unto them, and you shall say unto them, thus says I, the Redeemer. Here we see, I say, I'm sending you, and you have to say this to them. And they, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house, you shall know that there has been a prophet among them. Here I am saying, the reason why I'm sending you is because I want them to know that there was a prophet among them. That's why I'm sending you. I'm not sending you there to die. I'm not sending you to shed no blood. I'm sending you that they will know that there was a prophet among them. How will they know there was a prophet among them? Because he will not have to ask them anything. He will know everything that they are doing that is wrong. So he is going there to put them in their place. He is going there to tell them. And they will know it's only a prophet could know such things. That's what Ayah is saying here to us, my brothers and sisters. And he says, whether they believe or whether they wouldn't believe, it's the same thing today. Whether they believe or they don't believe. When I read this book and you hear it in your ears, it's either you believe or you don't believe. It's either you would change your ways or you would not change your ways. But that's not on me. That's on you, my brother, or you, my sister. I'm giving you the truth. I'm telling you the words that I have sent unto us. And listen to what he says. Now I will go to verse 6. And you, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns be with you, and you does dwell among scorpions, be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks. Though they be a rebellious house, Ayah is warning him. Ayah is telling him, don't be afraid of them. I know they're rebellious. I know they are wicked. They're like scorpions. What scorpions do? They sting. I know how wicked they are. But I'm sending you, and you will not be afraid of them. Ayah has to prepare him to send him to them. That's why I told him they're going to despise. You're going to be despised. They wouldn't want to listen to you. That's why he say here, whether they hear or whether they will forbear. They don't want to listen. It's up to them. You don't have to worry about that. All I want is you go there and say what I tell you to say. Verse 7. And you shall speak my words unto them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are most rebellious. So it doesn't matter. If they want to hear, they hear. If they don't want to hear, that's them. They don't hear, they will be punished. But I need to send a prophet among them. I need someone to tell them the truth. That's what Ayah is saying to him. I need to send a prophet. I want they should have no excuse. That's why I'm sending you. And he go on to say, but you, son of man, hear what I say unto you. Be you not rebellious like that rebellious house. Open your mouth and eat that I give you. So he says, you son of man, when you go there, I don't want you to be rebellious like them. So open your mouth and I'm going to give you something to eat. And verse 9, he says, and when I look, behold, an hand was sent unto me. All he sees is a hand. And a hand was sent unto me. And lo, a roll of a book was therein. So he see a hand with a scroll in it. And he spread it before me. And it was written inside and outside. And there was written therein lamentations and mourning and woe. So here we start to get a glimpse of that report that EZEKIAH is sending Ezekiel with. In that report, it is lamentation, and it have mourning, and it have woe. It have good, it have for repentance, it have for punishment, and it have destruction. That's the report EZEKIAH is giving him to bring unto us. Now we go to chapter 3. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat that thou findest, eat this roll, and go speak unto the children, the house of EZER-IAH. So he said, this roll, eat it. Eat this roll and go and speak to the children of EZER-IAH. He is putting his words inside of him. EZER-IAH is putting his words inside of him. He said, eat it, which means to study it, know it. He is telling him, he's giving him everything he needs to go to speak to the children of EZER-IAH. That's the man who is spoken of in Isaiah 53, my brothers and sisters. Let's continue. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I give you. Fill yourself with my words. Then did I eat it, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness. And he said unto me, Son of man, go, get you unto the house of EZER-IAH, and speak my words unto them. He says, now, when you eat this scroll, now you eat it. He said it is sweet in his mouth. He said, now you have to go and speak to the children of Ezekiah. He says, not too many people of a strange speech and of a hard language, whose words you cannot comprehend. Surely, had I sent you to them, they would have hearkened unto you. He says, I'm sending you to a people, not much people. It's not to a strange language, not a language that you doesn't know. I'm sending you to your own people. That's what he's saying to him. Your own language. And then he says, if I was sending you to a strange people, they would have listened to you. If he was sending him to a strange language, to a strange people, they would listen to him. And in verse 7, he says, but the house of EZER-IAH will not hearken unto you. But the house of EZER-IAH will not listen to you. For they will not hearken unto me. EZEKIAH is saying they wouldn't even listen to me. So I know they wouldn't listen to you, but I need to send somebody to tell them. Because if I don't tell them, then they will have an excuse. For all the house of EZER-IAH are impotent and hard-hearted. The whole house, they are impotent and hard-hearted. They would not listen. They wouldn't take instruction. They wouldn't be obedient. Verse 8, behold, I have made your face strong against their face. Here I said, I am making you stronger than them. And your forehead strong against their forehead. I'm giving you strength. I'm giving you wisdom. I'm giving you knowledge. I'm giving you everything you need. So when you go around them, they will not be able to turn you. As an adamant harder than flint have I made your forehead. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks. Don't be afraid of them. Though they be a rebellious house, they will rebel against you. They're going to despise you. They're going to insult you. They wouldn't accept you. Same thing he said in Isaiah 53. They wouldn't accept you. They're going to despise you. Verse 10. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto you, receive in your heart, and hear with your ears. EZER-IAH is going to put his words in his intellect. You have to hear them, and EZER-IAH is going to cause him to memorize it. EZER-IAH is going to tell him everything. He said, verse 11, and go, get you to them of the captivity, unto the children of thy people, and speak unto them, and tell them, thus says EZER the Redeemer, whether they will believe or whether they will not believe. Verse 12, then the Spirit took me up, and I heard behind me a voice of a great rushing, saying, blessed be the glory of EZER from his place. Here they take him up into the EZER's chariot. They took him up, and he hear the rushing behind him, and a voice is saying, glory of EZER from his place. Blessing, they're praising EZER. Verse 13, and I heard also the noise of the wings of the living creature that touch one another, and the noise of the wheels over against them, and the noise of a great rushing. Now he's inside this thing, and he's saying what he's hearing. So the Spirit lifted me up and took me away, and I went in bitterness, in the heat of my spirit. But the hand of EZER was strong upon me. So he is confused in bitterness. He's confused. He doesn't know where he's going, but he knows he's been taken away. Then verse 15, then I came to them of the captivity at Tel Abib, that dwelt by the river of Sheba. And I sat where they sat, and remained there astonished among them for 7 days. So he found himself among the rest of the Israelites that was in captivity. And he sat among them. He spent 7 days with them. But he was astonished. He astonished of what happening to him. He not saying nothing. He's astonished. And it came to pass at the end of 7 days that the word of EZEKIah came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have made you a watchman unto the house of EZER-IAH. I have made you a watchman unto the house of EZER-IAH. Therefore hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning for me. I am sending him to warn the children of EZER-IAH. He says, verse 18, when I say unto the wicked, you shall surely die, and you give him not warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at your hand. I am saying to him, when I send you to a wicked man, and I tell you to tell the wicked man to change his ways, if you don't tell him, when that man dies, he will die with his own iniquity, but his blood will be upon you. EZEKIah is going to hold you accountable for the death of this man, not to bear the man's sin. Look at it right here in your book. The wicked man shall die in his iniquity. Nobody dying in anyone's iniquity. Every man had to die in his own iniquity. But his blood will I require at your hand. I am going to punish you for allowing that man to die in his iniquity because you did not give him the message. So when I send you to EZER-IAH and I tell you speak to them, if you don't speak to them the words that are put in you, I will punish you because they will die in their sin. They wouldn't change. They wouldn't repent. They wouldn't turn from their sins. They wouldn't come back to EZER-IAH. They wouldn't seek forgiveness. They wouldn't get salvation. That's what EZEKIah is saying here to Ezekiel. Verse 19. Yet, if you warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity. But you has delivered thy soul. If you warn the wicked, and they refuse to change, they refuse to listen, you have delivered your soul. There is no punishment for you. They're going to still die in their iniquity, but there is no punishment for you because you delivered the message that I have given you. Again, in verse 20, again, when a righteous man do turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because you have not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness that he has done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at your hand. Here he's giving him another description. He said, if a man is righteous and he turned from his righteousness and gone and commit sins, and you were supposed to warn them and you didn't warn him, here EZEKIah will require his blood off your hand. You're going to get punishment for not doing what EZEKIah gave you to do, because he tell you, I am sending you to do this, you have to do it. And that's exactly what I'm doing with you, my brother and my sister. I'm doing exactly the same thing that was given to Ezekiah to do unto EZER-IAH. That's what I'm doing with you today. I'm doing it to you. I'm saying it to you. Please listen. Don't forbear. Listen. Verse 21. Nevertheless, if you warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, and he do not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Also, you has delivered your soul. If you warn him and he did not commit any sin anymore, and he repented, he changed his way, he shall live. And you also has delivered your soul. No punishment for you. Verse 22. And the hand of EZEKIAH was there upon me, and he said to me, Arise, go forth into the plain, and I will there talk with you. Here EZEKIAH tell him, I'm going to send you to this place. Go to the plain, the low areas from where he was, and there I will come and speak to you again. Then I arose, and I went forth into the plain, and behold, the glory of EZEKIAH stood there, as the glory which I saw by the river of Sheba, and I fell on my face. So the same machine he saw by the river of Sheba, when he go to the plain, he see the same machine there again. Then the Spirit entered into me. Here again, the Spirit from that machine, he start hearing things, he just hearing things, and set me upon my feet, and speak with me, and said unto me, Go, shut yourself within thy house. He said, now, I want you to go and shut yourself inside your house. Here he's going to take him away from the people. He going to take him away from the land of the living. He's taking him from among his people, my brothers and sisters. Remember what we read in Isaiah 53. He's going to be taken away. Now he's taking him away. He said, go in your house and shut yourself within your house. Verse 25. But you, O son of man, behold, they shall put bonds upon you, and shall bind you with them, and you shall not go out among them. So here in his house, he will be bound up. Remember, in Isaiah 53, what did he say? Remember, in Isaiah 53, in verse 4, he said he will be stricken, smitten of ire, and afflicted. Here, EZEKIAH is telling him he will be stricken, to be bound up. He going to be bound up. Here he is going to be bound up in his house, stricken in his house. He will not be among his people. He is taken out from among his people. Verse 26. And I will make your tongue cleave to the roof of your mouth. He is going to make him dumb, that you shall be dumb, just like what he told us in Isaiah 53, verse 7. He said that he will be dumb. Here he is telling you what EZEKIAH is doing to him. So here he was going to be made dumb by EZEKIAH. EZEKIAH is going to make his tongue cleave to the roof of his mouth, that he shall be dumb. EZEKIAH is making him dumb. The same thing EZEKIAH told us in 53. And shall not be to them a reproof. He will not be among them to correct them at this time, for they are a rebellious house. EZEKIAH took him out from among his people and put him in that house. So he is not among his people. In that house he will be bound up. He will be restricted, like he told us in 53. And also he will be made dumb. 27. But when I speak with you, I will open your mouth, and you shall say unto them, Thus says EZEKIAH the Redeemer, he that hear, let him hear, and he that forbear, let him forbear. For they are a rebellious house. The same thing Isaiah was telling us in 53. It is Ezekiel he was talking to us about. The prophet Ezekiel that will come. Not no JC. Now let us go to chapter 4. You son of man, take a tile. Here, Isaiah is telling him to take a tile, a piece of slate. He said, take a tile and lay it before you. Put the piece of tile in front of you and portray upon it the city of Jerusalem. So take a piece of tile and draw on it the city of Jerusalem. He said, and lay siege against it, the piece of tile, and build a fort against it, and cast a mound against it, and set the camp also against it, and set battering rams against it round about. So you have to take that piece of tile that he draw the city of Jerusalem on, and he have to make all these things around it, like he's surrounding it with rams, he's surrounding it with battering rams, he's surrounding it with a camp, he's surrounding it like a fort. He has to do all of that because I is direct telling him what to do. He said more in verse 3. He said, moreover, take you unto you an iron pan, and set it for a wall of iron between you and the city. So between the tile that he drew the city on, you have to get an iron pot and put the pot down in front of that battling ramp and everything he put around that tile. And set your face against it, and it shall be besieged, and you shall lay siege against it. This shall be a sign to the house of EZER-IAH. So he said, the things that I'm telling you to do here now, this is exactly what will happen to the house of EZER-IAH. He said, lie also upon thy left side, and lay, hear what is this verse for. Please listen to this. Lie you also upon your left side, and lay the iniquity of the house of EZER-IAH upon it. He says, lie upon your left side, and lay the iniquity of the house of EZER-IAH upon it, according to the number of the days that you shall lie upon it, you shall bear their iniquity. My brothers and sisters, do you see it here? He is not to die. He has to turn his face against the tile that he drew the city on, and he has to confess all the iniquities of EZER-IAH. He had to confess all the wickedness they are doing. He had to confess all the idols they're worshiping, all the false names they're calling on, all the wrong things they are doing. He has to turn his face away from the tile that he drew, away from the battling ramp he put around it, away from the pot he put on it. He had to lie down on one side, and he had to confess all the iniquities of EZER-IAH. Verse 5. For I have laid upon you the years of the iniquity. Do you see what he's saying here? He's not saying I'm killing you and you dying. He says, I have laid upon you the years of their iniquities. I'm showing you all the wicked things they've been doing, according to the number of the days. So 390 days. You have to lie down on his side for 390 days. And so shall thou bear the iniquity of the house of EZER-IAH. So shall you bear the iniquity of EZER-IAH. He didn't have to die. Nobody had to die. I hope you're reading this book. After this tape, take this book and read it and see what it is saying. Read Isaiah 53 and then read from chapter 2 to see what IAH was saying to Ezekiel. Ezekiel was the watchman he sent. Ezekiel was the arm he revealed unto the children of EZER-IAH. Ezekiel, he is the one who brought the report. Right there we see that he had to lie down for the number and 390 days. 390 days, he had to lie down on one side. And this is what we read in Isaiah 53 when he said, IAH choose to bruise him. Lying down on your side for 2 days, you will be bruised, my brother and sister. Judge for 390 days on one side. You are bruised. And that's the bruise IAH said he will bruise. IAH will bruise him. And when you have accomplished them, lie again on thy right side. So 390 days for the house of EZER-IAH, the northern tribe, 390 days. And when he finished this, he had to lie down. Lie again on the right side, and you shall bear the iniquity of the house of EZER-IAH 40 days. I have appointed thee each day for a year. 390 days for the northern tribe, and 40 days for EZER-IAH, the southern tribe. And IAH had appointed every day for a year. So instead of lying down for the full years, every day would be for 1 year. And that is for all the years that they have sinned, all the transgressions they have committed against IAH in the land. Therefore, you shall set your face towards the siege of Jerusalem. And thy arm shall be uncovered. Here is where his arm is revealed, uncovered. To whom IAH arm was revealed. He is bruised by lying down on his side, and his arm is revealed. And you shall prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bands upon you, and you shall not turn thee from one side to another. I tell him, when I am going to band you up, I'm going to wrap you up, you wouldn't be able to turn from one side to the other. And here is where he is restricted and bruised, till you have ended the days of your siege. Take thou also unto you wheat, and barley, and beans, and lentils, and millet, and fitches, and put them in one vessel, and make you bread thereof. So take these things and to make bread, according to the number of the days that you shall lie upon your side. So he have to make bread for the 390 days, and he had to make bread for the 40 days. He have to take these things to make bread before he go there to lie down. And this is what he have to eat. Verse 10. And your meat that you shall eat shall be by weight. You have to measure it. 20 shekels a day. From time to time shall you eat it. You shall drink also water by measure. Do you see how EZEKIEL is saying, how EZEKIEL is doing to him? Just like he told us in Isaiah 53, EZEKIEL chose to bruise him. EZEKIEL is the one who is putting him through the things that he is going through. These hardship, that's what he's doing right here. He says, you shall drink also water by measure, the 6th part of an hin. From time to time shall you drink, and you shall eat it as barley cakes, and you shall bake it with dung that come out of man in their sight. So you tell him you have to take man's stool where they could see you and bake this cake with it. And EZEKIEL said, even thus shall the children of EZER-IAH eat the defiled bread among the Gentiles. He was saying to him, this is how the children of EZER-IAH will eat their bread among the heathen, the Gentiles. That's how they go eat their bread. They got to take their own poop to make wood, to cook their own food. And where I will drive them. So wherever he's driving them, they was going there to get harsh punishment, to be punished. That's what he's showing him. And then Ezekiel said, EZEKIEL, behold, right here in verse 14, we see Ezekiel calling the name of EZEKIel. He says, then Ezekiel said, EZEKIel, behold, my soul has not been polluted, for from my youth upon even till now have I not eaten that which die of itself, or is torn in pieces, neither came there abominable flesh into my mouth. So he said, EZEKIel, I've never eaten unclean things. I've never broken your law. I've never eaten animal that die of itself with its blood in it. I have not eaten animals that other animals have killed. I haven't done those things. Then he said, when he said this to EZEKIel, then EZEKIel said unto him, lo, I have given you cow's dung for man's dung, and you shall prepare thy bread therewith. Moreover, he said unto me, son of man, behold, I will break the staff of bread in Jerusalem, and they shall eat bread by weight and with care, and they shall drink water by measure and with astonishment, that they may want bread and water, and be astonished one with another, and consume away for their iniquities. Here, EZEKIel is telling him, all that I'm showing you here to do, you have to do it, because this is what I'm going to do to the whole house of EZER-IAH. Chapter 5. And you, son of man, take thee a sharp knife, take thee a barber's razor, and cause it to pass upon thine head and upon thy beard. Then take the balance to weigh and divide the hair. Here we see as the lamb, he had to be dumb, like the lamb is being shaved. Here we see he had to do the same thing. He had to shave his hair. Verse 2. You shall burn with fire a third part in the midst of the city, when the days of the siege are fulfilled. And you shall take a third part and smite about it with a knife, and a third part you shall scatter in the wind, and I will draw out a sword after them. You shall also take therefore a few in number, and bind them in thy skirts. Then take of them again, and cast them into the midst of the fire, and burn them in the fire. For therefore shall a fire come forth into all the house of EZER-IAH. He's telling him what he have to do with the hair that is shaved from his body. And he's telling them how much he had to put in the fire, and then stick some on his clothes, and then he have to take it and cut it up and put some of it again into the fire, because he's telling him, he's giving him an illustration of exactly what will happen in EZER-IAH, what will happen to the people, the children of EZER-IAH, for the hard-headed, stiff-necked behaviors. So, my brothers and sisters, I hope you have seen who Isaiah was speaking about. In this that I have read, I sure it is clear to you that you have seen who he is speaking about. You have seen that it was not someone that was supposed to die. You have seen that the iniquity was laid upon him. You have seen that he had to lie down on 390 days and 40 days, for each day is a year for the iniquity of EZER-IAH. He had to lie down there and speak the words that IAH told him to speak against the whole house of EZER-IAH, for 390 for the northern tribe and for the southern tribe. And that's how the iniquity was laid upon him. He was the one to confess all the iniquities unto the land. And then IAH was doing this and telling him, all that I am having you to do, this is what I will do to the land and to the people. Some of them will die by the sword, some of them going to burn in fire, the city is going to be burned, everything. Right there, you have seen it, my dear brothers and sisters. Now to verse 5. Thus says IAH, this is Jerusalem. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her. And she has changed my judgment into wickedness more than the nations, and my statutes more than the countries that are round about her. For they have refused my judgment and my statutes. They have not walked in them. Therefore thus says IAH, our Redeemer, because you multiply more than the nations that are round about you, and have not walked in my statutes, neither kept my judgments, neither have done according to the judgments of the nations that are round about you. Therefore thus says IAH, your Redeemer, behold, I, even I am against you, and will execute judgment in the midst of you, in the sight of the nations. And I will do in you that which I have not done, and whereunto I will not do any more the like, because of all thine abomination. Therefore the fathers shall eat the sons in the midst of thee, and the sons shall eat their fathers, and I will execute judgment on you, and the whole remnant of you will I scatter into all the winds. My dear brothers and sisters, right here we have seen why IAH has scattered us all over the world. We now see why he has done it to us. We would not listen. We would not pay attention. In verse 10, we see what he says. The fathers shall eat their sons, and the sons shall eat their fathers. My people, our people did this in Jerusalem, in the siege. They did it. They did eat their children. Their children did eat their parents. Wherefore, as I live, says IAH, your Redeemer, surely because you has defiled my sanctuary with all thy detestable things, and with all thine abomination, therefore will I also diminish you neither shall my eyes spare, neither will I have any pity. A third part of you shall die with the pestilence, and with famine shall they be consumed in the midst of thee. And a third part shall fall by the sword round about you. And I will scatter a third part into all the winds, and I will draw out a sword after them. My dear brothers and sisters, we are from the third part that is scattered in all the winds. And the sword is still behind us. The sword is still shedding our blood. Wherever we are, that sword is still behind after us. Thus shall my anger be accomplished, and I will cause my fury to rest upon you, on them, and I will be comforted. And they shall know that I have spoken it in my zeal, when I have accomplished my fury in them. My dear brothers and sisters, after our ancestors was murdered, massacred in Jerusalem and in the whole house of Ezekiah, when we went into the jungles in Africa, the same thing happened to us. And here we are in another captivity, and the same thing is happening to us. Aren't we going to listen? Are we going to listen? Our head is that hard that all that he have done to show us what we are supposed to do and what we're supposed to listen, we still not going to listen? Verse 14. Moreover, I will make you waste and a reproach among the nations that are round about you, in the sight of all that pass by. So it shall be a reproach and a taunt, an instruction and an astonishment unto the nation that are round about you, when I shall execute judgment in you in anger and in fury and in furious rebuke. I have spoken it. 16. When I shall send upon them the evil arrows of famine, which shall be for their destruction, and I will send to destroy you, and I will increase the famine upon you, and will break your staff of bread. So will I send upon you famine and evil beasts, and they shall bereave you, and pestilence and blood shall pass through you, and I will bring the sword upon you, and I, your Redeemer, have spoken this. My brothers and sisters, have it happened? Can't you see it happened? Don't you know it happened? Where are we today? What are you waiting on, my brother and my sister? Here EZEKIah is pouring out his spirit on us and giving us a second chance, and you are going to allow it to pass you? Are you going to allow it to pass you by, and you remain in your ignorance and stupidity and die? Or would you listen to what he's saying to Ezekiel? That's what he told Ezekiel to tell our ancestors. If they wouldn't listen, if they wouldn't change, if they wouldn't hearken unto his words, that's what would happen to them. I'm here to tell you it did happen to them. It's in history. It happened, my brothers and sisters. That's why you are here. That's why you are in a strange land. That's why you are being marginalized. That's why you are being reproached. That's why you are being controlled. That's why you are being killed, and your killers find themselves not guilty. That's why it is happening to us as a people. We need to hear this and turn to EZEKIah, our Redeemer. Chapter 6. And the word of EZEKIah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face towards the mountain of EZER-IAH and prophesy against them, and say, you mountains of EZER-IAH, hear the word of IAH. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer, to the mountains, and to the hills, and to the rivers, and to the valleys. Behold, I, even I, will bring a sword upon you, and I will destroy your high places. Do you hear what he sent Ezekiel to tell us? That's what he sent him to tell them in that time. And he told Ezekiel to tell us a lot in our time as well. And your altars shall be desolate, and your images shall be broken, and I will cast down your slain men before your idols. And IAH will lay the dead carcasses of the children of EZER-IAH before their idols. And IAH will scatter your bones round about your altars. In all your dwelling places, the city shall be laid waste, and the high place shall be desolate, that your altars may be laid waste and made desolate, and your idols may be broken and cease, and your images may be cut down, and your works may be abolished. And the slain shall fall in the midst of you, and you shall know that I am IAH. That's the message he's sending. Listen to the message he sent to your fathers, and he's sending to you. Yet will I leave a remnant. That's who we are, the remnant that was left, that you may have some that shall escape the sword among the nations, when you shall be scattered throughout the countries. And they that escape of you shall remember me, remember IAH, among the nations, where they shall be carried captives. That's what we are supposed to do. He's telling Ezekiel to tell it to the children of EZER-IAH, to speak to us. Speak to our fathers. They had their turn, and we have our turn. It is one he sent. This is the watchman he sent to us. And he's speaking to our fathers, and he's speaking to us, and he's speaking to our children, and he's speaking to our children's children. Listen to him, what he's saying. And they shall escape of you shall remember me among the nations, where you shall be carried captive. Here he's telling us we have to remember him, because it's our ancestors that escaped the sword and was scattered to these countries. So here we are. We have to remember him. Listen to his words. Because I am broken with their whorish heart that has departed from me. IAH is saying to us, he is broken. He is tired of seeing us not listening. And with their eyes that go a-whoring after idols, and they shall loathe themselves. We have to grieve. We have to be sorry for what we did. We have to dislike the wrong things we have done. We have to ask for forgiveness. And they shall loathe themselves for the evils that they have committed in all their abomination. We have to be sorry. We have to cry to IAH and ask for forgiveness, my people. Listen to the report that he sent unto us. Verse 10, and I'm now 10 in chapter 6. And they shall know that I am IAH, and that I have not said in vain that I will do this evil unto them. We cannot say that EZEKIEL did say this in vain, because it happened. It happened. It's still happening. We are in the land of our captivity. They brought our ancestors to this part. So it's still going on, my people. I am saying, when you see this, the time will come when you will see this and know that whatever he says, he will do it. Because we will see what he said and what he did. Thus says EZEKIEL, your Redeemer, smite with thine hand and stamp with thy foot, and say, alas, for all the evil abomination of the house of EZEKIEL, for they shall fall by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. He that is far off shall die of the pestilence. There is no escaping. And he that is near shall fall by the sword. And he that remain and is besieged shall die by famine. Thus will I accomplish his fury upon us. Then shall you know that EZEKIEL is our Redeemer, when the slain men shall be among their idols, round about their altars, upon every high hill, in all the tops of the mountains, and under every green tree, and under every thick oak, the place where they did offer sweet savor to all their idols. So will I stretch out my hand upon them, and make the land desolate, yea, more desolate than the wilderness towards Diblath, in all their inhabitation, and they shall know that I am EZEKIEL. Praise EZEKIEL. Praise EZEKIEL Almighty. Praise EZEKIEL. Are we ever going to get to know? Are we going to take this and see what it is he is saying to us and start doing it? Are we going to do it? Are we going to continue to be disobedient and hard-headed and stiff-necked and suffer and die? Chapter 7. Moreover, the word of EZEKIEL came unto me, saying, also, you son of man, say, thus says EZEKIEL, your Redeemer, unto the land of EZEKIEL, the end is come upon the four corners of the land. Now is the end came upon thee, and I will send my anger upon thee, and will judge thee according to your ways, and will recompense you all thine abomination. And my eyes shall not spare you, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense thy ways upon you, and your abomination shall be in the midst of you, and you shall know that I am EZEKIEL. Thus says EZEKIEL, your Redeemer, and evil, and only evil, behold, is come, and end is come. The end is come. It watch for thee. Behold, it is come. The morning is come unto you, you that dwell in the land. The time is come. The day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Now will I shortly pour out his fury upon you, and accomplish his anger upon you, and will judge you according to thy ways, and will recompense you for all your abomination. And I shall not spare, neither will I have pity. I will recompense you according to your ways and your abomination that are in the midst of you. And you shall know that EZEKIEL is our Redeemer that smite us. Behold the day, behold it is come. The morning is gone forth. The rod has blossomed. Pride has budded. Violence is risen upon into a rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of them multitude, nor of any of theirs. Neither shall there be wailing for them. The time is come, the day draw near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn. For wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. For the seller shall not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return, neither shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, but none go to the battle. For my wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. The sword is without, and the pestilence and the famine within. He that is in the field shall die with the sword, and he that is in the city, famine and pestilence shall devour him. But they that escape of them shall escape, and shall be on the mountains like doves of the valley, all of them mourning, every one for his iniquity. All hands shall be feeble, and all knees shall be weak as water. They shall also gird themselves with sackcloth, and honor shall cover them. Horror shall cover them, and shame shall be upon all faces, and baldness upon all the heads. They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of the wrath of EZEKIAH. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowels, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty. But they made the images of their abomination, and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place. For the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief, and rumor shall be upon rumor. They shall seek a vision of the prophets, but the law shall perish from the priest, and counsel from the ancients. The king shall mourn, and the prince shall be clothed with desolation, and the hands of the people of the land shall be troubled. I will do unto them after their way, and according to their desert will I judge them, and they shall know that I is their Redeemer. Chapter 8. And it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I sat in my house, and the elders of EZER-IAH sat before me, that the hand of EZEKIAH fell there upon me. Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness as the appearance of fire from the appearance of his loins even downward, fire, and from his loins even upward, as the appearance of brightness, as the color of amber. And he put forth the form of an hand, and took me by a lock of my head. And the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heaven, and brought me in the vision of fire to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looked towards the north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoked jealousy. And behold, the glory of EZER-IAH was there, according to the vision that I saw in the plain. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thine eyes now the way towards the north. And I lift up my eyes the way towards the north, and behold, northward at the gate of the altar, this image of jealousy in the entry. He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, you see what they do, even the great abomination the house of EZER-IAH commit here, that I shall go far off from my sanctuary. But turn you yet again, and you shall see greater abomination. And he brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. Then he said unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I had digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said to me, Son of man, go in, and behold the wicked abomination that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, an abominable beast, and all the idols of the house of EZER-IAH portrayed upon the wall round about. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancient of the house of EZER-IAH, and in the midst of them stood Jezaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast you seen what the ancient of the house of EZER-IAH do in the dark? Every man in the chamber of his imagery. For they say, IAH see us not. IAH has forsaken the earth. He said also unto me, Turn you yet again, and you shall see greater abomination they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of IAH's house, that was towards the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz, the JC. That's their JC. Then said he unto me, Hast you seen this, O son of man? Turn you yet again, and you shall see greater abomination that they do. And he brought me into the inner court of IAH's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of IAH, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of IAH, and their faces towards the east. And they worship the sun towards the east. My dear people, do you see what IAH was, when IAH said he was laying his iniquity on him? You see what IAH was showing him? IAH was showing him everything that they do, things that they think nobody could see, they think nobody will know. IAH was showing him everything that they was doing. Then he said unto me, Hast you seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of EZER-IAH that they commit the abomination that they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger? And lo, they put the branch to their nose. Therefore will I also deal in fury. My eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in my ears with a loud voice, yet I will not hear them. This is what they did, some of what they did, my brothers and sisters, to provoke Aya to anger. In his temple, they was worshiping Tammuz. Tammuz is Zeus. That's JC. In his temple, they was doing this. They had their idols in hidden rooms inside his house. That's what our ancestors did. Those that are still after the idols. They love idols. It is in their genes. Chapter 9. He cried also in my ears with a loud voice, saying, cause them that have charge over the city to draw near, even every man with his destroying weapon in his hand. And behold, 6 men came from the way of the high gate that lie towards the north, and every man a slaughter weapon in his hand. And one man among them was clothed with linen, with a writer's inkhorn by his side. And they went in and stood beside the brazen altar. And the glory of EZER-IAH was gone up from the cherub, whereupon he was, to the threshold of the house. And he called to the men clothed with linen, that had the writer's inkhorn by his side. And Aya said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the forehead of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abomination that be done in the midst thereof. And to the others he said, in my hearing, go you after him through the city, and smite. Let not your eyes spare, neither have you pity. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, woman, but come not near to any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men that were before the house. And he said unto them, defile the house, and fill the courts with the slain. Go you forth. And they went forth, and slew in the city. And it came to pass, while they were slaying them, and I was left, and I fell upon my face, and I cried, and I said, Aya, my Redeemer, will you destroy all the residue of EZER-IAH in your pouring out of your fury upon Jerusalem? Here again, my brothers and sisters, in verse 8, we see Ezekiah calling on Aya. Here they left the I out and they only put the AH. But here he is calling on Aya. Then said he unto me, the iniquity of the house of EZER-IAH and Idumea is exceedingly great, and the land is full of blood, and the city full of perverseness. For they say, Aya has forsaken the earth, and Aya sees not. And as for me also, my eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense their way upon their head. And behold, the man clothed with linen, that had the inkhorn by his side, reported the matter, saying, I have done as you have commanded me. My dear brothers and sisters, what has happened in the past will happen again. I didn't put this in this book only for our ancestors. It was put in this book for us. As we read this book, we could learn. Here we see, again, I'm showing you in verse 8, they left the I out in the name and they put the AH. We also see that Ayah will put a mark on those whom he wants to save. Chapter 10. Then I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim, there appeared over them as it were a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne. This is the cherubim. That's the chariot of Ayah. That's what Ezekiel is talking about. And he spake unto the man clothed with linen, and said, Go in between the wheels, even under the cherub, and fill thy hand with coals of fire from between the cherubims, and scatter them over the city. And he went in my sight. Now the cherubim stood on the right side of the house when the man went in, and the cloud filled the inner court. Then the glory of Ayah went up from the cherubim and stood over the threshold of the house. And the house was filled with the cloud, and the court was full of the brightness of Ayah's glory. And the sound of the cherubim wings was heard even to the outer court, as the voice of the Almighty Ayah when he speak. And it came to pass that when he had commanded the man clothed with linen, saying, Take fire from between the wheels, from between the cherubim, then he went in and stood beside the wheels. And one cherub stretched forth his hand from between the cherubim unto the fire that was between the cherubim, and took thereof, and put it into the hands of him that was clothed with linen, who took it and went out. And there appeared in the cherubim the form of a man's hand under the wings. And when I looked, behold, the four wheels by the cherubim, one wheel by one cherub, and another wheel by another cherub. And the appearance of the wheel was as the color of a barley stone. And as for their appearance, the four had one likeness, as if a wheel had been in the midst of another wheel. When they went upon their four sides. They turned not as they went, but to the place where the head looked, they followed it. They turned not as they went. And their whole body, and their backs, and their hands, and their wings, and the wheels were full of eyes round about, even the wheels that they four had. Here again, he's describing these lights. That was have a lot of lights right around it. And for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheels, and every one had four faces. The first face was the face of a cherub, and the second face was the face of a man, and the third the face of a lion, and the fourth the face of an eagle. And the cherubim were lifted up. This is the living creature that I saw by the river of Sheba. Here he's telling us it's the same thing he saw by the river of Sheba. He's seeing it right here again. It's a machine. But he is describing what he's seeing because he's not accustomed to it. So that's what he's describing. And when the cherubim went, the wheels went by them. And when the cherubim lifted up their wings to mount up from the earth, the same wheels also turned not from beside them. It's a machine. When they stood, these stood. And when they were lifted up, these lifted up themselves also. For the spirit of the living creature was in them. There is a machine, he doesn't know, so he thinks the life is like it has life. It's like a spirit. Then the glory of Aya departed from off the threshold of the house and stood over the cherubim. And the cherubim lifted up their wings and mounted up from the earth in my sight. When they went out, the wheels also were besides them, and every one stood at the door of the east gate of Aya's house. And the glory of Aya of EZER-IAH was over them above. This is the living creature that I saw under Aya, the mighty one of EZER-IAH by the river of Sheba. And I knew that they were the cherubim. Every one had 4 faces apiece, and every one 4 wings, and the likeness of the hands of a man was under the wings, and the likeness of their faces was the same faces that I saw by the river of Sheba. Their appearance and themselves, they went every one straight forward. It's like a car. It's going forward. It don't go left, right. It goes straight. It's a machine. But he is seeing it and thinking it's a spirit, describing it to be as a spirit. Chapter 11. Moreover, the Spirit lifted me up and brought me unto the east gate of Aya's house that looked eastward. And behold, at the door of the gate 25 men, among whom I saw Jezaniah, the son of Azuz, and Pelaniah, the son of Benaiah, prince of the people. Then said he unto me, Son of man, these are the men that devise mischief and give wicked counsel in this city. They say, It is not near. Let us build houses. This city is the cauldron, and we be the flesh. Therefore prophesy against them. Prophesy, O son of man. Here he's telling us there are 2 men, Jezaniah and Pelaniah, telling the people that nothing will happen. Nothing bad is coming to happen to the city. While Ezekiel is telling them what Aya is saying, these 2 men will be telling the people, don't worry, build house, be happy, just like today. You're telling them to look at what's happening, and they're saying, what are you talking about? He crazy, or they don't want to hear that because they want to just make money and enjoy life and eat and drink and have fun. And they don't realize that will happen until the last minute when Aya comes. So he says, and the spirit of Aya fell upon me and said unto me, Speak, thus says Aya, thus he have said, O house of EZER-IAH, for I know the things that come into your mind, every one of them. You have multiplied your slain in the city, and you have filled the streets thereof with the slain. Therefore thus says Aya, your Redeemer, your slain whom you have laid in the midst of it, they are the flesh, and this city is the cauldron. But I will bring you forth out of the midst of it. You have feared the sword, and I will bring a sword upon you, says Aya, our Redeemer. And I will bring you out of the midst thereof, and deliver you into the hands of strangers, and will execute judgment among you. You shall fall by the sword, and I will judge you in the border of EZER-IAH. and you shall know that I am EZER. This city shall not be your cauldron, neither shall you be flesh in the midst thereof. But I will judge you in the border of EZER-IAH, and you shall know that I am EZER. For you have not walked in my statutes, neither execute my judgment, but have done after the manner of the heathen that are round about you. Here he's telling them, you haven't done what I told you to do. You're going to die. And it come to pass, when I prophesy, that Phelaniah, the son of Benaiah, died. Then fell I down upon my face, and I cried with a loud voice, and said, EZER, my Redeemer, will you make a full end of the remnant of EZER-IAH? Here again, we see Ezekiel calling on the name of EZER. They leave the I out again, and they just put the AH. That's the name. That's who he was calling out to. He was not calling out to LORD-GOD. They didn't know that. That was not in the language. They didn't even know these names. He was calling out to EZER. Again, the word of EZER came unto me, saying, Son of man, your brethren, even your brethren, the men of your kindred, and all the house of EZER-IAH, holy, are they unto whom the inhabitants of Jerusalem have said, Get you far from EZER, unto us is this land given in possession. Therefore say, Thus says EZER your Redeemer, although I have cast them far off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. Therefore say, Thus says EZER our Redeemer, I will even gather you from the people, assemble you out of the countries where you have been scattered, and I will give you the land of EZER-IAH. EZER is telling them all the wicked will die, and even those that are outside the land, he will gather them and bring them back at one point. And they shall come hither, and they shall take away all the detestable things thereof, and all the abomination thereof from thence. And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take you stony heart out of their flesh, and will give them a heart of flesh, that they may walk in my statutes, and keep my ordinances, and do them. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Redeemer. Here, my brothers and sisters, I start speaking about what he will do to his remnant of his people, those who are far away from his land, those whom he scattered. But as for them whose heart walk after the heart of their detestable things and their abomination, I will recompense their way upon their own heads, says EZER, our Redeemer. Then did the cherubim lift up their wings, and the wheels besides them, and the glory of EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, was over them above. And the glory of EZER went up from the midst of the city, and stood upon the mountain which is on the east side of the city. And afterwards the Spirit took me up, and brought me in a vision by the Spirit of EZER into Chaldea, to them of the captivity. So now EZER is bringing him back into the captivity among the people. So the vision that I had seen went up from me. Then I spoke unto them of the captivity, all the things that EZER have shown me. You see, he couldn't speak to them until EZER lay all their iniquities on him. And then he could go now. I have shown him everything. So now I bring him back among the people so that he could speak to them. I release his tongue. Chapter 12. The word of Iyah also came unto me, saying, Son of man, you that dwell in the midst of the rebellious house, that have eyes to see and see not, they have ears to hear, they hear not, for they are a rebellious people. Therefore, son of man, prepare thee stuff for removing, and remove by day in the sight. And you shall remove from thy place to another place in their sight. It may be they will consider, though they be a rebellious people. He said, move your things from and go to somewhere else. Maybe by them seeing you leaving them, they might change. Then shall you bring forth your stuff by day in their sight, as stuff for removing, and you shall go forth at evening in their sight, as they that go forth into captivity. You do like if you're leaving them. Dig you through the wall in their sight, and carry out thereby in their sight. Shall you bear it upon your shoulder, and carry it forth in the twilight? You shall cover your face, that you see not the ground, for I have set thee for a sign unto the house of EZER-IAH. He tell him he had to cover his face. Don't even watch the ground when he leaving, because he just sent him there as what? A sign unto the people. Just like he said earlier, he had to send a prophet to them, somebody, so he sent him. And I did so as I was commanded, and I brought forth my stuff by day, as stuff for captivity. And in the evening I digged through the wall with my hand, and I brought it forth in the twilight, and I bear it upon my shoulder in the sight. And in the morning came the word of Iyah unto me, saying, Son of man, has not the house of EZER-IAH, the rebellious house, said unto you, What dost thou? Did they ask you what you're doing? Say unto them, Thus says Iyah, this burden concerneth the prince in Jerusalem, and all the house of EZER-IAH that are among them. Say, I am your sign, like as I have done, so shall it be done unto them. They shall remove and go into captivity. So he said, when they ask you what you're doing, tell them, as I taking away my stuff and putting it on my shoulder, so you, all you're going to be going into captivity with all your little bungle and all your shoulder. And the prince that is among them shall bear upon his shoulder in the twilight. Even the prince got to have his little bungle on his shoulder, and shall go forth. They shall dig through the wall to carry out thereby. He shall cover his face, that he see not the ground with his eyes. My net also will I spread upon him, and he shall be taken in my snare, and I will bring him to Babylon, to the land of the Chaldeans. Yet shall he not see it, though he shall die there. He could be blind when he bring him there. And that's exactly what happened to Zedekiah. They blinded, took out his 2 eyes. And I will scatter towards every wind all that are about him to help him, and all his bands. And I will draw out the sword after him, and they shall know that I am Iyah. When I shall scatter them among the nations, and disperse them in the countries, but I will leave a few men of them from the sword, from the famine, and from the pestilence, that they may declare all the abominations among the heathen where they come, and they shall know that I am Iyah. Here Iyah is saying he go leave a few men among them to tell the truth or to show to the heathen who they are and tell them about Ayah. And who was that? Men like Nehemiah, Ezra, Shebaniah, Obadiah, and others. Moreover, the word of Ayah came to me, saying, Son of man, eat thy bread with quaking, and drink your water with trembling, and with carefulness, and say unto the people of the land, Thus says Ayah, your Redeemer, of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and of the land of EZER-IAH, they shall eat their bread with carefulness, and drink their water with astonishment, and her land may be desolate from all that is therein, because of the violence of all of them that dwell therein. And the cities that are inhabited shall be laid waste, and the land shall be desolate, and you shall know that I am Ayah. And the word of Ayah came unto me, saying, Son of man, what is that proverb that you have in the land of EZER-IAH, saying the days are prolonged, and every vision fail? Tell them, therefore, Thus says Ayah the Redeemer, I will make this proverb to cease, and they shall no more use it as a proverb in EZER-IAH. But say unto them, The days are at hand, and the effect of every vision. For there shall be no more any vain vision, nor flattering divination within the house of EZER-IAH. No more divination, no idols, nobody. He going to destroy everything. For I am Ayah, I will speak, and the word that I shall speak shall come to pass as it came to pass. It shall be no more prolonged. For in your days, O rebellious house, will I say the word, and will perform it, says Ayah your Redeemer. Again the word of Ayah came unto me, saying, Son of man, behold, they of the house of EZER-IAH say, The vision that he see is for many days to come, and he prophesy of the times that are far off. Now they are saying that what he is saying, what Ayah tell him to say to the people is saying, what he talking about, it wouldn't happen now. This won't happen now. This is for a long time to come. Therefore say unto them, Ayah says, since they're saying that this is what you say unto them, says Ayah your Redeemer, there shall none of my words be prolonged any more, but the word which I have spoken shall be done, says Ayah your Redeemer. And the word, chapter 13, and the word of Ayah came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the prophets of EZER-IAH that prophesy, and say unto them that prophesy out of their own hearts. You see, the prophets was not prophets of Ayah. They had turned to prophets of God. They was worshiping their idol. Hear you the word of Ayah. Thus says Ayah your Redeemer, Woe unto the foolish prophets, like those that are today, men of God. Woe unto the foolish prophets that follow their own spirit, and have seen nothing. O EZER-IAH, your prophets are like the foxes in the desert. You have not gone up into the gaps, neither made up the hedge for the house of EZER-IAH to stand in the battle in the day of Ayah. They have seen vanity and lying divination, saying, Ayah says, and Ayah has not sent them. And they have made others to hope that they will conform the word. They're lying to the people. Have you not seen a vain vision? And have you not spoken a lying divination? Whereas you say, Ayah said it, I bet Ayah have not spoken. Therefore, thus says Ayah your Redeemer, because you have spoken vanity and seen lies. Therefore, behold, I am against you, says Ayah your Redeemer. Ayah is saying here The prophets are saying he speak like they do in the churches today. They lie always with a story and just lying. And my hand shall be upon the prophets that see vanity and that divine lies. That's why they're only teaching prosperity, vanity. That's all they're teaching. The same thing like it was then. It's the same way it is now. Most I say whatever was shall be. They shall not be in this assembly of my people. These prophets cannot be in Ayah's house. Neither shall they be written in the writing of the house of EZER-IAH. They cannot be written in his book. Neither shall they enter into the land of EZER-IAH. And you shall know that I am Ayah. Ayah is going to destroy them. They cannot go back in this land when Ayah set up his sanctuary. That's what he's saying here. They cannot live there. Even because they have seduced my people, saying peace, and there was no peace. Just what they're doing, exact what they're doing today. And one built up a wall, and lo, others daubed it with untempered mortar. Say unto them that daubed it with untempered mortar, that it shall fall. There shall be an overflowing shower, and you, O great hailstones, shall fall, and a stormy wind shall rend it. These big cathedrals they're building and lying in it. These churches they're putting together and lying to our people and causing them to err. Lo, when the walls is fallen, shall it not be said unto you, where is the daubing wherewith you have daubed it? What did you plaster it? Was your plaster good? You plaster with untempered mortar. It was no good. You teach your people lies, so they cannot stand up. They don't have no strength. That's what he's saying. They will fall. Therefore, thus says Ayah, your Redeemer, I will even rend it with a stormy wind in my fury, and there shall be an overflowing shower in my anger, and great hailstones in my fury to consume it. So will I break down the wall that you have daubed with untempered mortar. This lying false doctrine, Ayah is going to destroy it, and the people who teach in it, and the people who believe in it, and bring it down to the ground, so that the foundation thereof shall be discovered, and it shall fall, and you shall be consumed in the midst thereof, and you shall know that I am Ayah. Thus will I accomplish my wrath upon the wall and upon them that have daubed it with untempered mortar, and will say unto you, the wall is no more, neither they that daubed it, to wit, the prophets of EZER-IAH that prophesy concerning Jerusalem, and they see vision of peace for her, and there is no peace, says Ayah, your Redeemer. Likewise, you son of man, set your face against the daughters of your people that prophesy out of their own heart. Don't believe these people, and prophesy you against them, and say, thus says Ayah, woe to the woman that sew pillows to all armholes, and make kerchief upon the head of every statue to hunt souls. That's what they do in the churches. Will you hunt the souls of my people? And will you save the souls alive that come unto you? Can you give them life? And will you pollute me among my people? That's what they're doing. They're teaching the people false idols, giving them the names of demons. For handfuls of barley and for pieces of bread, you slay the souls that should not die, and to save the souls alive that should not live. They saved those that should die, and those that should die, they saved them. They killed those that should live, and they saved those that should die. That's what they're doing. The rich, they work for the rich. They work for Lucifer, lying to my people. Here he tell you here, by your lying to my people that hear your lies. Wherefore thus says I, your Redeemer, behold, I am against your pillows, wherewith you dare hunt the souls to make them fly. And I will tear them from your arms, and will let the souls go, even the souls that you hunt, to make them fly. We have, as a people, we have to teach our people the truth, that they could leave these churches. Your kerchiefs also will I tear, and deliver my people out of your hand. You go to the church, they always want to sell you something and give you something. But blessed kerchief, blessed water, all this foolishness. All we need to do is call on Aya, call his name. No kerchief can save us. No man's blood can save us. No fire can save us. None. And they shall be no more in your hand to be hunted. And you shall know that I am Aya. Here he's telling us, he's telling Ezekiel what he need to tell to the prophets of EZER-IAH. That's what he's telling him in this one I'm reading here right now in this chapter 13. This is what you have to tell the prophets. They're lying to my people. They're doing this and that to my people. And what he's going to do them. Verse 22, he says, but with lies you have made the heart of the righteous sad, whom I have not made sad. They are the ones who teach us lies, and strengthen the hands of the wicked, that he should not return from his wicked way. Instead of telling the people to turn from their wickedness, they're encouraging them in by telling them some man died for them, and they must bring sacrifice in the church and money and pray for this and get this, and they're going to get rich and all this foolishness. By promising him life, telling him that yes, he's going to save him. They're promising lies. Read it, my brothers. This is Ezekiel chapter 13. This is your report. This is the report that I have sent unto us. Therefore you shall see no more vanity, nor divine divination, for I will deliver my people out of your hand. This is our deliverance from these false prophets. This is the time that Aya is doing this for us again. Now is the time, my brothers and sisters. Hear the truth. Hear the word of Aya. And you shall know that I am Aya. Get to know Aya, my brothers and sisters. Call on his name and get out of these churches. Read this again for yourself. Chapter 14. Then came certain of the elders of EZER-IAH unto me, and sat before me. And the word of Aya came unto me, saying, Son of man, these men have set up their idols in their heart. You see where the idols are set up? In their heart, in their intellect. That's where the JC is. It's in their brain, in their mind. They set it up in there. That's where the idols are. Some of them idols are drugs. Some of the idols are money. Some of the idols are sex. Some of the idols are prostitution. Some of the idols are gambling. Some of the idols are the JC. Some of the idols are the Virgin Mary. Some of the idols, all manner of idols. It's in their head. And put the stumbling block of the iniquity before their face. Should I be inquired of by them? I is saying, why are they coming here? When they're lying to my people and set up their idols in my people and in their head, why they coming here to inquire about me? Therefore speak unto them and say unto them, Thus says Aya, your Redeemer, every man of the house of EZER-IAH that set up his idol in his heart and put the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face, and come to the prophet EZER-IAH will answer him that come according to the multitude of his idols, that I may take the house of EZER-IAH in their own hearts, because they are all estranged from me through their idols. That's what is keeping us from our Redeemer. These idols, these gods that these heathens has given us. Therefore say unto the house of EZER-IAH, thus says IAH your Redeemer. He keep telling us who is our Redeemer. He keep telling us who is speaking to him. He keep telling us. And he says here, thus says IAH, repent and turn yourselves from your idols, and turn away your faces from all your abomination. We need to turn ourselves around. The time is now. IAH is calling for every one of the house of EZER-IAH, or of the stranger that sojourn in EZER-IAH, that separate himself from me, and set up his idols in his heart, and put the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face, and cometh to a prophet to inquire of him concerning me. IAH will answer him myself. IAH is saying here, you want to put up your idols in your heart, your stumbling block before your face, and then come to inquire of him from the prophet. He's saying he is going to answer you himself. And I will set my face against that man, and will make him a sign and a proverb, and I will cut him off from the midst of my people, and you shall know that I am IAH. And if the prophet be deceived when he has spoken a thing, and IAH have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand upon him, and will destroy him from the midst of my people, EZER-IAH. My dear brothers and sisters, when you see all these prophets who call themselves prophets, all these people who call themselves priests, when you see, as you see every day is a new one involved in trouble, homosexuality, in corruption, fraud, scheming, lying, adultery, fornication, every part of wickedness, they are involved in it. Here IAH is telling you, he is doing it to them. He is doing these things to them so that we, the people, will know and get out from among them. He is doing this to them that we, IAH's people, will get to know IAH by ourselves. He is going to put it in our hearts. We don't need these lying people giving us false doctrines, lying to us daily. There are those who teaching them you have to make sign a cross on your head and your face, putting stumbling block in front of you. We don't need to wear no cross. We don't need no handkerchiefs. We don't need no bracelet. We don't need no coin. We don't need no ring. We don't need no protection from the heathen. Our protection is IAH. We don't need no blood. We don't need no flesh. We don't need no man dying for us. All we have to do is turn back to IAH and call on his name and do his commandments. Live according to how he directs us. The commandments is for us to live. It's a way of life. And if we turn to it and live, we will prevail. We will. And they shall bear the punishment of their iniquity. The punishment of the prophet shall be even as the punishment of him that seek unto him. So if you are going and listening to these lying prophets, if you like their lies and you want to be in the church and you want to jump up and act up in the church as fools like them, you will share in the same punishment that they are sharing. He tells you right here, as the punishment of him that seek unto him. So you that going unto them, you are going to share the same punishment that these false prophets will share. That the house of EZER-IAH may go no more astray from me, neither be polluted any more with all their transgressions, but that they may be my people, and I may be their redeemer, says EZER-IAH, our redeemer. EZER-IAH wants to be our redeemer. He is our redeemer. We have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge him. We are not to go after any other thing. The word of EZER-IAH came unto me, saying, Son of man, when the land sin against me by trespassing grievously, then will I stretch out my hand upon it, and will break the staff of bread thereof, and will send famine upon it, and will cut off man and beast from it. Though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they should deliver but their own souls by their righteousness, says EZER-IAH, the Redeemer. Here he's telling you, although Noah is in the earth, Daniel is in the earth, Job is in the earth, these are righteous men. And here he's telling you, they could only save their own soul. They can't save the son nor the daughter. They can't save nobody else. Only those with the mark. Anyone else. You see, he didn't even mention Jesse. Jesse was nowhere in existence. Jesse have no part in this. EZER-IAH is identifying his righteous servants that he had in the earth. Those prophets he used to establish his people. If I cause noisome beasts to pass through the land, and they spoil it, so that it be desolate, that no man may pass through because of the beast, though these three men were in it, as I live, says EZER-IAH, your Redeemer, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They only shall be delivered, but the land shall be desolate. They cannot save their own son nor their daughter. They could only save their own soul. That's what EZER-IAH is saying to us. Or if I bring a sword upon the land and say, sword, go through the land, so that I cut off man and beast from it. Though these three men were in it, as I live, says EZER-IAH, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter, but they only shall be delivered themselves. Only the righteous will be delivered, my brothers and sisters. This is what he's telling Ezekiel right here. Only the righteous that will be saved. Or if I send a pestilence into that land and pour out my fury upon it in blood, to cut off from it man and beast, though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, as I live, says EZER-IAH, your Redeemer, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They shall but deliver their own souls by their righteousness. Every man have to deliver his own soul by his righteousness, not by another man's righteousness. For thus says EZER-IAH, your Redeemer, how much more when I send my four-sword judgment upon Jerusalem, the sword, the famine, the noisome beast, and the pestilence, to cut off from it man and beast. Yet, behold, therein shall be left a remnant that shall be brought forth, both sons and daughters. Behold, they shall come forth unto you, and you shall see their way and their doings, and you shall be comforted concerning the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, even concerning all that I have brought upon it. And they shall comfort you when you see their ways and their doings, and you shall know that I have not done without cause all that I have done in it, says IAH, our Redeemer. He's telling him there will be a remnant that will accept you. There will be a remnant that will receive you. There will be a remnant that will believe you. There is a remnant that will appreciate you. And when you see that, as I told you, there will be a few that will accept you. When I destroy the majority of them, then you will know that I am IAH. That is to prove to you my words coming to pass. And the word of IAH, chapter 15. And the word of IAH came unto me, saying, Son of man, what is the vine tree more than any tree, or than a branch which is among the trees of the forest? Shall wood be taken thereof to do any work? Or will men take a pin of it to hang any vessel thereon? Behold, it is cast into the fire for fuel. The fire devour both the ends of it, and the midst of it is burned. It is meet for any work. It is meant for any work. Behold, when I was whole, it was meant for no work. How much less shall it be met yet for any work, when the fire has devoured it, and it is burned? Therefore thus says IAH, your Redeemer, as the vine tree among the trees of the forest, that I have given to the fire for fuel, so will I give the inhabitants of Jerusalem. As he gave the trees as fuel to the fire, so he will give the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They're wicked, they are hard-headed, they're stubborn, they love idols, they love falsehood, they love false doctrine. Until today, and I will set my face against them. They shall go out from one fire, and another fire shall devour them. And you shall know that I am IAH when I set my face against them. And I will make the land desolate, because they have committed a trespass, says IAH, our Redeemer. Chapter 16. Again the word of IAH came unto me, saying, Son of man, cause Jerusalem to know her abomination. Here again, you see, he's telling him, that's your mission. You need to go and make them know the abomination. That's the report. That's the arm that was revealed. Chapter 16. Again the word of IAH came unto me, saying, Son of man, cause Jerusalem to know her abominations, and say, Thus says IAH, your Redeemer, unto Jerusalem, Thy birth and thy nativity is of the land of Canaan. Thy father was an Amorite, and thy mother a Hittite. And as for thy nativity, in the day thou was born, thy navel was not cut, neither was thou washed in water to supply thee. Thou was not salted at all, nor swaddled at all, nor eyes pitied thee, to do any of these unto you, to have compassion upon you. But you was cast out in the open field, to the loathing of thy person, in the day that thou was born. And when I passed by thee, and saw you polluted in thine own blood, I said unto you, where thou was in thy blood, live you, I said unto you, when thou was in thy blood, live. I am saying here, when we was born, we had no one to help us. We had no one that cared for us. We was left alone in an open field in our blood. He's speaking about a people, a nation, who had no mighty one to care for them, no one to help them, until he came by and he chose to help us. I have caused you to multiply as the bird of the field, and thou hast increased and waxed great. He's saying he helped us in that way. And you are come to excellent ornament. Thy breasts are fashioned, and thy hair is grown, whereas thou was naked and bare. He's saying you was naked and bare. Here, look at you now. I've made you beautiful. Now when I pass by you and look upon you, behold, your time was the time of love, and I spread my skirt over you and covered your nakedness. Yea, I swear unto you and entered into a covenant with you, says I, your Redeemer, and you became mine. That's what he's saying to us, the children of Ezekiah. I am the one who made you a nation. I'm the one who gave you a land. I'm the one who took you up with nothing when everybody saw you like nothing. I took you from slavery. I took you and I made you something. Then I washed you with water. Yea, I thoroughly washed away the blood from you, and I anointed you with oil. I clothed you also with broidered work, and shirted you with badger's skin, and I girded you among with fine linen, and I covered you with silk. That was the kind of stuff we was wearing when we was in our land. I decked you also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thy hands, and a chain upon thy neck, and I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thy ears, and a beautiful crown upon thy head. He made us kings and queens. He decked us off. Thus was thou decked with gold and silver. Up to today we still like gold and silver. And thy remnant was of fine linen. We like pretty clothes and silk and broidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour and honey. We like good food and oil. And you was exceedingly beautiful, and you did prosper into a kingdom. He nourished us and bring us into a kingdom. And thy renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty, for it was perfect through my comeliness, which I had put upon thee, says I, your Redeemer. They didn't like what I give them. He took them out and make them into somebody, but they want to go among the heathen to get what the heathen have. But you did not trust in your own beauty, and you played the harlot because of your renown, and you poured out your fornication on every one that passed by. His it was. And of thy garments you didst take, and you decked thy high places with divers colors, and played the harlot thereupon. The like things shall not come, neither shall it be. You have also taken thy fair jewels of thy gold and of my silver that I has given you, and made to yourself images of men, and did commit whoredom with them. They took the gold and in the desert wilderness and made a calf, and took the broidered garment and covered them. And you have set my oil and my incense before them. My meat also that I gave you, fine flour and oil, and honey, wherewith I fed you, thou hast given set it before them for a sweet savor. And thus it was, says I. Moreover, you have taken thy sons and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me, and these hast thou sacrificed unto them to be devoured. Is this of thy whoredom a small matter, that you have slain my children, and delivered them to cause them to pass through the fire for them? And in all thine abomination and thy whoredom, you hast not remembered the days of your youth, when you was naked and bare, and was polluted in your blood. And it came to pass after all thy wickedness, woe, woe unto you, says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer, that you has also built unto you an eminent place, and has made you a high place in every street. You has built thy high places at every head of the way, and has made thy beauty to be abhorred, and has opened thy feet to every one that passed by, and multiply your whoredom. You have also committed fornication with the Egyptians, thy neighbors, great of flesh, and has increased thy whoredom, to provoke ire to anger. Behold, therefore, I have stretched out my hand over you, and have diminished thine ordinary food, and delivered you unto the will of them that hate you, the daughters of the Philistines, that are ashamed of your lewd ways. You has played the whore also with the Assyrians, because you was unstable. Yea, you have played the harlot with them, and yet could not be satisfied. You has moreover multiplied thy fornication in the land of Canaan unto the Chaldean, and yet you was not satisfied therewith. How weak is thine heart, says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer, seeing does all these things, the work of an imperious whorish woman, in that you build thine eminent place in the head of every way, and makest thine high places in every street, and has not been as an harlot, in that you scorn hire, but as a wife that commit adultery, which takes strangers instead of her husband. My dear people, that's what our people are doing until today. In every street they have a church, and they go in there and worship their idols. They give gifts to all whores, but those gifts they give to all their lovers, and hires them, that they may come unto them on every side for the whoredom. And the contrary is in you from other women in thy whoredoms, whereas none followeth thee to commit whoredom, and in that you give a reward, and no reward is given unto you. Therefore you are contrary. You give yourself to everybody, and nobody is giving themselves to you. You are contrary. That's what EZEKIAH is saying, telling him to tell us. Wherefore, O harlot, hear the word of EZEKIAH. Thus says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer, because of your filthiness was poured out, and thy nakedness discovered, through thy whoredom with thy lovers, and with all the idols of your abomination, and by the blood of your children that you did give unto them. Behold, therefore, I will gather all your lovers, with whom you have taken pleasure, and all them that you have loved, with all them that you has hated. I will even gather them round about against you, and will discover your nakedness unto them. that they may see all your nakedness. And I will judge you as woman that break wedlock and shed blood are judged. And I will give you blood in fury and jealousy. And I will also give you into the hand, and they shall throw down thine eminent places, and shall break down the high places. They shall strip you also of your clothes, and shall take your fair jewels, and leave you naked and bare. And that's what they did to us, as Isaiah says. They shall also bring up a company against you, and they shall stone you with stones, and thrust you through with their swords. And they shall burn thy houses with fire, and execute judgment upon you in the sight of many women. And I will cause thee to cease from playing the harlot, and you also shall give no hire any more. So will I make my fury towards you to rest, and my jealousy shall depart from you, and I will be quiet and will be no more angry. So I is saying here, he have to do them all these things. He have to do it to them, and then he will cease after he do these things to them for what they was doing. He is going to do the same thing to us, because that's the same thing we are doing today. Because you have not remembered the days of your youth. We don't remember what our ancestors went through. We're so arrogant. We don't even remember what they went through. We talk about slavery. But do you know what they went through in Jerusalem? Do you know how they happened to run into Africa? Do you know why we was taken from Africa? Why we had nothing when they took us from Africa? We couldn't defend ourselves. We couldn't fight. We couldn't do nothing. We was naked. Do you know why?
He just told you why.
My brother and my sister, behold, therefore also will I recompense thy way upon thine head, says I, our Redeemer, that you shall not commit these lewdness above all thine abomination. Behold, everyone that use proverbs shall use the proverb against you, says I. Isn't that what they're doing today? Every proverb is being used against us. Every name in the book. As is the mother, so is the daughter. Thou art thy mother's daughter that loathed her husband and her children, and you are the sister of thy sisters that loathe their husband and their children. They hate their own husband. They hate their own children. Even today, your mother was a Hittite, and your father an Amorite, and thine elder sister is Samariah, she and her daughters that dwell at the left hand, and thy younger sister that dwell at the right hand is Sodom and her daughter. We behave like these people. We behave like them. We behave like the people in Sodom and Gomorrah. That's how we are behaving today. You have walked after their ways. You see, we walk after their ways. Not done after, we do after the abomination. But as if they were a very little thing, we take it as a little thing. We are corrupted more than they in all their ways. We follow them, and now we are more corrupt than them. As I live, says I, your Redeemer, Sodom, thy sister has not done, she nor her daughters, as you have done, you and your daughters. As I say, we are worse than the Sodom and Gomorrah. Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride, fullness of bread, abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and the needy. And they were haughty and committed abomination before me.
Therefore I took them away as I saw good.
Neither has Samaria committed half of thy sins, but you hast multiplied thine abomination more than they, and has justified thy sister in all thy abomination that she has done. You also that hast judged thy sister, bear thine own shame for thy sins that you hast committed, more abominable than they. They are more righteous than you. Yea,
Be you confounded also, and bear your shame in that you has justified your sister.
and I shall bring again the captivity of Sodom and her daughters, and the captivity of Samaria and her daughters. Then will I bring again the captivity of the midst of them, in the midst of them, that you may bear thine own shame, and may be confounded in all that you have done, in that you art a comfort unto them. When thy sister Sodom and her daughters shall return to their former estate, and Samaria and her daughters shall return to their former estate, then you and your daughters shall return to your former estate. For your sister Sodom was not mentioned by thy mouth in the day of thy pride, before your wickedness was discovered, as at the time of thy reproach of the daughters of Syria, and all that are wronged about her. The daughters of the Philistines despise thee round about. Thou hast borne thy lewdness and thy abomination, says EZEKIEL. For you, says EZEKIEL, your Redeemer, I will even deal with you as you hast done, that you hast despised the oath in breaking the covenant. Nevertheless, I will remember my covenant with you in the days of your youth, and I will establish unto you an everlasting covenant. Then you shall remember your ways and be ashamed when you shall receive your sister, your elder, and thy younger, and I will give them unto you for a daughters, but not by thy covenant. And I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall know that I am EZEKIEL, that you may remember and be confounded, and never open thy mouth any more because of thy shame, when I am pacified towards thee for all that you have done, says EZEKIEL, your Redeemer. When EZEKIEL forgive us, and he pass over our transgression when we turn back to him, no more will we sin. No more will we behave like Sodom and Gomorrah. No more will we behave like Samaria, the northern kingdom. No more. We will keep our mouth. We will know how to behave. And we will praise EZEKIEL. And we will call out his name. That's what we will do. Chapter 17. And the word of EZEKIEL came unto me, saying, Son of man, put forth a riddle, and speak a parable unto the house of Ezekiel, and say, Thus says EZEKIEL, our Redeemer, a great eagle with great wings, long wings, full of feathers, which has diverse colors. Come unto Lebanon, and took the highest branch of the cedar. He cropped off the top of his young twigs and carried it into a land of traffic. He set it in a city of merchants. He took also of the seed of the land and planted it in a fruitful field. He placed it by great waters and set it as a willow tree. And it grew and became a spreading vine of low stature, whose branches turned towards him, and the roots thereof were under him. So it became a vine and brought forth branches and shot forth springs. There was also another great eagle with great wings and many feathers. And behold, this vine did bend her roots towards him, and shoot forth her branches towards him, that he might water it by the furrows of her plantation. It was planted in a good soil by great waters, that it might bring forth branches, and that it might bear fruit, that it might be a good tree, a good vine, says you. Thus says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer. Shall it prosper? Shall he not pull up the roots thereof, and cut off the fruit thereof, that it wither? It shall wither in all the leaves of her springs, even without great power or many people to pluck it up by the roots thereof. Here I is speaking about the house of EZEKIah and how they have turned from him and gone to someone else, to a stranger, as they continue to do until this day. Here, behold, being planted, shall it prosper? Shall it not utterly wither? When the east wind touch it, it shall wither in the furrows where it grew. Moreover, the word of EZEKIah came unto me, saying, Say now to the rebellious house, Know you not what these things mean? Tell them, Behold, the king of Babylon is come to Jerusalem, and has taken the king thereof, and the princes thereof, and led them with him to Babylon, and has taken off the king's seed, and made a covenant with him, and has taken an oath of him. He has also taken the mighty of the land, that the kingdom might be base, that it might not lift itself up, but that by keeping of his covenant it might stand. But he rebelled against him in sending his ambassador into Egypt, that they might give him horses and much people. Shall he prosper? Shall he escape that do such things? Or shall he break the covenant and be delivered? As I live, says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, surely in the place where the king dwelleth, that made him king, whose oath he despised, and whose covenant he brake, even with him in the midst of Babylon he shall die. Neither shall Pharaoh with his mighty army and great company make for him in the war, by casting up monks and building forts to cut off many persons, seeing he despised the oath by breaking the covenant, when lo, he had given his hand, and has done all these things. He shall not escape, Therefore, thus says Ayah, our Redeemer, as Ayah live, surely my oath that he has despised, and my covenant that he has broken, even it will I recompense upon his own head. And I will spread my net upon him, and he shall be taken in Ayah's snare. And Ayah will bring him to Babylon, and will plead with him there for his trespass that he has trespassed against Ayah. And all his fugitives with all his bands shall fall by the sword, and they that remain shall be scattered towards all winds. And you shall know that Ayah is our Redeemer that have spoken it. Reference to King Zedekiah and sons. He will also take off the highest branch of the high cedar, and will set it. I will cut off from the top of his young twigs a tender one, and will plant it upon an high mountain and eminent. In the mountains of the height of EZER-IAH will I plant it, and it shall bring forth boro and bear fruit, and be a good cedar, and under it shall dwell all fowl of every wing. In the shadow of the branches shall they dwell, and all the trees of the field shall know that I am Ayah, that have brought down the high tree, have exalted the low tree, have dried up the green tree, and have made the dry tree to flourish. Ayah have spoken and have done it. About the rulers, the kings, the way they behaved, the unrighteousness in the land, and they didn't believe it. But Ayah was sending them a parable. The parable was that he would bring that eagle, that Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, to take them into captivity. Chapter 18. The word of Ayah came unto me again, saying, what mean you that you use this proverb concerning the land of EZER-IAH, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As Ayah live, says Ayah our Redeemer, you shall not have occasion any more to use this proverb in EZER-IAH. Behold, all souls are Ayah's, all the soul of the fathers, so also the soul of the son is mine. The soul that sin, it shall die. But if a man be just, and do that which is lawful and right, and has not eaten upon the mountains, neither has lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of EZER-IAH, neither has defiled his neighbor's wife, neither has come near to a menstruous woman, and has not oppressed any, but has restored to the debtor his pledge, has spoiled none by violence, has given his bread to the hungry, and has covered the naked with a garment. He that has not given forth upon usury, neither has taken any increase, that has withdrawn his hand from iniquity, has executed true judgment between man and man, has walked in my statutes, and has kept my judgment, to deal truly. He is just, he shall surely live, says Ayah our Redeemer. My brothers and sisters, this is concerning life and death. And here, Ayah is not talking about any man dying for us or anyone dying for our sins. He's telling us what will cause us to surely live. If he beget a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, and that do the like to any one of these things, and that does not any of those duties, but even has eaten upon the mountain. Eaten upon the mountain means eating the food that is being sacrificed to idols or devils or demons, and defile his neighbor's wife. He has committed adultery, caused her to commit adultery, has oppressed the poor and the needy, has spoiled by violence, which means violent robbery, has not restored the pledge, he didn't pay his debts, and has lifted up his eyes unto idols, has committed abomination, has given forth upon usury, he lent and want interest, and has taken increase. Shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. My brothers and sisters, here we see Isaiah is telling us what will cause us to live and what will cause us to die. Now, lo, if he beget a son that see all his father's sins that he has done, and considers and do not such like, that has not eaten upon the mountain, neither has lifted up his eyes to idols of the house of Ezekiah, has not defiled his neighbor's wife, neither has oppressed any, has not withhold the pledge, neither has spoiled by violence, but has given his bread to the hungry, and has covered the naked with a garment, that has taken off his hand from the poor, that has not received usury nor increase, has executed my judgment, has walked in my statutes, he shall not die. For the iniquity of his father he shall surely live. Here he's telling us, if that wicked man who has committed all this wickedness, he shall die, he shall surely die. But if he have a son who refused to do such wickedness, but the son do that which is right, that son will live. As for his father, because he cruelly oppressed, spoiled his brother by violence, and did that which is not good among his people, lo, even he shall die in his iniquity. The one who continued to oppress, the one who continued to do wickedly, he is the one that will die. Yet say you, why does not the son bear the iniquity of the father? That's where it come in, where Isaiah says this. They're saying that his law is not equal because they want somebody to die for them. These are the ones who are not equal, not Isaiah. Why doth the son bear the iniquity of the father? When the son has done that which is lawful and right, and has kept all my statutes, and have done them, he shall surely live. The soul that sin, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. But if the wicked will turn from all his sins that he has committed, and keep all my statutes, and do that which is lawful and right, He shall surely live. He shall not die. All his transgressions that he has committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. In his righteousness that he has done, he shall live. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, says EZEKIEL, our Redeemer, and not that he should return from his wicked ways and live? But when the righteous turn away from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and do according to all the abominations that the wicked man do, shall he live? All his righteousness that he has done shall not be mentioned. In his trespass that he has trespassed, and in his sin that he has sinned, in them shall he die. Yet you say, the way of EZEKIEL is not equal. Hear now, O house of EZER-IAH, is not EZEKIEL's way equal? Are not your ways unequal? When a righteous man turn away from his righteousness and commit iniquity and die in them, for his iniquity that he has done shall he die. Again, when the wicked man turn away from his wickedness that he has committed, and do that which is lawful and right, he shall save his soul alive, because he considers and turn away from all his transgression that he has committed. He shall surely live, he shall not die. Yet says the house of EZER-IAH, the way of EZEKIEL is not equal. O house of EZER-IAH, are not my way equal? Aren't your ways unequal? Therefore I will judge you, O house of EZER-IAH, every one according to his own ways, says EZEKIEL, our Redeemer. Repent and turn yourselves from all your transgressions, so iniquity shall not be your ruin. Cast away from you all your transgressions, whereby you have transgressed, and make you a new heart, a new spirit. For why will you die, O house of EZER-IAH? For I have no pleasure in the death of him that die, says EZEKIEL, our Redeemer. Therefore turn yourselves and live. Praise EZEKIEL, praise EZEKIEL. Chapter 19. Moreover, take you up a lamentation for the prince of EZER-IAH, and say, what is their mother? A lioness. She lay down among lions. She nourished her whelps among young lions. And she brought up one of her whelps. It became a young lion, and it learned to catch the prey. It devours men. The nations also heard of him. He was taken in the pit, and they brought him with chains unto the land of Egypt. Now, when she saw that she had waited, and her hope was lost, then she took another of her whelps and made him a young lion. And he went up and down among the lions. He became a young lion and learned to catch the prey and devoured men.
And he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities. And the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof, by the noise of his roaring. Then the nations set against him on every side from the province, and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit, and they put him inward in chains, and brought him to the king of Babylon. They brought him into holes, that his voice should not no more be heard upon the mountains of EZER-IAH. Thy mother is like a vine in thy blood, planted by the waters. She was fruitful and full of branches by reason of many waters. And she had strong rods for the scepter of them that bear rule, and her stature was exalted among the thick branches, and she appeared in her height with the multitude of her branches. But she was plucked up in fury, she was cast down to the ground, and the east wind dried up her fruits. Her strong rods were broken and withered. The fire consumed them, and now she is planted in the wilderness, in a dry and thirsty land. And the fire is gone out of a rod of her branches, which has devoured her fruits, so that she has no strong rod to be a scepter to rule. This is a lamentation, and shall be for a lamentation. Chapter 20. And it came to pass in the 7th year, in the 5th month, the 10th day of the month, that certain of the elders of EZER-IAH came to inquire of IAH, and they sat before me. Ezekiah. Then came the word of IAH unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of EZER-IAH, and say unto them, Thus says IAH the Redeemer, Are you come to inquire of me? As I live, says IAH your Redeemer, I will not be inquired of by you. Will you judge them, O Son of man? Will you judge them, cause them to know the abominations of their fathers, and say unto them, Thus says IAH the Redeemer, in the day when I choose EZER-IAH, and lift up my hand unto the seeds of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up my hand unto them, saying, I am IAH your Redeemer, in the day that I lift up my hand unto them, to bring them forth out of the land of Egypt, into a land that I had aspired for them, flowing with milk and honey. It is the glory of all lands. Then said I unto them, Cast you away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. For I am IAH your Redeemer. But they rebelled against me, against IAH, and would not hearken unto him. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then IAH said, He will pour out his fury upon them, to accomplish his anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But IAH wrought for his name's sake, and it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight IAH made himself known unto them, bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. When IAH caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness, and IAH gave them his statutes and showed them his judgments, that if a man do them, he shall even live in them. Moreover, as Isaiah gave them his Sabbaths to be a sign between him and them, and they might know that Isaiah is their Redeemer that sanctifies them. But the house of EZER-IAH rebelled against Isaiah in the wilderness. They walked not in Isaiah's statutes. They despised Isaiah's judgment, that if they would do them, they would live in them. And Isaiah's Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then Isaiah said, he will pour out his fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. But Isaiah wrought for his name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight Isaiah brought them out. Isaiah didn't want to destroy them in the sight of the Egyptians. Yea, also Isaiah lifted up his hand unto them in the wilderness, and Isaiah would not bring them into the land that he has given them, flowing with milk and honey. That is the glory of all lands. Because they despised Isaiah's judgment and walked not in his statutes, but polluted Isaiah's Sabbaths, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, I spared them from destroying them, neither did Isaiah make an end of them in the wilderness. But Isaiah said unto the children in the wilderness, walk you not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. Isaiah is your Redeemer and your Savior. Walk in Isaiah's statutes, and keep Isaiah's judgment, and do them, and hallow Isaiah's Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between Isaiah and you, that you may know that Isaiah is our Redeemer and Savior. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against Isaiah. They walked not in his statutes, neither kept Isaiah's judgment to do them, that if they would do them, they would have lived in them. They polluted Isaiah's Sabbaths. Then Isaiah said, he would pour out his fury upon them, to accomplish his anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, Isaiah withdrew his hand and wrought for his name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight Isaiah brought them forth. Isaiah lifted up his hand unto them also in the wilderness, that Isaiah would scatter them among the heathen, and disperse them throughout the countries, because they had not executed Isaiah's judgment, but had despised Isaiah's statutes, and had polluted Isaiah's Sabbaths, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore Isaiah gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And Isaiah polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that Isaiah might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that Isaiah is their Redeemer. Therefore, Son of man, speak unto the house of EZER-IAH, and say unto them, thus says Isaiah the Redeemer, yet it is this your fathers have blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against Isaiah. For when Isaiah had brought them into the land, for which he lifted up his hand to give it to them, then they saw every high hill and all the thick trees, and they offered there their sacrifice, and there they presented the provocation of the offering. There also they made the sweet savor and poured out there the drink offering. Then Isaiah said unto them, What is this high place whereunto you go? And the name thereof is called Bama unto this day. Wherefore say unto the house of EZER-IAH, Thus says Isaiah the Redeemer, Are you polluted after the manner of your fathers, and commit you whoredom after their abominations? For when you offer your gifts, when you make your sons to pass through the fire, you pollute yourselves with all your idols, even unto this day. And shall I be inquired of by you, O house of EZER-IAH? As I live, says our Redeemer and Savior, I will not be inquired of by you. And that which cometh into your mind shall not be at all that you say, We will be as the heathen, as the families of the countries, to serve wood and serve stone. As I live, says Isaiah, your Redeemer, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people, and I will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury poured out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So will I plead with you, says Isaiah your Redeemer, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of his covenant, and I will purge out from among you the rebels, and then them that transgress against I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of EZER-IAH. And you shall know that I is our Redeemer. As for you, O house of EZER-IAH, thus says I, your Redeemer, go you, serve you, every one your idol, and thereafter also, if you will not hearken unto I, but pollute you his holy name no more with your gifts and with your idols. For in my Ayah's holy mountain, in the mountain of the heights of EZER-IAH, says Ayah, there shall all the house of EZER-IAH and all of them in the land serve Ayah. There will Ayah accept them, and there will Ayah require your offering and the first fruits of your obligation with all your holy things. I will accept you with your sweet savor when I bring you out from the people and gather you out of the countries wherein you have been scattered. And I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. And you shall know that I is your Redeemer when I shall bring you into the land of EZER-IAH, into the country for which he lift up his hand to give it to your fathers. And there shall you remember your ways and all your doings, wherein you have been defiled, and you shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that you have committed. And you shall know that I is your Redeemer when I have wrought with you for his name's sake, not according to your wicked ways, not according to your corrupt doings, O you house of EZER-IAH, says I, your Redeemer. Moreover, the word of I came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, set thy face towards the south, and drop thy word towards the south, and prophesy against the forest of the south field, and say to the forest of the south, Hear the word of EZEKIah. Thus says EZEKIah your Redeemer, Behold, EZEKIah will kindle a fire in you, and it shall devour every green tree in you, and every dry tree. The flaming flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from the south to the north shall be burned therein, and all flesh shall see that I have kindled it. It shall not be quenched. Then Ezekiah said, they say of me, don't he speak parables? And the word of came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face towards Jerusalem, and drop thy word towards the holy place, and prophesy against the land of EZEKIah, and say to the land of EZEKIah, Thus says EZEKIah, Behold, I am against you, and will draw forth my sword out of its sheath, and will cut off from thee the righteous and the wicked. Seeing then that I will cut off from you the righteous and the wicked, therefore shall my sword go forth out of his sheath against all flesh, from the south to the north, that all flesh may know that I have drawn forth his sword out of his chest. It shall not return any more. Sigh therefore, you son of man, with the breaking of thy loins, and with bitterness sigh before their eyes. And it shall be, when they say unto you, What sight thou? Then answer, For the tidings, because it cometh, and every heart shall melt, and all hands shall be feeble, and every spirit shall faint, and all knees shall be weak as water. Behold, it cometh, and shall be brought to pass, says EZEKIah our Redeemer. Again the word of EZEKIah came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, Thus says EZEKIah, say, a sword is sharpened, and also furbished. It is sharpened to make a sore slaughter. It is furbished that it may glitter. Should we then make merry? It cometh, the rod of my son, as every tree, and he has given it to be furbished, that it may be handled. This sword is sharpened, and it is furbished, to give it into the hand of the slayer. Cry and howl, Son of man, for it shall be upon my people. It shall be upon all the princesses of Israel. Terrors by reason of the sword shall be upon my people. Smite thereof upon thy thighs, because it is a trial. And what if the sword contemn even the rod? It shall be no more, says EZEKIah. You therefore, son of man, prophesy and smite thy hands together, and let the sword be doubled the third time, the sword of the slain. It is the sword of the great men that are slain, that enter into their private chamber. I have set the point of the sword against all their gates, that their heart may faint, and their ruins be multiplied. Ah, it is made bright, it is wrapped up for the slaughter. Go thee one way or other, either on the right hand or on the left. Wheresoever your face is set, I will also smite thy hands together, and I will cause my fury to rest. I, our Redeemer, have said it. The word of Iyah came unto Ezekiah, saying, Also, son of man, appoint you 2 ways, that the sword of the king of Babylon may come. Both twain shall come forth out of one hand, and choose thou a place. Choose it at the head of the way to the city. Appoint a way that the sword may come to Rabbah of the Amorites, and to Ezekiah in Jerusalem. The defense for the king of Babylon stood at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways. To use divination, he made his arrows bright. He consulted with images. He looked in the liver. At his right hand was the divination for Jerusalem. Appoint captains to open the mouth in the slaughter, to lift up the voice with shouting, to appoint battering rams against the gates, to cast a mount, and to build a fort. And it shall be unto them as a false divination in their sight, to them that have sworn oaths. But he will call to remembrance the iniquity, that they may be taken. Therefore thus says Iyah, your Redeemer, because you have made your iniquity to be remembered, in that your transgressions are discovered, so that in all your doings your sins do appear. Because I say that you are come to remembrance, you shall be taken with the hand. And you profane wicked prince of Israel, whose day is come, when iniquity shall have an end. Thus says Iyah, your Redeemer, remove the diadem, take off the crown. This shall not be the same. Exalt him that is low, and abase him that is high. Iyah will overturn it, and it shall be no more, until he come whose right it is, and Iyah will give it him. And you, son of man, prophesy and say, Thus says Iyah, your Redeemer, concerning the Amorites, and concerning their reproach. Even say you, the sword is drawn, for the slaughter it is furbished, to consume because of the glittering, while they see vanity unto thee, while they divine a lie unto you, to bring you up on the neck of them that are slain, of the wicked, whose day is come, when their iniquity shall have an end. Shall I cause it to return into his sheath? I will judge thee in the place where you was created, in the land of your nativity, your beginning. And I will pour out his indignation upon you, and I will blow against you in the fire of his wrath, and deliver you into the hand of brutish men, and skillful to destroy. You shall be for fuel to the fire. Your blood shall be in the midst of the land. You shall be no more remembered, for I, your Redeemer, have spoken it. My dear brothers and sisters, Iyah is telling us, and we must know that Iyah says he is going to bring us into the daughter of Babylon.
And we are in Babylon again. And as it was in the beginning, as it was in the first, so it will be in the last. EZER is the first, he is the last. He speak for the first, and his same voice will be for the last. He speak in the time of old, and his voice is for the latter days. My dear brothers and sisters, listen. Listen to the report that EZER have sent unto us. Listen to what he is saying. Chapter 22. Moreover, the word of EZER came unto Hezekiah, saying, Now, son of man, will you judge? Will you judge the bloody city? You shall show her all her abomination. Then say you, thus says EZER, the city shed blood in the midst of it, and her time may come, and make idols against herself to defile herself. You are become guilty in your blood that you have shed, and has defiled yourself in your idols that you have made. And you has caused your days to draw near, and are come even unto your years. Therefore have I made you a reproach unto the heathen, and a mocking to all countries. Those that be near and those that be far from you shall mock you. They are famous and much vexed. Behold, the princes of EZER-IAH, every one were in thee to their power to shed blood. In you have they set light by father and mother. In the midst of you have they dealt by oppression with the stranger. In you have they vexed the fatherless and the widow. You has despised our holy things, and has profaned our Sabbaths. In you are men that carry tails to shed blood, and in they eat up the mountains. In the midst of you they commit lewdness. In you have they discovered their father's nakedness. In you have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. And one has committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another has lewd defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in you have humbled his sister, his father's daughter. In you have they taken gifts to shed blood. You have taken usury and increase. You have been greedily gained of thy neighbor by extortion, and has forgotten EZER, says our Redeemer. Behold, therefore, I have smitten my hand at thy dishonest gain that you hast made, and all thy blood that you have been in the midst of you. Can thine heart endure? Or can thine hands be strong in the days that I shall deal with you? I, your Redeemer, have spoken it and will do it. Listen, my brothers and sisters, listen. Listen your report. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and disperse you in the countries, and will consume thy filthiness out of you. And you shall take thine inheritance in thyself, in the sight of the heathen. And you shall know that I is your Redeemer. And the word of EZER came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, the house of EZER-IAH is to me become dross. All they are brass and tin and iron and lead
in the midst of the furnace. There are even the dross of silver. Therefore, thus says EZEKIAH, because you are all become dross, behold, therefore, I will gather you into the midst of Jerusalem, as they gather silver and brass and iron and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace. Blow the fire upon it to melt it. So will I gather you in my anger and in my fury. And I will leave you there and melt you. Yea, I will gather you and blow upon you in the fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in the midst thereof. As silver is melted in the midst of the furnace, so shall you be melted in the midst thereof. And you shall know that is I, your Redeemer, have poured out his fury upon you. And the word of EZEKIAH came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, say unto EZEKIAH, thou art the land that is not cleansed, nor rained upon in the day of indignation. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof, like a roaring lion raving the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasury and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Her priests have violated EZEKIAH's law and have profaned EZEKIAH's holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane. Neither have they showed difference between the unclean and the clean, and have hid their eyes from EZEKIAH's Sabbath, and EZEKIAH are profaned among them. Her princesses in the midst thereof are like wolves, raving the prey, to shed blood and to destroy souls, to get dishonest gains. And her prophets have daubed them with untempered mortar, seeing vanity and divining lies unto them, saying, Thus says EZEKIAH, when EZEKIAH have not spoken. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery, and have vexed the poor and the needy. They have oppressed the stranger wrongfully, and EZEKIAH sought for a man among them that should make up the hedge and stand in the gap before him for the land. And EZEKIAH should not destroy it, but EZEKIAH found none. Therefore have EZEKIAH poured out his indignation upon them. EZEKIAH have consumed them with the fire of his wrath. Their own way have EZEKIAH recompense upon their heads, says EZEKIAH, our Redeemer. My brothers and sisters, that's our ancestors. That's what happened. That's what they did, and that's what happened to them, and that's what EZEKIAH had done to them. And we know it has been done to them because they doesn't have no land, they doesn't have no house. There was wild in Africa, those who escaped. So we know it happened. Chapter 23. The word of EZEKIAH came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, there were two women, the daughter of one mother, and they committed whoredom in Egypt. They committed whoredom in their youth. He is speaking of EZEKIah and EZER-IAH, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. There were their breasts pressed, and they were bruised, the teats of their virginity. And the names of them were Aholah and the elder, and Aholah, her sister. And they were mine, and they bare sons and daughters. Thus were their names. Samariah is Aholah, and Jerusalem was Aholabah. And Aholah played the harlot when she was mine, and she daunted on her lovers, on the Assyrians, her neighbors, that were clothed with blue, captains and rulers, all of them desirable young men, horsemen riding upon horses. Thus she committed her whoredom with them, with all of them that were the chosen men of Assyria, and with all on whom she doted. With all the idols she defiled herself. That's the northern kingdom. Neither left she her whoredom brought forth from Egypt, for in her youth they lay with her, and they bruised the breast of her virginity, and poured their whoredom upon her. She learned it from in Egypt. Wherefore have I delivered her into the hand of her lovers, into the hand of the Assyrians, upon whom she doted. These discovered her nakedness. They took her sons and her daughters. They slew her with the sword, and she became famous among women, for they have executed judgment upon her. And when her sister Aholabah saw this, that's EZER-IAH, she was more corrupt in her inordinate love than she, and in her whoredoms more than her sister in her whoredoms. She doted upon the Assyrians, her neighbors, captains and rulers, clothed mostly glorious, horsemen riding upon horses, all of them desirable young men. Then I saw that she was defiled, that they took both one way, and that she increased her whoredom. For when she saw men portrayed upon the walls, the image of the Chaldeans, portrayed with vellum, girded with girdles upon their loins, exceedingly in dye attire upon their heads, all of them princesses to look to, after the manner of the Babylonians of Chaldea, the land of their nativity. And as soon as she saw them with her eyes, she doted upon them, and sent messengers unto them into Chaldea. And the Babylonians came to her into the bed of love, and they defiled her with a whoredom, and she was polluted with them, and her mind was alienated from them. So she discovered her whoredom, and discovered her nakedness. Then my mind was alienated from her, like as my mind was alienated from her sister. Yet she multiplied her whoredom in calling to remembrance the days of her youth, wherein she had played the harlot in the land of Egypt. For she doted upon the paramounts, whose flesh is as the flesh of asses, and whose issues like the issue of horses. Thus thou callest to remembrance the lewdness of thy youth, in bruising thy tits by the Egyptians for the paps of thy youth. Therefore, O Aholabah, thus says IAH, your Redeemer, behold, I will raise up thy lovers against you, from whom your mind is alienated, and I will bring them against you on every side. The Babylonians and all the Chaldeans, Pekod and Shor and Koa, and all the Assyrians with them, all of them desirable young men, captains and rulers, great lords, and renowned. all of them riding upon horses. And they shall come against you with chariots, wagons, and wheels, and with an assembly of people that shall against you buckler and shields and helmet round about. And I will set judgment before them, and they shall judge you according to your judgments. And I will set his jealousy against you, and they shall deal furiously with you. They shall take away your nose and thine ears, and thy remnant shall fall by the sword. They shall take thy sons and thy daughters, and your residue shall be devoured by the fire. They shall also strip you out of your clothes and take away your fair jewels. Thus will I make thy lewdness to cease from you, and your whoredom brought from the land of Egypt, so that you shall not lift up thine eyes unto them, nor remember Egypt anymore. For thus says our Redeemer, behold, I will deliver you into the hand of them whom you hate, into the hand of them from whom your mind is alienated. And they shall deal with you hatefully, and shall take away all your labor, and shall leave you naked and bare, and the nakedness of your whoredom shall be discovered, both thy lewdness and thy whoredom. I will do these things unto you, because you has gone a whoring after the heathen, and because you are polluted with their idols. My brothers and sisters, do you now see why we was found naked in the jungles of Africa? We lost everything in our land, and those that escape with nothing. Just like Isaiah says, he's going to take everything from them. You have walked in the way of your sister. Therefore will I give her cup into your hand. So the same punishment that was given to the northern kingdom will be given to the southern kingdom. Thus says I, your Redeemer, you shall drink of thy sister's cup, deep and large. Thou shalt be laughed to scorn, and had in derision, incontinent much. You shall be filled with drunkenness and sorrow, with the cup of astonishment and dissolution, with the cup of thy sister Samaria. You shall even drink it and suck it out, and you shall break the shreds thereof, and pluck off thine own breast, for I have spoken it, says I, your Redeemer. Therefore thus says I, your Redeemer, because you has forgotten me, and cast behind your back. Therefore bear you also your lewdness and your whoredom. Says, moreover, unto Ezekiah, Son of man, will you judge Aholabah and Aholabah? Yea, declare unto them the abominations. He is speaking to us, the children of Isaiah and Eduiah, the two kingdoms. He is speaking to us. He is telling Ezekiah to say to us. He is just giving us a description of our two nations when we was divided. Declare unto them their abomination, that they have committed adultery, and blood is in their hands, and with their idols have they committed adultery. You see, they committed adultery with their idols. The very thing we are doing until today, our people are doing today. They are committing adultery with their idols, and have also caused their sons, whom they bear unto EZER, to pass for them through the fire to devour them. They took their children and offered their children as sacrifice for them. And that's why it was so easy when the Romans come and tell them that JC died for them. They love it and they accept it and they will die for it. Moreover, this they have done unto EZER. They have defiled my sanctuary in the same day, and have profaned my Sabbaths. For when they had slain their children to their idols, then they came the same day into EZER's sanctuary to profane it. And lo, thus have they done in the midst of EZER's house. And furthermore, that you have sent for men to come from far, unto whom a messenger was sent. And lo, they came, for whom thou didst wash thyself, paintest thy eyes, and deckest thyself with ornaments, and say unto a stately bed, and a table prepared before it, whereupon you have set my incense and my oil. And a voice of a multitude being at ease was with her. And with the men of the common sort were brought Sabians from the wilderness, that put bracelets upon their hands and beautiful crowns upon their heads. Then said EZER unto her that was old in adulteries, Would they now commit whoredom with her, and she with them? Yeah, they are bringing more whores from the wilderness, northern nations, other people who from the beginning was idol worshippers. They're bringing them into the land, into the house of EZER. Yet they went unto her, and they go in unto a woman that played the harlot. So when they in unto Aholah, and unto Aholah, the lewd women, and the righteous men, they shall judge them after the manner of adulteries, and after the manner of women that shed blood, because they are adulterous, and blood is in their hands. For thus says EZER, your Redeemer, I will bring up a company upon them, and will give them to be removed and spoiled. And the company shall stone them with stones, and dispatch them with their swords. They shall slay their sons and their daughters, and burn up their houses with fire. Thus will I cause lewdness to cease out of the land, that all women may be taught not to do after your lewdness. And they shall recompense your lewdness upon you, and you shall bear the sins of your idols, and you shall know that is EZER your Redeemer. My brothers and sisters, judgment on the house of EZER-IAH in our ancestors' days. These was our ancestors who turned to idolatry. It started right there in our land, in our temple, when EZER took them out from Egypt. They went among the other nations and they adopted their ways. And EZER did what he did unto them with his fury and his anger. And we are here today because of the remnant that he caused to escape. They went into Africa in the jungle, they had nothing. And when the Europeans went to take them as slaves, they was naked. And that is our history. Now to chapter 24. Again in the 9th year, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, the word of EZER came unto me, Ezekiah, Son of man, Write thee the name of the day, even of this same day. The king of Babylon set himself against Jerusalem this same day, and utter a parable unto the rebellious house, and say unto them, Thus says I, your Redeemer, set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it, even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder, fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock, and burn also the bones under it. Make it boil well, and let them sit the bones of it therein. Wherefore, thus says I, your Redeemer, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out pieces by pieces. Let no lot fall upon it, for her blood is in the midst of her. She set it upon the top of a rock. She poured it not upon the ground to cover it with dust. When they commit murder, they was not covering the blood. When they kill the beast, they was not covering the blood. They was not following any of the instructions given unto them by Aya. And Aya is telling him here, put that pot on. That's a resemblance, like the Babylonian will be coming. They will be in the pot, that it might cause fury to come up to take vengeance, and have set her blood upon the top of a rock, that it should not be covered. Like they was not covering the blood, so Aya will not allow their blood to be covered. Therefore, thus says Aya, our Redeemer, woe to the bloody city. I will even make the pile for fire great. Heap on wood, kindle the fire, consume the flesh, and spice it well, and let the bones be burned. Then set it empty upon the coals thereof, that the brass of it may be hot, and may burn, and that the filthiness of it may be molten in it, that the scum of it may be consumed. She has wearied herself with lies, and her great scum went not forth out of her. Her scum shall be in the fire. Her ways, she didn't give up her ways. She didn't give up her uncleanliness. Now they are going to burn in the filthiness and lewdness, because I have purged thee, and thou wast not purged. Thou shalt not be purged. He warned you. You didn't take the warning. He advised you. You didn't take the advisement. So now is your punishment from thy filthiness anymore, till I have caused his fury to rest upon you. I, your Redeemer, have spoken it. It shall come to pass, and I will do it. I will not go back, neither will I spare, neither will I repent. According to thy ways, according to thy doings, shall they judge thee, says Aya, our Redeemer. Also the word of Aya came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, behold, I take away from thee the desire of thine eyes with a stroke. Yet neither shall you mourn nor weep, neither shall their tears run down. He put us like he choked their face. There's no crying, no tears. Forbear to cry. Tell him, don't cry. Make no mourning for the dead. Bind the tire of thine head upon thee, and put on thy shoes upon thy feet. Cover not thy lips, and eat not the bread of men. So I speak unto the people in the morning, and at evening my wife died, and I did in the morning as I was commanded. And the people said unto me, Will you not tell us what these things are to us that you are doing? Then I answered them, the word of EZEKIah came unto me, saying, Speak unto the house of EZER-IAH. Thus says EZEKIah, your Redeemer, Behold, I will profane my sanctuary, the excellence of your strength, the desire of your eyes. He's talking about the sanctuary, the place where the tabernacle was, the place where the Ark of the Covenant was. It was their strength. The place where our name was, it was their strength. The desire of their eyes, and that which your soul pitied, and your sons and your daughters, whom you have left, shall fall by the sword, and you shall do as I have done. You shall not cover your lips, nor eat the bread of men, and your tires shall be upon your head, and your shoes upon your feet. You shall not mourn nor weep, but you shall pine away for your iniquities, and mourn one towards another. Then Ezekiah is unto you a sign. According to all that he has done shall he do. And when this cometh, you shall know that it is I, your Redeemer. Also, Son of man, shall it not be in the day when I take from them their strength, the joy of their glory, the desire of their eyes, that whereupon they set their minds, their sons and their daughters, that he that escaped in that day shall come unto you, to cause you to hear it with thine ears? In that day shall thy mouth be open to him that is escaped, and thou shalt speak, and be no more dumb, and you shall be a sign unto them, and they shall know that I am I. Here I is telling me, going to give him back his speech, and he's going to be able to speak again. Chapter 25. The word of EZEKIah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against the Amorites, and prophesy against them, and say unto the Amorites, Hear the word of EZEKIah. Thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, Behold, you said, against my sanctuary, where it was profane, and against the land of EZER-IAH, when it was desolate, and against the house of EZER-IAH, when they went into captivity. Behold, therefore, I will deliver thee to the men of the east, for a possession, and they shall set their palaces in you, and make their dwelling place in you. They shall eat thy fruit, and they shall drink thy milk, and I will make Rabbah a stable for camels, and the Amorites a coaching place for flocks, and you shall know that I am I. Here he's telling the Amorites what he's going to do. He's going to bring another people to take over their place. He's going to bring the Arabs. Okay, he's bringing the camels. For thus says I, your Redeemer, because you have clapped thine hand, and stamped with thy feet, and rejoice in thy heart with all thy despite against the land of EZER-IAH. When they saw EZER-IAH calamity, they was laughing and clapping. Behold, therefore, I will stretch his hand upon you, and will deliver you for a spoil to the heathen. And I will cut you off from the people, and I will cause you to perish out of the countries. I will destroy you, and you shall know that it's I, our Redeemer. Thus says I, our Redeemer, because that Moab and Seir do say, Behold, the house of EZER-IAH is like unto all the heathen. Now, he's talking about Seir, the Arabs now, and Moab. They are saying that the house of EZER-IAH was just like heathens. So that one, they were, because they was doing what the heathens was doing anyway. Therefore, behold, I will open the side of Moab from the cities, from his cities which are on his frontiers, the glory of the country, Beth Jesh-Amoth, and Bala Meon, and Kadesh, I can't pronounce his names, man, unto the men of the east with the Amorites, and will give them in possession, that the Amorites may not be remembered among the nations. And I will execute judgment upon Moab, and they shall know that I am EZER. Thus says EZER, our Redeemer, because that Edom has dealt against the house of EZER-IAH by taking vengeance, and has greatly offended, and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus says EZER, our Redeemer, I will also stretch my hands upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it. And I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of Dedan shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people EZER-IAH, and they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury. And they shall know my vengeance, says EZER, our Redeemer. Thus says EZER, our Redeemer, because the Philistines have dealt by revenge, and have taken vengeance with a despiteful heart to destroy it for the old hatred. Therefore thus says EZER, our Redeemer, behold, I will stretch out my hand upon the Philistines, and I will cut off the Chaldeans, and destroy the remnant of the sea coast. And I will execute great vengeance upon them with furious rebuke, and they shall know that I am EZER when I shall lay my vengeance upon them. My dear brothers and sisters, EZER is telling us what he will do to all these nations. And it come to pass, chapter 26, and it come to pass in the 11th year, in the first day of the month, that the word of EZER came unto me, saying, Son of man, because of what Tyrus has said against Jerusalem, she is broken. That was the gate of the people. She is turned unto me. I shall be replenished. Now she is laid waste. Therefore, thus says EZER, our Redeemer, behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against you, as the sea causes his waves to come up, and they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken it, says EZER, our Redeemer. And it shall become a spoil to the nations, and her daughters that are in the field shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am EZER. For thus says EZER, our Redeemer, behold, I will bring upon Tyrus Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, a king of kings from the north, with horses and with chariots and with horsemen and companions and much people. He shall slay with the sword thy daughters in the field, and he shall make a fort against you, and cast a mound against you, and lift up the buckler against you, and he shall set engines of war against thy walls, and with his axes he shall break down thy towers by reason of the abundance of his horses. Their dust shall cover thee, thy walls shall shake at the noise of the horsemen, and of the wheels, and of the chariots, when he shall enter into thy gates, as men enter into a city wherein is made a breach. With the hooves of his horses shall he tread down all thy streets. He shall slay thy people by the sword, and thy strong garrisons shall go down to the ground, and they shall make a spoil of thy riches, and make a prey of thy merchandise, and they shall break down thy walls, and destroy the pleasant houses, and they shall lay thy stones and thy timber and thy dust in the midst of the water. And I will cause the noise of thy songs to cease, and the sound of thy harps shall be no more heard. And I will make you like the top of a rock. You shall be a place to spread nets upon. You shall be built no more, for I have spoken it, says I, our Redeemer. Thus says I, our Redeemer and Savior, to Tyrus, shall not the isles shake at the sound of thy fall? When the wounded cry, when the slaughter is made in the midst of you, then all the princesses of the sea shall come down from their thrones, and lay away their robes, and put off their broidered garments. They shall clothe themselves with trembling. They shall sit upon the ground, and shall tremble at every moment, and be astonished at you. And they shall take up a lamentation for you, and say to you, how are you destroyed, that was inhabited of seafaring men, the renowned city that was strong in the sea, she and her habitation, which caused the terror to be on all that haunt it. Now shall the isles tremble in the day of thy fall. Yea, the isles that are in the sea shall be troubled at thy departure. For thus says I, our Redeemer, when I shall make you a desolate city, like the cities that are not inhabited, when I shall bring up the deep upon you, and great waters shall cover you, when I shall bring you down with them that descend into the pit, with the people of old time, and shall set you in the low parts of the earth, in places desolate of old, with them that go down to the pit, that you be not inhabited, and I shall set glory in the land of the living. I will make you a terror, and you shall be no more. Though thou be sought for, yet shall you never be found again, says I, our Redeemer. Chapter 27. The word of I came unto Ezekiah, saying, now, you son of man, take up a lamentation for Tyrus, and say unto Tyrus, O you that are situate at the entry of the sea, that are a merchant of the people from many isles. Thus says I, our Redeemer, O Tyrus, you have said, you are perfect beauty. Your borders are in the midst of the sea. Your builders have perfected thy beauty. They have made all thy shipboard of fir tree of Sinir. They have taken cedars from Lebanon to make masks for you. Of the oaks of Bashan have they made thine oaks. The company of the Ashurites have made thy benches of ivory, brought out of the isles of Shittim. Fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which you spread forth to be the sail. Blue and purple from the isles of Elisha was that which covered thee. The inhabitants of Zidon and Avad wore thy mariners, thy wise men. O Tyrus, that were in you, were thy pilots, the ancient of Gibal. and the wise men thereof were in you, thy cockles. All the ship of the sea with their mariners were in you, to occupy your merchandise. They of Persia and of Lud and of Put were in thine army, men of war. They hang the shield and helmet in you. They set forth their comeliness. The men of Arvad with thine army were upon thy walls round about, and the Gamadims were in the towers. They hang their shield upon thy walls round about. They have made your beauty perfect. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kind of riches. With silver, iron, tin, lead, they traded in your fairs, in thy fairs. Javan, Tubal, Meshach, they were thy merchants. They traded the persons of men and vessel of brass in thy market. They of the house of Togomah traded in thy fairs with horses and horsemen and mules. The men of Dedan were thy merchants. Many isles were the merchandise of thine hand. They brought you for a present horns of ivory and ebony. Syria was your merchant by reason of the multitude of the wares of thy making. They occupied in thy fairs with emeralds, purple, and broidered work, and linen, fine linen, and coral, and agate. EZER-IAH and the land of EZER-IAH, they were thy merchants. They traded in your market wheat and minneth and pangna and honey and oil and balm. Damascus was thy merchant in the multitude of the wares of thy making, for the multitude of all riches in the wine of Helbon and white wool. Dan also and Javan, going to and fro, occupy in thy fairs. Bright iron, Kasi and Calamus were in thy market. Dedan was thy merchant in precious clothes for chariots. Arabia and all the prince of Kedar, they occupied with you in lambs and rams and goats. In these were they your merchants. The merchants of Sheba and Ramah, they were thy merchants. They occupied in thy fairs with chief of all spices and with all precious stones and gold. Hiram and Canaan and Eden, the merchandise of Sheba, Ashur, Kalamah, were thy merchants. These were thy merchants in all sorts of things, in blue cloth and the broidered work, and in chests of rich apparel, bound with cords, and made of cedar among thy merchants. The ships of Tarshish did sing of thee in thy market, and you was replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the sea. Your rowers have brought you into great waters. The east wind has broken you in the midst of the sea. Your riches and your fairs, your merchandise, your mariners and your pilots, your clockers, and the occupiers of your merchandise, and all thy men of war that are in you, and in all thy company that is in the midst of you, shall fall into the midst of the sea in the day of thy ruin. The suburbs shall shake at the sound of the cry of thy pilots, and all that handle the oar. The mariners and all the pilots of the sea shall come down from their ships. They shall stand upon the land and shall cause their voice to be heard against you, and shall cry bitterly, and shall cast up dust upon their heads. They shall wallow themselves in the ashes, and they shall make themselves utterly bald for you, and gird themselves with sackcloth, and they shall weep for you with bitterness of heart and bitter wailing. And in their wailing they shall take up a lamentation for you, and lament over you, saying, What city is like Tyrus, like the destroyed in the midst of the sea? When thy waters went forth out of the sea, you findest many people. You did enrich the kings of the earth with the multitude of thy riches and of your merchandise. In the time when you shall be broken by the sea, in the depths of the waters, thy merchandise and all thy company in the midst of you shall fall. All the inhabitants of the isles shall be astonished at you, and their kings shall be sore afraid. They shall be troubled in their countenance. The merchants among the people shall hiss at you. Those shall be a terror, and never shall be any more. Chapter 28. The word of EZEKIah came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, because thine heart is lifted up, and you have said, You are a God. You sit in the sea of God, in the midst of the seas, yet you are a man, and you are not mighty. Though you set thine heart as the heart of EZEKIah, behold, you are wiser than EZEKIah. There is no secret that they can hide from you. With thy wisdom and with thy comprehension, you has gotten you riches, and has gotten gold and silver into thy treasuries. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic has you increased your riches, and your heart is lifted up because of your riches. Therefore thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, because you have set your heart as the heart of EZEKIah, behold, therefore, EZEKIah will bring strangers upon you, the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their sword against the beauty of your wisdom, and they shall defile your brightness. They shall bring you down to the pit, and you shall die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the sea. Will you yet say before him that slayeth you, that you are mighty? But you shall be a man, and no mighty, almighty, in the hand of him that slay you. You shall die the death of the uncircumcised by the hand of strangers. For I have spoken it, says EZEKIah, our Redeemer. Moreover, the word of EZEKIah came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, Thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, you shall seal up the sum, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You has been in Eden, the garden of EZEKIah. Every precious stone was thy covering. The sardius topaz, the diamond, the beryl, the oxen, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold, the workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes was prepared in you in the day that you was created. You are the anointed cherub that covereth. I have set you so. You was upon the holy mountain of Aya. You has walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. You was perfect in your ways from the day that you was created, till iniquity was found in you. By the multitude of thy merchandise, they have filled the midst of you with violence, and you have sinned. Therefore I will cast you as profane out of the mountain of Aya, and I will destroy you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You have corrupted your wisdom by reason of your brightness. I will cast you to the ground. I will lay you before kings, that they may behold you. You had lifted up thy sanctuaries by the multitude of thine iniquities, by the iniquity of thy traffic. Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of you. It shall devour you, and I will bring you to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all them that behold you. All they that know you among the people shall be astonished at you. You shall be a terror, and never shall you be anymore. Is this city Atlantis that Lucifer had taken over? Again, the word of Aya came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Zidon, and prophesy against it, and say, Thus says Aya, our Redeemer, Behold, I am against you, O Zidon, and will be glorified in the midst of you, and they shall know that I am Aya, when I shall have executed judgment in her, and shall be sanctified in her. For I will send into her pestilence, and blood into her streets, and the wounded shall be judged in the midst of her by the sword upon her own, on her every side. And they shall know that I is our Redeemer. And there shall be no more a pricking briar unto the house of Isaiah, nor any grieving thorn of all that are round about them, that despise them. And they shall know that I am Isaiah's Redeemer. Thus says Isaiah, when I shall have gathered the house of Isaiah from the people among whom they are scattered, and shall be sanctified in them in the sight of the heathen, then shall they dwell in the land that I have given to my servant Jacob, and they shall dwell safely therein, and shall build houses and plant vineyards. Yea, they shall dwell with confidence when I have executed judgment upon all those that despise them round about them. And they shall know that I is our Redeemer. He is the mighty one of Isaiah. Chapter 29. In the 10th year, in the 10th month, in the 12th year of the month, the word of Aya came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him, and against all Egypt. Speak and say this, IAH, our Redeemer, behold, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon that lie in the midst of his rivers, that has said, his river is mine own, and he have made it for himself. But I will put hooks in thy jaw, and I will cause the fish of thy river to stick unto thy scales, and I will leave thee thrown into the wilderness, you and all the fish of your river. You shall fall upon the open field. You shall not be brought together, nor gathered. I have given you for meat to the beasts of the field, and to the fowls of the heaven, and all the inhabitants of Egypt shall know that I is our Redeemer, because they have been a staff of reed to the house of EZER-IAH. When they took hold of thee by their hands, thou didst break and rend all their shoulders. And when they leaned upon you, you breakest, and made all their loins to be as a stand. Therefore thus says IAH, our Redeemer, behold, I will bring a sword up on thee, and cut off man and beast out of you, and the land of Egypt shall be desolate and waste, and they shall know that I am IAH, the Redeemer, because he has said, the river is his, and he have made it. Behold, therefore, I am against you, and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt utterly waste and desolate, from the tower of Sinai even unto the border of Ethiopia. No foot of man shall pass through it, nor foot of beast shall pass through it, neither shall it be inhabited 40 years. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities among the cities that are laid waste shall be desolate 40 years. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and will disperse them through the countries. Yet you says, thus says IAH, our Redeemer, at the end of 40 years will IAH gather the Egyptians from the people where they were scattered, and IAH will bring again the captivity of Egypt, and will cause them to return into the land of Patros, into the land of their habitation, and they shall be there a base kingdom. It shall be the basis of the kingdoms, neither shall it exalt itself any more above the nations. For IAH will diminish them, that they shall no more rule over the nations, and it shall be no more the confidence of the house of EZER-IAH, which bringeth their iniquity to remembrance, when they shall look after them. But they shall know that IAH is their Redeemer. And it came to pass in the 7th and 20th year, in the first month, in the first day of the month, the word of IAH came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, caused his army to serve a great service against Tyrus. Every head was made bald, every shoulder was peeled. Yet had he no wages, nor his army for Tyrus, for the service that he had served against it. Therefore, thus says IAH, our Redeemer, behold, I will give the land of Egypt unto Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall take her multitude, and take her spoil, and take her prey, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt for his labor, wherewith he served against it, because they wrought for me, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. In that day will I cause the horn of the house of EZEKIAH to burst forth, and I will give thee the opening of the mouth in the midst of them, and they shall know that I am EZEKIAH. Chapter 30. The word of EZEKIAH came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, Thus says EZEKIAH our Redeemer, Howl you, woe worth the day, for the day is near, even the day of EZEKIAH is near, a cloudy day. It shall be the time of the heathen, and the sword shall come upon Egypt, and great pain shall be in Ethiopia, when the slain shall fall in Egypt, and they shall take away her multitude, and her foundations shall be broken down. Ethiopia and Libya and Lydia and all the mingled people and Shub, and the men of the land that is in league shall fall with them by the sword. Thus says EZEKIAH, They shall that uphold Egypt shall fall, and the pride of her power shall come down. From the tower of Sinai shall they fall in it by the sword, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. And they shall be desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities shall be in the midst of the cities that are wasted. And they shall know that EZEKIAH is their Redeemer, when EZEKIAH set a fire in Egypt, and when all her helpers shall be destroyed. In that day shall messengers go forth from me in ships to make the careless Ethiopian afraid, and great pain shall come upon them, as in the day of Egypt, for lo, it cometh. Thus says EZEKIAH our Redeemer, I will also make the multitude of Egypt to cease by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, he and his people with him. The terrible of the nation shall be brought to destroy the land, and they shall draw the sword against Egypt, and fill the land with the slain. And EZEKIAH will make the rivers dry, and sell the land into the hand of the wicked. And EZEKIAH will make the land waste, and all that is therein, by the hand of strangers. EZEKIAH have spoken it. Thus says EZEKIAH our Redeemer, I will also destroy the idols, and I will cause their images to cease out of Nopha, and there shall be no more a prince of the land of Egypt. And EZEKIAH will put a fear in the land of Egypt, and EZEKIAH will make Petros desolate, and will set fire in Zoan, and will execute judgments in No. And EZEKIAH will pour his fury upon sin, the strength of Egypt, and EZEKIAH will cut off the multitude of No. And EZEKIAH will set fire in Egypt. Sin shall have great pain. No shall be rent asunder, and no shall have distress daily. The young men of Avon and the Pi-Beseth shall fall by the sword, and these cities shall go into captivity. At the telephonite also the day shall be darkened, when EZEKIah shall break there the yoke of Egypt, and the pomp of her strength shall cease in her. As for her, a cloud shall cover her, and her daughters shall go into captivity. Thus will EZEKIah execute judgment in Egypt, and they shall know that EZEKIah is our Redeemer. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the first month, in the 7th day of the month, that the word of EZEKIah came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, I have broken the arm of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and lo, it shall not be bound up to be healed, to put a roller to bind it, to make it strong to hold the sword. Therefore thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, Behold, I am against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and will break his arm, the strong, and that which was broken, and I will cause the sword to fall out of his hand. And EZEKIah will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and will disperse them throughout the countries. And EZEKIah will strengthen the arm of the king of Babylon, and put his sword in his hand. But EZEKIah will break Pharaoh's arm, and he shall groan before him with the groaning of a deadly wounded man. But EZEKIah will strengthen the arm of the king of Babylon, and the arm of Pharaoh shall fall down. And they shall know that EZEKIah is our Redeemer, when EZEKIah shall put his sword into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall stretch it out upon the land of Egypt. And EZEKIah will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and disperse them among the countries, and they shall know that EZEKIah is our Redeemer. Chapter 31. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the 3rd month, in the 1st day of the month, that the word of EZEKIah came unto Hezekiah, saying, Son of man, speak unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, and to his multitude, whom art thou like in their greatness? Behold, the Assyrians was a cedar in Lebanon, with fair branches, and with a shadowing sword, and of high stature, and his top was among the thick burrows. The waters made him great, the deep sent him up on high, with her rivers running round about his plants, and set out her little river unto all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his burrow were multiplied at his branches, became long because of the multitude of water when he shot forth. EZEKIah is speaking here about the river Nile and the river Euphrates that caused these nations to become great. All the fowls of heaven made their nest in his burrow, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadow dwell all great nations. Thus was the fear in his greatness, in the length of his branches, for his root was by great waters. He used the sea to extend his riches to all the other nations. The cedars in the garden of EZEKIah could not hide him. The fir tree was not like his burrow, and the chestnut tree was not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of EZEKIah was like unto him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, so that all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of EZEKIah envied him. Therefore thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, because you have lifted up thyself in height, and you have shot out his top among the thick burrows, and his heart is lifted up in his height. I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty. That's when I delivered Egypt into the hand of Babylon. One of the heathen, he shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness, and strangers, the terrible of the nations, have cut him off, and have left him upon the mountains and in all the valleys. His branches are fallen, and his burrow are broken by all the rivers of the land, and all the people of the earth are gone down from his shadow, and have left him. Upon his ruin shall all the fowls of the heaven remain, and all the beasts of the field shall be upon his branches, to the end that none of all the trees by the waters exalt themselves for their height, neither shoot up their top among the thick burrow, neither their trees stand up in their height. All that drink water, for they are all delivered unto death, to the nether parts of the earth, in the midst of the children of men, with them that go down to the pit. Thus says our Redeemer, in the day when he went down to the grave, I caused a mourning. I covered the deep for him. I restrained the floods thereof. The great waters were stayed. I caused Lebanon to mourn for him, and all the trees of the field fainted for him. I made the nations to shake at the sound of his fall, when he cast him down to hell with them that descend into the pit. And all the trees of Eden, the choice and best of Lebanon, all that drink water, shall be comforted in the nether parts of the earth. They also went down into hell with him, unto them that be slain with the sword, and they that wore his arm, that dwell under his shadow in the midst of the heathen. As the heathen took Lucifer to be their master, they all will go down in hell with him. To whom art thou thus like in glory and in greatness among the trees of Eden? Yet shalt thou be brought down with the trees of Eden unto the nether parts of the earth. You shall lie in the midst of the uncircumcised with them that be slain by the sword. This is Pharaoh and all his multitude, says I, their Redeemer. And that was the fall of Egypt when it fell to Nebuchadnezzar. Chapter 32. And it came to pass in the 12th year, in the 12th month, in the first day of the month, that the word of I came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation for Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and say unto him, You are like a young lion of the nation, and you are a whale in the sea, and you came forth with thy river, and troubled the waters with thy feet, and foulest the rivers. Thus says I, our Redeemer, I will therefore spread out my net over you with a company of many people, and they shall bring you up in my net. Then will I leave you upon the land. I will cast you forth upon the open field, and will cause all the fowls of the heaven to remain upon you. And I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with you, and I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valley with your height. I will also water with thy blood the land wherein you swimmest, even to the mountains, and the rivers shall be full of you. And when I shall put you out, I will cover the heaven, and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over you, and set darkness upon your land, says I, our Redeemer. I will also vex the heart of many people when I shall bring your destruction among the nations, into the countries that you has not known. Yea, I will make many people amazed at you, and their king shall be horrible afraid for you. When I shall brandish my sword before them, and they shall tremble at every moment, every man for his own life, in the day of your fall. For you, thus says I, our Redeemer, the sword of the king of Babylon shall come upon you. By the swords of the mighty will I cause your multitude to fall, the terrible of the nation, all of them. And they shall spoil the pomp of Egypt, and all the multitude thereof shall be destroyed. I will destroy also all the beasts thereof from besides the great waters, neither shall the foot of man trouble them any more, nor the hoofs of beasts trouble them. Then will I make their waters deep, and cause their rivers to run like oil, says I, our Redeemer. When I shall make the land of Egypt desolate, and the country shall be destitute of that whereof it was full, when I shall smite all them that dwell therein, then shall they know that I is our Redeemer. This is the lamentation wherewith they shall lament her. The daughters of the nation shall lament her. They shall lament for her, even for Egypt, and for all her multitude, says I, our Redeemer. It came to pass also in the 12th year, in the 15th day of the month, that the word of Aya came unto me, saying, Son of man, wail for the multitude of Egypt, and cast them down, even her and the daughters of the famous nations, unto the nether parts of the earth, with them that go down into the pit. Whom dost thou pass in beauty? Go down, and you lay with the uncircumcised. They shall fall in the midst of them that are slain by the sword. She is delivered to the sword. Draw her and all her multitude. The strong among the mighty shall speak to him out of the midst of hell with them that help him. They are gone down, they lie uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Ashur is there, and all her company. His graves are about him, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, whose graves are set in the side of the pit, and her company is round about her graves. All of them slain, fallen by the sword, which caused terror in the land of the living. There is Elam, and all her multitude round about her graves. All of them slain, fallen by the sword, that are gone down uncircumcised into the nether parts of the earth, which caused their terror in the land of the living. Yet have they borne their shame with them that go down to the pit. They have set her a bed in the midst of the slain, with all her multitude. Her graves are round about him, all of them uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Though their terror was caused in the land of the living, yet have they borne their shame with them that go down to the pit. He is put in the midst of them that be slain. There is Meshach, Tubal, and all her multitude. Her graves are round about him, all of them uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Though they cause their terror in the land of the living, and they shall not lie with the mighty that are fallen of the uncircumcised, which are gone down to hell with their weapons of war, and they have laid their swords under their heads, but their iniquities shall be upon their bones. Though they were the terror of the mighty in the land of the living, yea, you shall be broken in the midst of the uncircumcised, and shall lie with them that are slain with the sword. There is Edom, her kings, and all her princes, which with their might are laid by them that were slain by the sword. They shall lie with the uncircumcised, and with them that go down to the pit. There be the prince of the north, all of them, and all the Zidonians, which are gone down with the slain, with their terror. They are ashamed of their might, and they lie uncircumcised with them that be slain by the sword, and bear their shame with them that go down to the pit. Pharaoh shall see them, and shall be comforted over all his multitude, even Pharaoh and all his army slain by the sword, says EZEKIEH our Redeemer. For EZEKIEH have caused his terror in the land of the living, and he shall be laid in the midst of the uncircumcised, with them that are slain with the sword, even Pharaoh and all his multitude, says EZEKIEH our Redeemer. Here you have it, my brothers and sisters. EZEKIEH has shown us what he intends to do with most of the nations that has come against our people from the time he took us out of the land of Egypt. These big nations, mighty nations, nation that was standing before we became a nation. And he is telling us what he will do to them, and how he will destroy them, and how he will break them down. And even the river that caused the power, the Nile and the Euphrates that fed them and caused them to become rich, how he will even dry it up. He also told us of nations that we not even know about, nations way before our time that he have destroyed because of our people, nations that he has destroyed because of the sinful ways, nations we have not known about. EZEKIEH have told us he have destroyed them. Here now in chapter 33 we will read that EZEKIEH is telling us about the signs, about the songs, the trumpet. He's telling us about when he sent a watchman unto us. He's telling us what we need to look out for in our time, in these latter days. He's telling us what he will do for us and what he will do the other nation that is provoking us. EZEKIEH is telling us, so I want you to pay very close attention to the words that I will read from here on. Chapter 33. And it reads, Again the word of EZEKIEH came unto me, saying, Son of man, speak to the children of your people, and say unto them, when I bring the sword upon a land, if the people of the land take a man of their coast and set him for their watchman, if when he see the sword come upon the land, he blow the trumpet and warn the people, then whosoever hear the sound of the trumpet and take not the warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head. He heard the sound of the trumpet and took not warning. His blood shall be upon him. But he that take warning shall deliver his soul. But if the watchman see the sword come and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come and take any persons from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand. So you, O Son of Man, I have set you a watchman unto the house of EZER-IAH. Therefore you shall hear the word at my mouth, and warn them from me. When I say unto the wicked, O wicked man, you shall surely die, if you does not speak to warn the wicked from his way, that wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thy hand. You will be punished. Nevertheless, if you warn the wicked of his way to turn from it, if he do not turn from his way, he shall die in his iniquity. But you has delivered your soul, because he has given the warning. Therefore, you Son of Man, speak unto the house of EZER-IAH, and speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us, and we pine away in them, how should we then live? Say unto them, as I live, says our Redeemer, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Turn you from your evil ways. For why should you die, O house of EZER-IAH? My brothers and sisters, we have just seen in the other chapters I've read to you, all the nation will die. All the nation shall go down in hell. All the nation shall be gathered as uncircumcised and perish. But to you, EZER-IAH, hear what IAH is saying to you. Therefore, you Son of Man, say unto the children of your people, the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression. As for the wickedness of the wicked, he shall not fall thereby in the day that he turn from his wickedness. Neither shall that righteous be able to live for his righteousness in the day that he sinned. In the day you sin and you die in it, you shall surely die. But if you turn from your sins and do righteous and die in it, you shall live. When I shall say to the righteous that he shall surely live, if he trusts to his own righteousness and commit iniquity, all his righteousness shall not be remembered. But for his iniquity that he has committed, he shall die for it. When EZEKIEL says to you that the righteous shall live, and if you think in your own heart you are righteous so you can commit one wrong, and if you die in that wrong, you shall not live, you shall surely die. When you give your life to EZEKIEL, our Redeemer, as he says he wants your whole heart and your whole soul, he wants it all. Again, when I say unto the wicked, you shall surely die, if he turn from his sins and do that which is lawful and right, if the wicked restore the pledge, give again that he had robbed, walk in the statutes of life, in his law, without committing iniquities, he shall surely live, he shall not die. So if the wicked man will give up his wickedness and do that which is right, he shall surely live. But if the righteous man give up the righteousness that he is doing and do wickedly and die in it, he shall surely die. None of his sins that he has committed shall be mentioned unto him. He has done that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live. Yet the children of your people say, the way of EZEKIEL is not equal. But as for them, their way is not equal. When the righteous turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, he shall even die thereby. But if the wicked turn from his wickedness and do that which is lawful and right, he shall live thereby. Yet you say the way of EZEKIEL is not equal. O you house of EZER-IAH, I will judge you every one after your ways. And it come to pass in the 12th year of our captivity, in the 10th month, in the 5th day of the month, that one that had escaped out of Jerusalem came unto me, saying, the city is smitten. Now the hand of EZEKIEL was upon me in the evening, after he that was escaped came, and had opened my mouth until he came to me in the morning, and my mouth was opened, and I was no more dumb. That's when EZEKIEL opened his mouth. Just like he told you in Isaiah 53. Then the word of Isaiah came unto me, saying, Son of man, they that inhabit those wastes of the land of EZER-IAH speak, saying, Abraham was one, and he inherited the land. But we are many. The land is given to us for inheritance. Therefore, say unto them, Thus says Isaiah, your Redeemer, you eat with the blood. You lift up your eyes towards your idols. You shed blood. And shall you possess the land? My dear brothers and sisters, Isaiah is giving us a message right here. Most of us here in the West talking about we are awakened, but we are still serving idols. They changed his name from JC. Now they're giving him new names. They say he's not white, but he is black. And they are worshiping a man that they make unto themselves an idol. My brothers and sisters, we cannot go back in the land if we lift up our eyes towards idols. We cannot go back and live in the land if we shed blood. We cannot go back in the land if we eat blood. Hear the words of Isaiah that he gave unto Ezekiah to bring unto us. You stand upon your sword, you work abomination. You defile everyone his neighbor's wife, and shall you possess the land? Say you unto them, Thus says Isaiah, as I live, surely they that are in the waste shall fall by the sword, and him that is in the open field will I give to the beasts to be devoured, and they that be in the fort and in the caves shall die of the pestilence. You're not going back. For I will lay the land most desolate, and the pomp of her strength shall cease. And the mountains of EZER-IAH shall be desolate, that none shall pass through. Then shall they know that I is our Redeemer, when I have laid the land most desolate, because of all the abomination that they have committed. They continue to say that I is not equal, because they want someone to die for them. The same thing our ancestors who learned the way of the Canaanites did, by sacrificing their children to idols, thinking that they will save their souls from death. Every one of us has to bear our own sin, and we will die for our own sin. And we need to stop saying that Aya's law is not equal. Because every time an Israelite open his mouth and say that he have a savior, and he does not call Aya to be his savior, he's saying that Aya's law is not equal. Every time an Israelite say that someone died for his sin, he's saying that Aya's law is not equal. Because Aya told us, every one of us will die for our own sin. Also, Son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against you by the walls and in the door of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that cometh forth from EZER. And they come unto you as the people cometh, and they sit before you as my people, and they hear your word, but they will not do them. For with their mouth they show much love, but their heart goes after their covetousness. And lo, you are unto them as a very lovely song of one that has a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. For they hear your words, but they do them not. And when this come to pass, lo, it will come, then shall they know that a prophet has been among them. Chapter 34. And the word of EZER came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the shepherds of EZER-IAH. Prophesy and say unto them, Thus says EZER, our Redeemer, unto the shepherds, Woe be to the shepherds of EZER-IAH that do feed themselves. Should not the shepherd feed the flock? You eat the fat, and you clothe you with the wool. You kill them that are fed, but you feed not the flock. The disease have you not strengthened, neither have you healed that which was sick, neither have you bound up that its womb is broken, neither have you brought again that which was driven away, neither have you sought that which was lost, but with force and with cruelty have you ruled over them. That's your pastors, your preachers, your priests, and your bishops, my brothers and sisters of today. These are your Christians today. And they were scattered because there is no shepherd, and they become meat to all the beasts of the field when they were scattered. So now we are exposed to all the beasts of the field, all these different religions, all these different dominations. All they're doing is to take your money, make you worship wood and stone, silver or gold, man or mammon, idols upon idols, lies upon lies. My dear people, hear your report that I have sent unto you, EZER-IAH. Hear your report that he has sent unto you. My sheep wandered through all the mountains, and upon every high hill. My flock was scattered upon all the face of the earth, and none did search or seek after them. Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of EZER. As EZER lives, says our Redeemer, surely because my flock became a prey, and my flock became meat to every beast of the field, because there was no shepherd, neither did my shepherd search for my flock. But the shepherds fed themselves and fed not my flock. Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of EZEKIah. Thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at their hands, and cause them to cease from feeding the flock. Neither shall the shepherds feed themselves any more, for I will deliver my flock from their mouth, that they may not be meat for them. For thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, behold, I, even I, will both search my sheep and seek them out. Here EZEKIah is telling us he knows what the shepherd is doing to us. They are not teaching us of him. They are not teaching us his words. They are not preparing us to turn back to EZEKIah. They all are leading us astray, feeding out of our pockets, making themselves rich. And here EZEKIah is saying he doesn't need them anymore. He is going to search for us, for himself. As a shepherd seeks out his flock in the day that he is among his sheep that are scattered, so will EZEKIah seek out his sheep and will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered in the cloudy and dark day. And EZEKIah will bring them out from the people and gather them from the countries, and will bring them to their own land and feed them upon the mountains of EZEKIah, by the rivers, and in all the inhabited places of the country. EZEKIah will feed them in a good pasture, and upon the high mountain of EZEKIah shall their fold be. There shall they lie in a good fold, and in a fat pasture shall they feed upon the mountains of EZEKIah. I will feed my flock, and I will cause them to lie down, says EZEKIah, our Redeemer. I will seek that which was lost, and bring again that which was driven away, and will bind up that was broken, and will strengthen them that are sick. And I will destroy the fat and the strong, and will feed them with judgment. That's your pastors and your preachers and your deacons. And as for you, O my flock, thus says EZEKIah, behold, I judge between cattle and cattle, between the ram and the goat. Seemeth it a small thing unto you to have eaten up the good pasture? But you must tread down with your feet the residue of your pasture, and to have drunk of the deep water, but you must foul the residue with your feet. And as for my flock, they eat that which you have trodden with your feet, and they drink that which you have fouled with your feet. They have allowed us to eat and to drink what they does not want. My people, therefore thus says EZEKIah, our Redeemer, unto them, behold, I, even I, will judge between the fat cattle and between the lean cattle, because you have thrust with side and with shoulders, and push all the disease with your hands till you have scattered them abroad. There is no healing from the pastors, from the church. They are working with demons. They are working with the powers of Lucifer, my brothers and sisters. Therefore will I save my flock, and they shall no more be prey. And I will judge between cattle and cattle, and I will set up one shepherd over them, and he shall feed them. My servant David, he shall feed them, and he shall be their shepherd, and I will be their redeemer, and my servant David a prince among them. And I have spoken it. Hear your report, my brothers and sisters. Listen to your report that I have sent to you by his watchman. And I will make with them a covenant of peace, and will cause the evil beasts to cease out of the land, the beasts that are in the land right now. And they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods. And I will make them and the place round about my hill a blessing. And I will cause the shower to come down in his season, and there shall be showers of blessing. And the tree of the field shall yield her fruits, and the earth shall yield her increase. And they shall be safe in the land, and shall know that I am the Redeemer, when I have broken the bands of the yoke, and delivered them out of the hand of those that serve themselves of them. And they shall no more be a prey to the heathen, neither shall the beasts of the land devour them. But they shall dwell safely, and none shall make them afraid. And I will raise up for them a plant of renown, and they shall be no more consumed with hunger in the land, neither bear the shame of the heathen anymore. Thus says I, know that I is your Redeemer, and with them, and they, even the house of EZER-IAH, or Ayah's people, says Ayah of hosts. And you, my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men, and Ayah is your Redeemer, says Ayah of hosts.
Chapter 35. Moreover, the word of Ayah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Mount Seir, and prophesy against it. Say unto it, Thus says Ayah, Behold, O Mount Seir, Ayah is against you, and Ayah will stretch out his hand against you, and Ayah will make you most desolate. Ayah will lay thy cities waste, and you shall be desolate, and you shall know that its Ayah is our Redeemer, because you had a perpetual hatred, and has shed the blood of the children of EZER-IAH by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had ended. Therefore, as Ayah live, says Ayah our Redeemer, I will prepare you unto blood, and blood shall pursue you. Since you have not hated blood, blood shall pursue you. Ayah will make Mount Seir most desolate, and cut off from it him that pass out
and him that returneth. And I will fill his mountain with his slain men in thy hill and in your valley, and in your river shall they fall, that are slain with the sword. I will make you perpetual desolation, and your cities shall not return. And you shall know that I am the Redeemer, because you have said, these two nations, these two countries shall be yours, and you will possess it, whereas I was there. That's EZER-IAH and EZER-IAH. Therefore, as I live, says our Redeemer, I will even do according to his anger and according to his envy, which you have used out of thy hatred against them. And I will make himself known among them when I have judged you, and you shall know that I is our Redeemer, and that I have heard all your blasphemies that you have spoken against the mountain of EZER-IAH, saying, they are laid desolate, they have given us to consume, they have given you to be consumed. Then with your mouth you have boasted against IAH, and have multiplied your words against IAH. IAH have heard them. Thus says IAH, our Redeemer, when the whole earth rejoice and will make you desolate, as you did rejoice at the inheritance of the house of EZER-IAH, because it was desolate, so will IAH do unto you. You shall be desolate, O Mount Seir, and all Idumea, even all of it, and they shall know that IAH is the Redeemer. Chapter 36. Also, you son of man, prophesy unto the mountain of EZER-IAH, and say, you mountains of EZER-IAH, hear the word of IAH. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer, because the enemy have said against you, even the ancient high place are ours in possession. That's when they took IAH's land. They was boasting. Therefore prophesy and say, thus says IAH, our Redeemer, because they have made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, that you might be a possession unto the residue of the heathen. That's when the heathen invaded the land and conquered it. And you are taken up in the lips of talkers, and are an infamy of the people. Everybody start gossiping about what happened to us, EZER-IAH and EZER-IAH. Therefore, you mountains of EZER-IAH, hear the word of IAH. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer, to the mountains, and to the hills, to the rivers, and to the valleys, to the desolate waste, and to the cities that are forsaken, that became a prey and derision to the residue of the heathen that are round about. So all the other nations abound, the heathen nation has invaded our land, Jerusalem and this Samaria, and they have taken it into their possession. And IAH is sending that message to them, as they have done it until today. Right now, they have a new set of heathens in it. Therefore, thus says IAH, our Redeemer, surely in the fire of my jealousy have IAH spoken against the residue of the heathen, and against all Idumea, that's the Arabs and their offspring, the mixed multitude children that they have now, that have appointed my land into their possession with the joy of all their hearts, with despiteful minds, to cast it out for a prey. So they took Ahah's land that he gave to us, his people, as a prey. Prophesy therefore concerning the land of EZER-IAH, and say unto the mountains and to the hills, to the rivers and to the valleys, thus says Ahah, your Redeemer, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and in my fury, because you have borne the shame of the heathen. So he is speaking to us. Therefore, thus says Ahah, our Redeemer, I have lifted up his hand. Surely the heathen that are about you, they shall bear their shame. So Ahah is going to turn the shame that they caused for us. Ahah is going to turn it on them. But you, O mountains of EZER-IAH, you shall shoot forth your branch and yield your fruit to my people of EZER-IAH, for they are at hand to come. For behold, I am for you, and I will turn unto you, and you shall be tilled and sown, and I will multiply men upon you. So here I is saying, when he finished with the heathens, he's going to bring his people back to the land they are to come, and they will till the land, they will plant, they will reap the fruits. That's what he's saying here. Even all of it, and the cities shall be inhabited, and the waste shall be builded. So the cities go be have men again. That's when he bring us back from captivity, and we will rebuild the ruined places. And I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bring fruit. And I will settle you after your old estate. He's going to bring us back as we was in the time of our fathers, and will do better unto you than at your beginning. And you shall know that I is your Redeemer. So he's speaking to the land. He's telling the land what is going to happen. And also he's telling the land he's going to bring us back. And the land and we people will know that he is the Redeemer. Yes, I will cause men to walk upon you, even Ahah's people, EZER-IAH, and they shall possess you, and you shall be their inheritance, and you shall no more henceforth bereave them of men. So he's telling the land from when he bring us back, from the time he bring us back, the land will never spew us out again. That's what he's saying. Thus says Ahah, your Redeemer, because they say unto you, your land devours up men and has bereaved thy nation, because the heathen is saying that that land, it destroys nation and it destroys men. Therefore, you shall devour men no more, neither bereave thy nations anymore, says Ahah, our Redeemer. Neither will Ahah cause men to hear in thee the shame of the heathen anymore. Neither shall you bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shall you cause thy nations to fall anymore, says Ahah, our Redeemer. So Ahah is saying when he take his chosen people, the remnant that are chosen, and bring them back into that land, no more destruction for them, no more falling away, no more. It wouldn't happen no more. Moreover, the word of Ahah came unto Ezekiah, saying, Son of man, when the house of EZER-IAH dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own way and by their doings. Their way was before Ahah as the uncleanliness of a removed woman. So here he's saying that when our ancestors was there and they turned to sin, they was like a woman in her period when she had to be put away. They was sinful. Wherefore I poured my fury upon them for the blood that they had shed upon the land, and for their idols wherewith they had polluted it. That's why he poured his anger on us. And I scattered them among the heathen, and they were dispersed through the countries, according to their way and according to their doing. I judged them. I judged them. So that's why he scattered us abroad, and he judged us. And when they entered unto the heathen, when we came into the heathen land, where they went, they profaned my holy name. Why? Because they lost his name, and they pick up idols' names, and Theodes and Eloides and JCs and Jehovah's and Yahweh's. They pick up all these names in the heathen's land and forsook his name. When they said to them, these are the people of EZER, and are gone forth out of his land. So the heathen knew who we were. They knew our mighty one. But they never, that's why they took that name from us. They never teach us the name. But I had pity for his holy name, that the house of EZER-IAH had profaned among the heathen where they went. Therefore say unto the house of EZER-IAH, thus says EZER your Redeemer, I do not this for your sake, O house of EZER-IAH, but for my holy name's sake. So EZER is saying here, he didn't bring us back for our sake, because we deserve death, because we sin, we profane, we commit abominations. But he's doing this for his holy name's sake, because his name is upon us, that you have profaned among the heathen. We profaned his name among the heathen, because they never call upon him while they were among the heathen, where you went. And I will sanctify my great name. Here he's saying he's going to sanctify, make his name known, that was profaned among the heathen, that you have profaned in the midst of them. And the heathen shall know that I am EZER, says our Redeemer, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. So those of us who turn back to EZER in these days, EZER is saying here, I'm going to sanctify myself in you. Because remember, he told us he's going to purge the rebels out. They will not be able to enter into the land. So the people, those that will be able to enter into the land, is those whom EZER will sanctify himself in. Because why? They will know his name. They will be calling on him. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and I will bring you into your own land. You see, these are those who he go bring into his own land. Because remember, he said he go take everybody out from the land of the heathen, but he go purge the rebels, and they will, although he go take them out, they will not be able to enter into the land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you. He will clean us up. And you shall be clean from all your filthiness and from all your idols. I will cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. You will get EZER's spirit, a new spirit. You will have clean heart. Because he's going to put his law in your heart, and you will keep his law. You will love his law. You will know his name. You will be able to live in his land that he will bring you back. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my judgment and do them. And that's what we need to seek. We need to tell EZER. We need to call on him and call on his name and beg him
to put his spirit back into us, to put his knowledge, his wisdom, his comprehension back into us. That's what Ayah took from us. He took this from us when we sin. He took this from us when we profane his name. He took this from us when we worship idols. He took this from us when we went after the heathens. And you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. Then you will be able to live in the land. You will be clean up. And you shall be my people, and I will be your redeemer. Only then I will also save you from all your uncleanness, and I will call for the corn, and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. So then you have no famine. Everything you have will be in abundance. Ayah's blessing will be upon you. And not just his blessing be upon you, Ayah will also be with us. And I will multiply your fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, that you shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. You see, the heathen always reproach and say we didn't have nothing. We had to come to the land to get something. Then now there will be no more reproach. Then shall you remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourself. You're going to be sorry for what you did in your own sight, for your iniquities and for your abomination. You have to confess. You have to be sorry. You're going to cry. You have to repent. Not for your sakes do I this. And then Ayah is telling us, not because of your sake, not your sake I'm doing that, because you don't deserve that. Says Ayah, our Redeemer, be it known unto you, be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of EZER-IAH. You have to be ashamed, you have to be confounded for the things you did. Thus says Ayah, your Redeemer, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and the waste shall be builded, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lay desolate in the sight of all that passed by. And they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the garden of Eden, because that's exactly what Ayah will be doing for us. He will be opening up the Garden of Eden for his righteous servants, those who served and call on his name and seek repentance and change their ways. And the waste and desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that Ayah is your Redeemer, that build the ruined places and plant that was desolate. And Ayah have spoken it and will do it. So right now that land doesn't have no fruit trees. It doesn't have nothing on it. That's what they call the desert over there. Thus says Ayah, our Redeemer, I will yet for this be inquired of by the house of EZER-IAH to do it for them. Here Ayah is telling us in the 37th verse, he is waiting upon us that we will ask him to do it for us. He is waiting on the children of EZER-IAH to inquire it from him so that he could do it for us, to bring us back into the land, to replenish the land, that we could rebuild the land, to get rid of the heathens. We have to ask him as the whole house of EZER-IAH. Let me read it again. Thus says Ayah, our Redeemer, yet I will wait for this, be inquired of by the house of EZER-IAH. Do it for them. I will increase them with men like flock. Ayah is waiting on us to inquire, to ask him to do it for us. The whole house of EZER-IAH have to ask
that he will do it for us as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feast. So shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I is our Redeemer. And that's what Isaiah is saying to us in this chapter. Let us go now to chapter 37. The hand of Isaiah was upon me, Ezekiah, and carried me out in the spirit of Isaiah, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. That's our people right now today. We are in the valley of the shadow of death, and we are very dry. We have no knowledge of Isaiah, neither do we have comprehension nor wisdom. We doesn't have it of Isaiah. We doesn't even know, the majority does not even know his name. So they cannot call upon him. So we are dry. And he's speaking to us, and he says, and he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Isaiah, my Redeemer, you knowest. And again he said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O you dry bones, hear the word of Isaiah. Thus says Isaiah, your Redeemer, unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and you shall live. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and you shall live, and you shall know that I is our Redeemer. My brothers and sisters, here he's speaking about telling us what he will do for us. So I prophesy as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bone became together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came upon them, and the skin covered them above. But there was no life in them. There was dead souls. Then said he unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, Son of man, and say to the wind, Thus says Isaiah, our Redeemer, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breath upon these slain, breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesy as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. They became alive, and they was living souls. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of EZER-IAH. He is speaking about us. We are dry. We have no muscle. We don't have no flesh. We don't have no skin. He is going to put it back on us, and that's what he is doing at this time. He is teaching us. He is healing us. He is feeding us. He is nourishing us. He has given us back his name. He has given us back his commandments. He has given us his promises. And soon he will give us back his land. O bones, our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. EZER-IAH is saying that they are dry. EZER-IAH is saying that they are lost. EZER-IAH is saying that they are cut off from Isaiah. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus says Isaiah, Behold, O my people, I will open your graves, and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of EZER-IAH. IAH is so compelling. He's telling us now, if you're in the grave, he will take you out of the grave, your bones, and put flesh and sinew and skin and put life back into you and bring you into the land that he promised your fathers. And you shall know that I am IAH when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you, and you shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall you know that I am IAH that have spoken it and performed it, says IAH, your Redeemer. And my dear brothers who saying that when we die is the end of us and is the seed that will carry on. Listen to what IAH sent to you in the report. Listen to what he's saying to you. If you're in the grave, he will take you up and renew you and give you his new spirit and bring you back into the land that he gave to our fathers. The word of IAH came again unto Ezekiah, saying, Moreover, son of man, take you one stick and write upon it for EZER-IAH and for the children of EZER-IAH. So you have to take a stick and you have to write on the stick for the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. EZER-IAH, and you also have to write Samaria-IAH, and you have to write EZER-IAH on this one stick. And then he says, his companion, then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for the house of EZER-IAH, his companion. And here he had to get another stick and write on it for Ephraim and EZER-IAH. EZER-IAH has to be written on it. So one with EZER-IAH and EZER-IAH, and one with EZER-IAH and Ephraim. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand. And he says, when you put the two sticks together, they will become one. And what this is doing is that the two nations, the two different people, the Yorubas and the Igbos, will become one nation in this latter days. This is the prophecy. The Igbos and the Yorubas, the tribe of Ephraim and the tribe of EZER-IAH, the Igbos, will become one. When the children of thy people shall speak unto you, saying, Why has not shown us what does this mean by these things you have done with the sticks? Say unto them, Thus says IAH your Redeemer, Behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, that's Ephraim, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribe of EZER-IAH, his fellow, and will put them with him, even with the stick of EZER-IAH, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in mine hand. So you're going to put all of us together, no separation anymore. And the stick wherein thou write shall be in thine hand before your eyes. And say unto them, Thus says IAH your Redeemer, Behold, I will take the children of EZER-IAH from among the heathen where they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of EZER-IAH, and one king shall be king to them all. And there shall be no more two nations, neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms anymore at all. No northern kingdom and southern kingdom, no more. So Ephraim, which is the Yoruba, and the Igbo will be one nation. Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgression. But I will save them out of all their dwelling places where they have sinned, and will cleanse them. So shall they be Iah's people, and Iah will be our Redeemer. And David, Iah's servant, shall be king over us, and we shall have one shepherd. We shall also walk in Iah's judgment, and observe Iah's statutes, and do them. We will serve Iah, and they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob his servant, wherein our fathers have dwelt, and we shall dwell therein, even we and our children, and our children's children forever. And David, Iah's servant, shall be our prince forever. No Jesse, no one else. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting peace with them, and multiply them, and Iah will set his sanctuary in the midst of us forevermore. Iah's tabernacle also shall be with us. Yea, Iah will be our Redeemer, and we will be Iah's people. And the heathen shall know that Iah is our Redeemer. Do sanctify EZER-IAH, when his sanctuary shall be in the midst of us forevermore. My dear brothers and sisters, I hope you listen and read it again yourself. Chapter 38. And the word of Iah came unto me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against them. This is our days. This is in our last days. This is the latter days happenings. These are prophecies for the latter days. That's why he's speaking to us in the latter days about what he is going to do to these nations, the nations that are now, right now, in power in the earth. And say, Thus says Iah, Behold, I am against you, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and I will turn you back and put hook into your jaw, and I will bring you forth, all thy army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company, with bucklers and shield, all of them handling sword, Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them, all of them with shields and helmets, Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarmah of the north quarters and all his bands, and many people with them. Be you prepared, and prepare for thyself, you and all your company that are assembled unto you, and be you a guard unto them. After many days you shall be visited in the latter years, which is now. You shall come into the land that is brought back from the sword, and is gathered out of many people against the mountain of EZER-IAH, which have been always waste, but is brought forth out of the nation. He is talking about when he brings us back into the land, then they will come against us. And they shall dwell safely, all of them. We will be safely in the land. You shall ascend and come like a storm. That's what they will try to do. You shall be like a cloud to cover the land. You and your bands, and many people with you. You said that it shall also come to pass. Thus says Iah, and it shall also come to pass, that at the same time shall things go into your mind, and you shall think an evil thought, and you shall say that you will go up to the land of unwalled village. I will go to them that are at rest, that dwell safely, all of them dwelling without walls and having neither bars nor gates. That's when we get back into the land to take a spoil. They're going to try to do what they did before, and to take a prey, to turn thine hand upon the desolate places that are now inhabited, and upon the people that are gathered out of the nations. That's when I gather us out of the nations and bring us back into the land. That's when Gog and his supporters will come. That's the Western world. That's Europe, which have gotten cattle and goods that dwell in the midst of the land. They're going to come to take what we got. Sheba and Dedan and the merchants of Tarshish with all the young lions thereof shall say unto you, art you come to take a spoil? Has you gathered thy company to take a prey, to carry away silver and gold, to take away cattle and goods, to take a great spoil? Therefore, Son of man, prophesy and say unto Gog, thus says EZEKIAH, in that day when my people EZER-IAH dwell safely, shall you not know it? And you shall come from your place out of the north parts, you and many people with you, all of them riding upon horses, a great company and a mighty army, and you shall come up against my people EZER-IAH as a cloud to cover the land. It shall be in the latter days, and I will bring you against his land, that the heathen may know EZER, when EZER shall be sanctified in his people, O Gog, before their eyes. Thus says EZER, our Redeemer, art you he of whom I have spoken in old time? Is it you I have prophesied that will come to destroy his people again in the latter days, which is our days? By my servants, the prophet of EZER-IAH, he have spoken about it, that prophesy in those days many years that I will bring thee against them. And it shall come to pass at the same time when Gog shall come against the land of EZER-IAH, says EZER, our Redeemer, that EZER's fury shall come up in his face. For in my jealousy and in the fire of my wrath have I spoken. Surely in that day there shall be a great shaking in the land of EZER-IAH, so that the fishes of the sea and the fowls of the heaven and the beasts of the field and all creeping things that creep upon the earth and all the men that are upon the face of the earth shall shake at EZER's presence, and the mountains shall be thrown down, and the steep places shall fall, and every wall shall fall to the ground. And EZER will call for a sword against him throughout all his mountain, says EZER, our Redeemer. Every man's sword shall be against his brother, and EZER will plead against him with pestilence and with blood, and EZER will rain upon him and upon his bands and upon the many people that are with him, and overflowing rain and great hailstones, fire and brimstones. Thus will EZER magnify himself and sanctify himself, and EZER will be known in the eyes of many nations, and they shall know this is EZER, our Redeemer. This is what he will do against the nation that will come against us when he bring us back into his land, where we will be safe and in peace, without walls and without gates. Chapter 39. Therefore, Son of man, prophesy against Gog, and say, Thus says EZEKIAH our Redeemer, Behold, EZEKIAH is against you, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. And EZEKIAH will turn you back and leave leave you but the sixth part of you, and will cause you to come up from the north part, and will bring you up upon the mountain of EZEKIAH, and EZEKIAH will smite thy bow out of thy left hand, and will cause thine arrow to fall out of thy right hand. You shall fall upon the mountains of EZEKIAH, you and all your bands, and the people that is with you. EZEKIAH will give you unto the ravenous birds of every sort, and to the beast of the field to be devoured. You shall fall upon the open field, for EZEKIAH have spoken it, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. And EZEKIAH will send a fire on Magog, and among them that dwell carelessly in the isles. And they shall know that EZEKIAH is our Redeemer. He is speaking to the children of Japheth. So will EZEKIAH make his holy name known in the midst of my people EZEKIAH. And EZEKIAH will not let them pollute his holy name anymore. They will know the name, and they will know what it means, and they will not pollute it anymore. And the heathen shall know that EZEKIAH is our Redeemer, and that he is the Holy One in EZEKIAH. Behold, it is come, and it is done, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. This is the day whereof EZEKIAH have spoken. And they that dwell in the cities of EZEKIAH shall go forth, and shall set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shield and the bucklers, the bows and the arrows, and the handstaves and the spears, and they shall burn them with fire 7 years, so that they shall take no wood out of the field, neither cut down any out of the forest. For they shall burn the weapons with fire, and they shall spoil those that spoil them, and rob those that robbed them, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. And it shall come to pass in that day, that time, that EZEKIAH will give unto Gog a place there of graves in EZEKIAH, the valley of the passenger on the east of the sea, and it shall stop the nose of passerbys. Their bodies will be stinking, and there shall they bury Gog and all his multitude, and they shall call it the valley of Hamon-Gog. And 7 months shall the house of EZEKIAH be burying them, that they may cleanse the land. Yea, all the people of the land shall bury them, and it shall be to them a renown, the day that EZEKIAH shall be glorified, says EZEKIAH our Redeemer. And they shall serve out men of continual employment. They will have to hire men to pass through the land, to bury with the passengers those that remain upon the face of the earth, to cleanse it. After the end of 7 months shall they search, and the passengers that pass through the land, when any see a man's bone, then shall he set up a sign, which is they usually put a little pink flag by it, till the buriers have buried it in the valley of Hamon-Gog. And all the name of the city shall be Hamonah. Thus shall they cleanse the land. And you, son of man, says EZEKIAH your Redeemer, speak unto every feathered fowl, and to every beast of the field, assemble yourselves and come, gather yourselves on every side to EZEKIAH's sacrifice, that EZEKIAH do sacrifice for you, even a great sacrifice upon the mountains of EZEKIAH, that you may eat flesh, that's the Gentiles' flesh, and drink blood. You shall eat the flesh of the mighty, that's the mighty of Japheth, the Europeans, the Gentiles, and drink the blood of the prince of the earth, and those Hamites who join with them. As he says, Ethiopia and Libya will join with them. Of man, of lambs, and of goats, of bullocks, and all of them, fatlings of Bashan. And you shall eat fat till you be full, and drink blood till you be drunken of Ahah's sacrifice that he hath sacrificed for you. That's to the beasts and the birds. Thus you shall be filled at my Ahah's table with horses and chariots, with mighty men, and with all men of war, says Ahah our Redeemer. And Ahah will set his glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see Ahah's judgment that Ahah have executed, and his hand that Ahah have laid upon them. So the house of EZER-IAH shall know that Ahah is our Redeemer and Savior from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know that the house of EZER-IAH went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against him. Therefore hid I Ahah's face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. When Ahah delivered us in their hands, they murdered us according to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have Ahah done unto them. So as they did unto us, Ahah will do unto them. And Ahah hide his face from them. Therefore thus says Ahah our Redeemer, now will Ahah bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of EZER-IAH, and will be jealous for his holy name. Ahah will have us to know his name, and we will be calling on his name. And after that, they have borne their shame. Yes, we will have borne our shame, and all their trespasses whereby we have trespassed against Ahah, when we dwell safely in the land, and none shall make us afraid. We're going to remember, we're going to know what we did, and we will never trespass against Ahah again. When Ahah have brought them again from the people, and gathered them out of their enemies' lands, and Ahah is sanctified in us in the sight of many nations. He will put his spirit back in us, and he will sanctify himself in us. New heart, new spirit. Then shall they know that I am Ahah the Redeemer, who caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. Then all the house will know it is Ahah who sent us into captivity, because of our wickedness that our ancestors have done, because of their blasphemy and their abominations that they have done. But I have, like what he have told us in the beginning, what they did. He showed us what our ancestors was doing in the beginning of the book. This is what Ahah is talking here about their own land, and have left none of them any more there. Neither will Ahah hide his face any more from them. For Ahah have poured out his spirit upon the house of EZER-IAH, says Ahah our Redeemer. So Ahah is pouring his spirit out upon us, so that we will change and we will turn to him. Remember, he says he's going to take all of us out, but not all of us will enter to the land of EZER-IAH, because some of us are leaving this captivity and they're going back into the land of Ham, where we were in our first captivity. Ahah says any one of us that go back to the land of Ham will be cut off from among his people. Remember this, my brothers and sisters. Now we go to chapter 40. In the 25th year of our captivity, in the beginning of the year, in the 10th day of the month, in the 14th year, After that, the city was smitten. In the selfsame day, the hand of EZEKIAH was upon Ezekiah and brought him to this place. In the vision of EZEKIAH brought he Ezekiah into the land of EZER-IAH and set me upon a very high mountain, by which was as the frame of a city on the south. And he brought me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like the appearance of brass, with a line of flax in his hand, and a measured reed, and he stood in the gate. And the man said unto him, Son of man, behold with thine eyes, look, and hear with thine ears, listen, and set thine heart upon all that I shall show you. For to the intent that I might show them unto you, are you brought here. That's the reason you was brought here. You was brought here for me to show you what I'm about to show you and what I'm about to say to you. Declare all that you see to the house of EZER-IAH. Here again, he's telling him, everything that I show you, everything that I say to you, you have to go to the house of EZER-IAH and say to them. And behold, a wall on the outside of the house round about, and in the man's hand a measuring reed of 6 cubits long by the cubit and a hand breadth. So he measured the breadth of the building 1 reed, and the height 1 reed. Then came he unto the gate that looked towards the east, and went up the stairs thereof, and measured the threshold of the gate, which was 1 reed broad, and the other threshold of the gate, which was 1 reed broad. And every little chamber was 1 reed long, and 1 reed broad, and between the little chambers were 5 cubits. And the threshold of the gate by the porch of the gate within was 1 reed. He measured also the porch of the gate within 1 reed. Then measured he the porch of the gate 8 cubits, and the post thereof 2 cubits. And the porch of the gate was inward, and the little chamber of the gate eastward were 3 on this side and 3 on that side. And there 3 were 1 measured, and the post had 1 measure on this side and on that side. And he measured the breadth of the entry of the gate 10 cubits, and the length of the gate 13 cubits. The space also before the little chambers was 1 cubit on this side, and the space was 1 cubit on that side. And the little chamber was 6 cubits on this side and 6 cubits on that side. He measured then the gate from the roof of 1 little chamber to the roof of another, and the breadth was 25 cubits, door also against door. He made also posts of 60 cubits, even unto the post of the court round about the gate. And from the face of the gate of the entrance unto the face of the porch of the inner gate were 50 cubits. And there were narrow windows to the little chambers, to their post within the gate round about, and likewise to the arches and windows were round about inward and upward. Each post were palm trees. Then brought he me into the outward court, and lo, there were chambers and a pavement made for the court round about. 30 chambers were upon the pavement, and the pavement by the side of the gate over against the length of the gate
was the lower pavement. Then he measured the breadth from the forefront of the lower gate unto the forefront of the inner court without, 100 cubits eastward and northward. And the gate of the outer court that looked towards the north, he measured the length thereof, and the breadth thereof, and the little chamber thereof were 3 on this side and 3 on that side, and the post thereof and the arches thereof were after the measure of the first gate. The length thereof was 50 cubits, and the breadth 25 cubits, and their windows and their arches and their palm trees were after the measure of the gate that looked towards the east. And there went up unto it by 7 steps, and the arches thereof were before them. And the gate of the inner court was over against the gate towards the north and towards the east. And he measured from gate to gate 100 cubits. After that, he brought me towards the south. And behold, the gate towards the south. And he measured the posts thereof, and the arches thereof, according to these measures. And there were windows in it, and in the arches thereof round about, like those windows. The length was 50 cubits, and the breadth 25 cubits. And there were 7 steps to go up to it, and the arches thereof were before them. And it had palm trees, one on this side and another on that other side upon the post thereof. And there was a gate in the inner court towards the south, and he measured from gate to gate towards the south 100 cubits. And he brought me to the inner court by the south gate, and he measured the south gate according to these measures, and the little chambers thereof, and the posts thereof, and the arches thereof, according to these measures. And there were windows in it, and in the arches thereof round about. It was 50 cubits long, and 25 cubits broad. And the arches round about were 25 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad. And the arches thereof were towards the outer court, and palm trees were upon the posts thereof. And the going up to it had 8 steps. And he brought me into the inner court towards the east, and he measured the gate according to these measures, and the little chambers thereof, and the posts thereof, and the arches thereof were according to these measures. And there were windows therein, and in the arches thereof round about. It was 50 cubits long, and 25 cubits broad. And the arches thereof were towards the outward court, and palm trees were upon the posts thereof on this side and on the other side. And the going up to it had 8 steps. And he brought me to the north gate, and measured it according to these measures, the little chambers thereof, the posts thereof, and the arches thereof, and the windows to it round about. The length was 50 cubits, and the breadth 25 cubits. And the posts thereof were towards the outer court, and palm trees were upon the posts thereof, on this side and on that side. The going up to it had 8 steps, and the chambers and the entries thereof were by the post of the gate, where they wash the burnt offering. And in the porch of the gate were 2 tables on this side, and 2 tables on the other side, to slay thereon the burnt offering,
and the sin offering, and the trespass offering. And at the side that was out, as one goes up to the entry of the north gate, were 2 tables, and on the other side that was at the porch of the gate were 2 tables. 4 tables were on this side, and 4 tables on the other side, by the side of the gate. 8 tables, whereupon they slew their sacrifice. And the 4 tables were of hewn stone for the burnt offering, of a cubit and a half long, and a cubit and a half broad, and 1 cubit high, whereupon also they laid the instrument wherewith they slew the burnt offerings and the sacrifice. And within were hooks and hand broad fastened around about, and upon the table was the flesh of the offering. And without the inner gates were the chamber of the singers in the inner court, that was at the side of the north gate, and their prospect was towards the south, one at the side of the east gate, having the prospect towards the north. And he said unto me, This chamber, whose prospect is towards the south, is for the priests, the keepers of the charge of the house. And the chamber whose prospect is towards the north, is for the priest, the keeper of the charge of the altar. These are the sons of Zadok among the sons of Levi, which come near to EZER to minister unto him. So he measured the court 100 cubits long and 100 cubits broad, 4 squares, and the altar that was before the house. And he brought me to the porch of the house, and measured each post of the porch, 5 cubits on this side, and 5 cubits on the other side. And the breadth of the gate was 3 cubits on this side, and 3 cubits on that side. The length of the porch was 20 cubits, and the breadth 11 cubits. And he brought me by the steps whereby they went up to it, and there were pillars by the post, one on this side and another on that side. And this was the measurement for the outside of the temple. Now I will read the measurements for the temple itself. And it begins in chapter 41. And afterwards, he brought me to the temple and measured the post 6 cubits broad on the one side and 6 cubits broad on the other side. That was the breadth of the tabernacle. And the breadth of the door was 10 cubits, and the side the door were 5 cubits on the one side, and 5 cubits on the other side. And he measured the length thereof 40 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits. Then went he inward, and measured the post of the door 2 cubits, and the door 6 cubits, and the breadth of the door 7 cubits. So he measured the length thereof 20 cubits, and the breadth 20 cubits before the temple. And he said unto me, This is the most holy place. After he measured the wall of the house 6 cubits, and the breadth of every side chamber 4 cubits, round about the house on every side. And the side chambers were 3, one over another, and 30 in order. And they entered into the wall which was of the house for the side chamber round about, that they might have hold, but they had not hold in the wall of the house. And there was an enlarging and a widening about still upward to the side chamber, for the winding about of the house
went still.
upward round about the house. Therefore, the breadth of the house was still upward, and so increased from the lowest chamber to the highest by the midst. I saw also the height of the house round about. The foundation of the side chambers were a full reed of 6 great cubits. The thickness of the wall that was for the side chamber without was 5 cubits, and that which was left was the place of the side chamber that were within. And between the chambers was the wideness of 20 cubits round about the house on every side. And the door of the side chamber was towards the place that was left, one door towards the north, and another door towards the south. And the breadth of the place that was left was 5 cubits round about. Now, the building that was before the separate place at the end towards the west was 70 cubits broad, and the wall of the building was 5 cubits thick round about, and the length thereof 90 cubits. So he measured the house 100 cubits long, and the separate place and the building with the wall thereof 100 cubits long. Also the breadth of the face of the house and of the separate place towards the east 100 cubits. And he measured the length of the building over against the separate place that was behind it, and the galleries thereof on the one side and on the other side 100 cubits, with the inner temple and the porches of the court, the doorpost and the narrow windows, and the galleries round about on the 3 stories over against the door, sealed with wood round about, and from the ground up to the windows, and the windows were covered to that above the door, even unto the inner house and without, and by all the wall round about, within and without, by measure. And it was made with cherubims, beams, and palm trees, so that a palm tree was between a cherub and a cherub, and every cherub had 2 faces, so that the face of a man was towards the palm tree on the one side, and the face of a young lion towards the palm tree on the other side. It was made through all the house round about, from the ground unto above the door were cherubims and palm trees made. And on the wall of the temple, the post of the temple was squared, and the face of the sanctuary, the appearance of the one as the appearance of the other. And the altar of wood was 3 cubits high, and the length thereof 2 cubits, and the corners thereof, and the length thereof, and the wall thereof were of wood. And he said unto me, This is the table that is before EZER. And the temple and the sanctuary had 2 doors, and the door had 2 levers apiece, 2 turning levers, 2 levers for the one door, and 2 levers for the other door. And there were made on them, on the doors of the temple, cherubims and palm trees, like as were made upon the wall. And there were thick planks upon the face of the porch without. And there were narrow windows and palm trees on the one side and on the other side, and on the side of the porch and upon the side chambers of the house, and thick planks.
This is chapter 42, and it describes the description of the court. Then he brought me forth into the inner outer court, the way towards the north, and he brought me into the chamber that was over and against the separate place, and that was before the building towards the north. Before the length of 100 cubits was the north door, and the breadth was 50 cubits, over against the 20 cubits which were for the inner court, and over against the pavement which was for the outer court was gallery against gallery in 3 stories. And before the chambers was a walk of 10 cubits breadth, inward, a way of 1 cubit, and their doors towards the north. Now the upper chamber was shorter, for the galleries were high, and these higher than these, then the lower, and then the middlemost of the building. For they were in 3 stories, but had not pillars as the pillars of the court. Therefore the building was straightened more than the lowest, and the middlemost from the ground. And the wall that was without, over against the chamber towards the outer court, on the forepart of the chamber, the length thereof was 50 cubits. For the length of the chamber that were in the outer court was 50 cubits, and lo, before the temple were 100 cubits. And from under these chambers was the entry on the east side, as one goes into them from the outer court. The chambers were in the thickness of the wall of the court towards the east, over against the separate place, and over against the building. And the way before them was like the appearance of the chambers which were towards the north, as long as they and as broad as they, and all their goings out were both according to their fashion, and according to their doors, and according to the doors of the chambers that were towards the south was a door in the head of the way, even the way directly before the wall towards the east, as one enters into them. Then said he unto me, the north chamber and the south chamber, which are before the separate place, they be holy chambers, where the priests that approach unto EZER-IAH shall eat the most holy things. There shall they lay the most holy things, and the meat offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering, for the place is holy. When the priests enter therein, then shall they not go out of the holy place into the outer court, but there they shall lay their garment wherein they minister, for they are holy, and shall put on other garments, and shall approach to those things which are for the people. Now, when he had made an end of measuring the inner house, he brought me forth towards the gate, whose prospect is towards the east, and measured it round about. He measured the east side with the measuring reed, 500 reeds, with the measuring reed round about. He measured the north side 500 reeds, with the measuring reed round about. He measured the south side 500 reeds, with the measuring reed. He turned about to the west side and measured 500 reeds with the measuring reed. He measured it by the four sides. It had a wall round about, 500 reeds long and 500 broad, to make a separation between the sanctuary and the profane place. Chapter 43, and now he's going to be describing to us the laws of the house. And it reads, "Afterwards he brought me to the gate, even the gate that looked towards the east. And behold, the glory of EZER-IAH came from the way of the east, and his voice was like a noise of many waters, and the earth shined with his glory. And it was according to the appearance of the vision which I saw, even according to the vision that I saw when I came to destroy the city. And the vision was like the vision that I saw by the river Sheba. And I fell upon my face, and the glory of EZER came into the house by the way of the gate, whose prospect towards the east. So the Spirit took me up and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of EZER filled the house. And I heard him speaking unto me out of the house. And the man stood by me, and he said unto me, Son of man, the place of my throne, and the place of the soles of many my feet, where I will dwell in the midst of the children of EZER-IAH forever. And my holy name shall be the house of EZER-IAH, no more defiled. Neither they nor their kings by their whoredom, nor by the carcasses of their kings in their high places. In the sitting of their threshold, in the setting of their threshold by my threshold, and their post by my post, and the wall between me and them, they have even defiled my holy name by their abomination that they have committed. Wherefore have consumed them in my anger. Now let them put away their whoredom and the carcasses of their king far from me, and I will dwell in the midst of them forever. You son of man, show the house to the house of EZER-IAH, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. And if they be ashamed of all that they have done, show them the form of the house, and the fashion thereof, and the going out thereof, and the coming in thereof, and all the forms thereof, and all the ordinances thereof, and all the forms thereof, and all the laws thereof, and write it in their sight, that they may keep the whole form thereof, and all the ordinances thereof, and do them. This is the law of the house upon the top of the mountain. The whole limit thereof round about shall be most holy. Behold, this is the law of the house. And these are the measures of the altar after the cubits. The cubit is a cubit and a hand breadth. Even the bottom shall be a cubit, and the breadth a cubit, and the border thereof by the edge thereof round about shall be a span. And this shall be the higher place of the altar, and from the bottom upon the ground, even to the lower settled, shall be 2 cubits, and the breadth 1 cubit, and from the lesser settled even to the greater settle, shall be 4 cubits, and the breadth 1 cubit. So the altar shall be 4 cubits, and from the altar and upward shall be 4 horns. And the altar shall be 12 cubits long, 12 broad square, in the 4 squares thereof. And the settle shall be 14 cubits long, and 14 broad in the 4 squares thereof. And the border about it shall be half a cubit, and the bottom thereof shall be a cubit about, and his stairs shall look towards the east. And he said unto me, Son of man, thus says EZEKIAH your Redeemer, these are the ordinances of the altar in the day when they shall make it, to offer burnt offering thereon, and to sprinkle blood thereon. And you shall give to the priests the Levites that be of the seed of Zadok, that approach unto me to minister unto me, says EZEKIAH your Redeemer, a young bullock for a sin offering. And you shall take off the blood thereof, and put it on the 4 horns of it, and on the 4 corners of the settle, and upon the border round about. Thus shall you cleanse and purge it. You shall take the bullock also of the sin offering, and he shall burn it in the appointed place of the house without the sanctuary. And on the 2nd day you shall offer a kid of the goats without blemish for a sin offering. And they shall cleanse the altar as they did cleanse it with the bullock. When you has made an end of cleansing it, you shall offer a young bullock without blemish, and a ram out of the flock without blemish. And you shall offer them before EZEKIAH, and the priest shall cast salt upon them, and they shall offer them up for a burnt offering unto EZEKIAH. 7 days shall you prepare every day a goat for a sin offering. They shall also prepare a young bullock and a ram out of the flock without blemish. 7 days shall they purge the altar and purify it, and they shall consecrate themselves. And when these days are expired, it shall be that upon the 8th day, and so forward, the priest shall make you burnt offerings upon the altar, and your peace offerings, and I will accept you, says EZEKIAH your Redeemer. Now we go to chapter 44, and he's describing to us the instructions for the priest. Then he brought me back the way of the gate of the outer sanctuary, which looked towards the east, and it was shut. Then said EZEKIAH unto me, This gate shall be shut, it shall not be opened, and no man shall enter in by it, because EZEKIAH your Redeemer, the mighty one of EZEKIAH, had entered in by it. Therefore it shall be shut. It is for the prince. He shall sit in it to eat bread before EZEKIAH. He shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate, and shall go out by the way of the same. Then brought he me the way of the north gate before the house, and I looked, and behold, the glory of EZEKIAH filled the house of EZEKIAH, and I fell upon my face. And EZEKIAH said unto me, Son of man, mark well, and behold with thine eyes, and hear with thine ears all that I say unto you concerning all the ordinances of the house of EZEKIAH, and all the laws thereof, and mark well the entering in of the house, with every going forth of the sanctuary,
And you shall say to the rebellious, even to the house of EZER-IAH, thus says IAH the Redeemer, O you house of EZER-IAH, let it suffice you of all your abomination, in that you have brought into IAH's sanctuary. You have brought strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in IAH's sanctuary, to pollute it, even his house, when you offer his bread, the fat and the blood. You have broken IAH's covenant because of all your abomination, and you have not kept the charge of my holy things, but you have set keepers of my charge in my sanctuary for yourselves. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer, no stranger uncircumcised in heart, no uncircumcised in flesh, shall enter into my sanctuary of any stranger that is among the children of EZER-IAH. And the Levites that are gone away far from me, when EZER-IAH went astray, which went astray away from me after the idols, they shall even bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gate of the house, and ministering to the house. They shall slay the burnt offering and the sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister unto them, because they ministered unto them before the idols, and caused the house of EZER-IAH to fall into iniquity. Therefore have I lifted up my hands against them, says IAH, your Redeemer, and they shall bear their iniquity, and they shall not come near unto me to do the office of a priest unto me, nor to come near to any of my holy things in the most holy place, but they shall bear the shame and the abomination which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all the service thereof, and for all that shall be done therein. But the priests, the Levites, the son of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of EZER-IAH went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, says IAH, your Redeemer. They shall enter in my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge. And it shall come to pass that when they enter in at the gate of the inner court, they shall be clothed with linen garments, and no wool shall come upon them, while they minister in the gate of the inner court and within. They shall have linen bonnets upon their heads, and shall have linen breeches upon their loins. They shall not gird themselves with anything that cause sweat. And when they go forth into the outer court, even into the outer court to the people, they shall put off their garments wherein they minister, and lay them in the holy chamber. And they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sanctify the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only poll their head. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner court. Neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of EZER-IAH, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane,
and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversies they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes in all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbath, and they shall come at no dead person to defile themselves, but for father, or for mother, or for son, or for daughter, for brother, or for sister that has had no husbands, they may defile themselves. And after he is cleansed, they shall reckon unto him 7 days. And in the day that he go into the sanctuary, unto the inner court, to minister in the sanctuary, he shall offer his sin offering, says I, your Redeemer. And it shall be unto them for an inheritance, and I am their inheritance, and you shall give them no possession in EZER-IAH. I am their possession. They shall eat the meat offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering, and every dedicated thing in EZER-IAH shall be theirs. And the first of all, the first fruit of all the things, and every obligation of all, of every sort of your obligation shall be the priest, yea, shall also give unto the priest the first of your young doe, and that he may cause the blessings to rest in thine house. The priest shall not eat of anything that is dead of itself, or torn, whether it be fowl or beast. Chapter 45. Now he will describe about balance, weight. Moreover, when you shall divide by lot the land for inheritance, you shall offer an obligation unto EZER, an holy portion of the land. The length shall be the length of 25,000 reeds, and the breadth shall be 10,000. This shall be holy in all the borders thereof round about. Of this there shall be for the sanctuary 500 in length, with 500 in breadth, square round about, and 50 cubits round about for the suburb thereof. And of this measure shall you measure the length of 25,000, and the breadth of 10,000, and in it shall be the sanctuary and the most holy place. The holy portion of the land shall be for the priests, the ministers of the sanctuary, which shall come near to minister unto EZER, and it shall be a place for their houses, and a holy place for the sanctuary. And the 25,000 of length, and the 10,000 of breadth shall also the Levites, the ministers of the house, have for themselves for a possession for 20 chambers. And you shall appoint the possession of the city 5,000 broad, and 25,000 long, over against the obligation of the holy portion. It shall be for the whole house of EZER-IAH. And a portion shall be for the prince on the one side, and the other side of the obligation of the holy portion. EZER is setting about like parks or place where the people can go, and a place for the priests to build their houses and so forth. And of the possession of the city, before the obligation of the holy portion, and before the possession of the city, from the west side westward, and from the east side eastward, and the length shall be over against one of the portions, from the west border unto the east border. In the land shall be his possession, in EZER-IAH. And my prince shall no more oppress my people, and the rest of the land shall they give to the house of EZER-IAH according to their tribes. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer. Let it satisfy you, O Prince of EZER-IAH. Remove violence and spoil, and execute judgment and justice. Take away your exaltation from my people, says IAH, your Redeemer. You shall have just balance, and a just ephah, and a just bath. The ephah and the bath shall be of one measure, that the bath may contain the 10th part of an homer, and the ephah the 10th part of a homer. The measure thereof shall be after the homer, and the shekel shall be 20 gerah, 20 shekels, 25 shekels, 15 shekels shall be your manik. This is the obligation that you shall offer, the 6th part of an ephah of a homer of wheat, and you shall give the 6th part of an ephah of an homer of barley. Concerning the ordinance of oil, the bath of oil, you shall offer the 10th part of a bath out of the core, which is a homer of 10 baths, for 10 baths or an homer, and one lamb out of the flock, out of 200, out of the fat pastures of EZER-IAH, for a meat offering, and for a burnt offering, and for peace offering, to make reconciliation for them, says IAH, your Redeemer. All the people of the land shall give this obligation for the prince of EZER-IAH. And it shall be the prince's part to give burnt offering, and meat offering, and drink offering, in the feast, and in the new moons, and in the Sabbaths, in all solemnities of the house of EZER-IAH. He shall prepare the sin offering, and the meat offering, and the burnt offering, and the peace offering, to make reconciliation for the house of EZER-IAH. Thus says IAH, your Redeemer. In the first month, in the first day of the month, you shall take a young bullock without blemish, and cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering, and put it upon the post of the house, and upon the four corners of the settle of the altar, and upon the post of the gate of the inner court. And so you shall do the 7th day of the month for every one that err, and for him that is simple. So shall you reconcile the house. In the first month, in the 14th day of the month, you shall have the Passover, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten, and upon that day shall the prince prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering. And 7 days of the feast he shall prepare a burnt offering to IAH, 7 bullocks and 7 rams without blemish daily. The 7 days and a kid of the goats daily for sin offering. And he shall prepare a meat offering of an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and an hin of oil for an ephah. In the 7th month, in the 15th day of the month, shall he do the like. In the feast of the 7 days, according to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, according to the meat offering, according to the oil. Chapter 46, and he's given us the instructions for the offerings. Thus says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer, the gate of the inner court that look towards the east shall be shut the 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be open, and in the day of the new moon it shall be open. And the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate. And the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of this gate before EZEKIAH in the Sabbath and in the new moons. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto EZEKIAH in the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish. And the meat offering shall be an ephah for a ram, and the meat offering for the lamb, as he shall be able to give, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And in the day of the new moon it shall be a young bullock without blemish, and 6 lambs, and a ram, they shall be without blemish. And he shall prepare a meat offering, an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and for the lamb according as his hand shall attain unto, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And when the prince shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of that gate, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. But when the people of the land shall come before EZEKIAH in the solemn feast, he that enter in by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out by the way of the south gate. And he that enters by the way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in, but shall go forth over against it. And the prince in the midst of them, when they go in, shall go in, and when they go forth, shall go forth. And in the feast and in the solemnities, the meat offering shall be an ephah to a bullock, and an ephah to a ram, and to the lambs as he is able to give, and an hin of oil to an ephah. Now, when the prince shall prepare a voluntary burnt offering or peace offering voluntarily unto EZEKIAH, one shall then open him the gate that look towards the east, and he shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, as he did on the Sabbath day. Then he shall go forth, and after his going forth, one shall shut the gate. You shall daily prepare a burnt offering unto EZEKIAH of a lamb of the first year without blemish. You shall prepare it every morning, and you shall prepare a meat offering for it every morning, the 6th part of an ephah, and the 3rd part of a hin of oil, to temper with the fine flour a meat offering continually by a perpetual ordinance unto EZEKIAH. Thus shall they prepare the lamb and the meat offering and the oil every morning for a continual burnt offering. Thus says EZEKIAH, your Redeemer, if the prince give a gift unto any of his sons, the inheritance thereof shall be his son. It shall be their possession by inheritance. But if he give a gift of his inheritance to one of his servants, then it shall be his to the year of liberty. After it shall return it to the prince, but his inheritance shall be his sons for them. Moreover, the prince shall not take of the people's inheritance by oppression to thrust them out of their possession, but he shall give his son's inheritance out of his own possession, that my people be not scattered, every man from his possession. After he brought me through the entry, which was at the side of the gate, into the holy chambers of the priests, which looked towards the north. And behold, there was a place on the two sides westward. Then said he unto me, This is the place where the priest shall boil the trespass offering and the sin offerings, where they shall bake the meat offering, and they bear them not out into the outer court to sanctify the people. Then he brought me forth into the outer court, and caused me to pass by the four corners of the court. And behold, in every corner of the court there was a court. In the four corners of the court there were courts joined of 40 cubits long and 30 broad. These four corners were of one measure, and there was a row of building round about in them. Round about in them four, and it was made with boiling places under the rows round about. Then said he unto me, These are the places of them that boil, where the ministers of the house shall boil the sacrifice of the people. Afterwards he brought me again unto the door of the house, and behold, waters issued out from under the threshold of the house eastward, for the forefront of the house stood towards the east, and the waters came down from the right side of the house at the south side of the altar. Then brought he me out of the way of the gate northward, and led me about the way without unto the outer gate by the way that looked eastward. And behold, there ran out waters on the right side. And when the man that had the line in his hand went forth eastward, he measured 1,000 cubits, and he brought me through the water. The waters were to the ankles. Again he measured 1,000 and brought me through the waters, and the waters were to the knees. Again he measured 1,000 and brought me through the waters were to the loins. Afterwards he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not pass over, for the waters were risen, waters to swim in, a river that could not be passed over. And he said unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen this? Then he brought me and caused me to return to the bank of the river. Now when I had returned, behold, at the bank of the river were very many trees on the one side and on the other. Then said he unto me, These waters issue out towards the east country, and down into the desert, and go into the sea, which being brought forth into the sea, the waters shall be healed. And it shall come to pass that everything that live, which moveth, wheresoever the river shall come, shall live. And there shall be a very great multitude of fish, because these waters shall come hither, for they shall be healed, and everything shall live, where the river cometh.
And it shall come to pass that the fishes shall stand upon it from in Judea even unto Angelium. They shall be a place to spread forth nets. Their fish shall be according to their kinds, as the fish of the great sea, exceedingly many. But the merry place thereof and the marshes thereof shall not be healed. They shall be given to salt. And by the river upon the bank thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow all trees for meat, whose leaf shall not fade, neither shall the fruit thereof be consumed. It shall bring forth new fruit according to this month, to his month, because their waters they issue out of the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be for meat, and the leaf thereof for medicine. Thus says EZEKIAH your Redeemer, this shall be the border whereby you shall inherit the land according to the 12 tribes of EZEKIAH, and Joseph shall have 2 portions, and you shall inherit it, one as well as another, concerning which I lift up my hand to give it unto your father. And this land shall fall unto you for an inheritance. And this shall be the border of the land towards the north side, from the great sea, the way of Hethlon, as men go to Zedad, and Hamath, and Bethrohat, and Sebaram Rim, which is between the border of Damascus and the border of Hamath, and Hazar-Hattikon, which is by the coast of Hawan, and the border from the sea shall be Hazarianan, the border of Damascus, and the northward, and the border of Hamath, and this is the north side. And the east side you shall measure from Haran, and from Damascus, and from Gilead, and from the land of Israel by Jordan, from the border unto the east sea. And this is the east side. And the south side, southward from Tamar, even to the waters of strife in Kadesh, the river to the great sea. And this is the south side southward. The west side also shall be the great sea from the border, till a man come over against Hamath. This is the west side. So shall you divide this land unto you according to the tribe of Israel. And it shall come to pass that you shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as born in the country among the children of Israel. They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in what tribe the stranger sojourneth, there shall you give him his inheritance, says EZEKIAH your Redeemer. We continue with these priestly instructions for chapter 48. Now, these are the names of the tribes from the north end to the coast of the way of Hethlon. All one go to Hamath, Hazanan, the border of Damascus, northward to the coast of Hamath, for these are his sides, east and west, a portion for Dan, and by the border of Dan, from the east side unto the west side, a portion for Asher, and by the border of Asher from the east side even unto the west side, a portion for Naphtali, and by the border of Naphtali from the east side unto the west side, a portion for Manasseh, and by the border of Manasseh from the east side unto the west side, a portion for Ephraim, and by the border of Ephraim from the east side even unto the west side, a portion of Reuben, and by the border of Reuben from the east side unto the west side, a portion for EZER-IAH, and by the border of EZER-IAH from the east side unto the west side shall be the offering which you shall offer of 25,000 reeds in breadth and in length, as one of the other parts, from the east side unto the west side, and the sanctuary shall be in the midst of it. And the obligation that you shall offer unto EZER shall be of 25,000 in length, and of 10,000 in breadth. And for them, even for the priest, shall be this holy obligation towards the north, 25,000 in length, and towards the west, 10,000 in breadth, and towards the east, 10,000 in breadth, and towards the south 25,000 in length, and the sanctuary of EZER shall be in the midst thereof. It shall be for the priests that are sanctified of the sons of Zadok, which have kept my charge, which went not astray when the children of EZER-IAH went astray, as the Levites went astray. And this obligation of the land that is offered shall be unto them a thing most holy by the border of the Levites. And over against the border of the priests, the Levites shall have 25,000 in length and 10,000 in breadth. All the length shall be 25,000, and the breadth 10,000. And they shall not sell of it, neither exchange, nor alienate the first fruits of the land, for it is holy unto EZER. And the 5,000 that are left in the breadth over against the 25,000 shall be a profane place for the city, for dwelling, and for suburbs, and the city shall be in the midst thereof. And these shall be the measure thereof: the north side 4,500, and the south side 4,500, and on the east 4,500, and the west side 4,500. And the suburb of the city shall be towards the north 250, and towards the south 250, and towards the east 250, and towards the west 250. And the residue in length over against the obligation of the holy portion shall be 10,000 eastward and 10,000 westward, and it shall be over against the obligation of the holy portion. And the increase thereof shall be for food unto them that serve the city. And they shall serve the city, shall serve it out of all the tribe of EZER-IAH. All the obligation shall be 25,000 by 25,000. You shall offer the holy obligation 4 square with the possession of the city. And the residue shall be for the prince on the one side and on the other of the holy obligation, and of the possession of the city over against the 25,000 of the obligation towards the east border and westward
over against the 25,000 towards the west border, over against the portion of the prince. And it shall be the holy obligation, and the sanctuary of the house shall be in the midst thereof. Moreover, from the possession of the Levites and from the possession of the city, being in the midst of that which is the princes, between the border of Judah and the border of Benjamin, shall be for the princes. As for the rest of the tribes, from the east side unto the west side, Benjamin shall have a portion. And by the border of Benjamin, from the east side unto the west side, Simeon shall have a portion. And by the border of Simeon, from the east side unto the west side, Issachar a portion. And by the border of Issachar, from the east side unto the west side, Zebulun a portion. And by the border of Zebulun, from the east side unto the west side, Gad a portion. And by the border of Gad at the south side southward, the border shall be even from Tamar unto the waters of strife in Kadesh, and to the river towards the great sea. This is the land which you shall divide by lot unto the tribes of EZER-IAH for inheritance. And these are the portion, says IAH, your Redeemer. And these are the going out of the city on the north side, 4,500 measures. And the gate of the city shall be after the names of the tribes of EZER-IAH. Three gates northward, one gate of Reuben, one gate of Iduiah, one gate of Levi, and at the east side 4,500. Three gates, and one gate of Joseph, one gate of Benjamin, one gate of Dan, and at the south side 4,500 measures, and three gates, one gate of Simeon, one gate of Issachar, one gate of Zebulun. At the west side 4,500 with their three gates, one gate of Gad, one gate of Asher, one gate of Naphtali. It was round about 18,000 measures, and the name of the city from that day shall be IAH is there. Praise IAH, praise IAH, praise IAH. My dear brothers and sisters, here you have the whole report that was sent unto the house of EZER-IAH. And if you see in the last, in 48, chapter 48, if you will see it, all the land is to be divided from the east to the west among the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH. There is no other name mentioned there but the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH. 12 tribes of EZER-IAH from the east to the west. And the portion that IAH have chosen for himself, for his sanctuary, is in the middle. And that's why IAH is saying he shall dwell in the midst of us, because his portion for his temple, his house, for his name, it will be in the middle from east to west. And this land was given as an inheritance unto the tribes of EZER-IAH, the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH, and to no one else. And this is your report that IAH has given us. He gave us from the beginning how it was, how it will be, and how in the latter days also.
So this is your full report. I hope you would listen to it again and pay much attention to what it is saying. He has given us all the instruction on how he will do what he will do for us, how it will be, and the things that we need to know. He gives us the measurements of the temple, the measurements of the courtyard, the measurements of the inner chamber. He tells us how it has to be rebuilt. He gives us instruction for the priests, what they will have to follow, about the garments they will even have to wear, what they have to eat, when they have to change their garments, where they could go with it. And he also gives us instructions for the people, how they have to carry themselves into that place. Everything is given to us in this report. And one of the most important things he has shown us in this report is that no one could die for another man's sin. No one could die for another man's sin. Nowhere in this report that I have given unto us by Ezekiah says that anyone have to die among us for another. Nowhere in this report he has shown us that we will be going to a place called heaven. He says he is in heaven, but we will be going back into the land that he gave our fathers. He even tells us that if we are in the grave, he will take us from the grave and bring us back into the land that he gave to our fathers. He shows us how he will take us out from the grave. He says, if we are dry bones, he will put flesh back on those bones. He will put his spirit back into those bones. And we will stand up a mighty nation. We will get back. He could bring us back. If we serve him rightly, if we be obedient unto higher, if we ask for forgiveness, for we all have sinned, because that's what we was taught. We was brought into sin. So now we have to go back to higher. We have to beg him. He shows us we have to call out to him. We must do it. He says, even tell us at one point, he is waiting for us to ask him to do it. Please, brothers and sisters, learn what he's saying. Another very important thing that I have shown us in this book, that everything he told Ezekiah to do, if you notice, he told him he have to call on his name. Thus says I. He's not taking credit for himself. He have to follow the instruction. Everything he had to call the name of Aya. He had to call the name of Aya to put the bones back together. He had to call on Aya to put the skin on it, to put the spirit in it. He had to call the wind, but he had to call on Aya first, because Aya is the one that was doing it. He's teaching us that. He also shows that with Shemaiah. Shemaiah had to call on his name before he do anything. And the only time Shemaiah didn't do it when the children of Isaiah get him so angry at the water of Meribah, when he didn't praise Aya before he strike the rock. The water came, but Aya said, for you not glorifying me before them, you will not enter the promised land. Aya is telling us the same thing here. We must know him. We must know his name. Even the last word he tells us in this book, in this book, he says, and it was round about 18,000 measures, and the name of the city from that day shall be Aya is there. Aya, that's Aya. It will be Aya city. That's why he said the rebels have to be purged. He tells us they will be taken out of the lands of their captivity. But the rebels, they will not enter into the land of Isaiah. I hear my brothers and saying they're going to Africa, they're going out, they're leaving the States, they're going to Africa, they're going. My brothers and sisters, Isaiah says anyone who goes back to Egypt will be cut off from among his people.
We cannot go to places where Ayah didn't send us. Ayah scattered us and drive us in the hands of our enemies. He says he's waiting for us to call out to him. We need to call out to him to take us out of this land, out of this land. Ayah is going to do it. Ayah never lie. Ayah is not a man to lie. Ayah's word must be fulfilled. We must comprehend this. So I hope that you have heard your whole report. It is very long, so you will have to listen to it by parts because it's very long. But I pray that you do it and listen to the report. Listen to the watchman whom Ayah set over us. Ayah set a watchman. That was the watchman. David will be what? The shepherd, the prince. But Ezekiah was the watchman. That's the watchman that he sent over us. He put him through all that he put him through so that he could come to us and bring this report. And this report here is for us in the latter days. He told us what was for their time. He told us what was for the time in Babylon. He told us all of that. Now, he told us in the last part, he is explaining to EZER-IAH what will happen to them, what will be in the end, in the latter days. And we must comprehend this and give thanks to Ayah, sing praise to his name, turn towards the place that he have chosen, the same land he has just told us about that is supposed to be shared among all of us, the children of EZER-IAH, the whole 12 tribes, not no one tribe, not no one person going there and saying that land belongs to them. It's not that. It's nothing like that. And the 12 tribes of EZER-IAH are black. So put this in your spirit and remember what I have said to you, what I read to you, that he gave to Ezekiah to bring unto us. If you notice, Ezekiah in every beginning, he says, thus says Ayah, thus says Ayah. He's not saying anything out of his own mouth. Ayah told him, what I'm going to send you, you need to listen carefully. You need to even write down some of the things. You need to remember what I'm giving you, to go to the children of EZER-IAH. Even shows he had to make his head strong. He had to make him stronger. He had to strengthen him up. He had to put him through certain things so that he knew when he go there what he's going to do. It's only the words that I speak to you, that's the word you're going to say. My brothers and sisters, may Ayah make his face to shine upon you. May Ayah bless you and keep you. May Ayah be gracious unto you. May Ayah lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And you will put the name of Ayah unto yourselves and unto your children. And Ayah may bless all of us. Praise Ayah, praise Ayah, praise Ayah Almighty. And give thanks to Ayah for this report. Let him know that you have believed his report. Let him know that you are not saying that his law is not equal. Let him know that you accept his law as being equal. Let him know this and praise him with your whole heart, your whole soul, and with all your strength. May Ayah bless you again. Praise Ayah, praise Ayah, praise Ayah Almighty.